Chapter 208, True Invincibility. 2. Little demon, accept your death. Immediately enraged, the person inside the ancient coffin summoned a treasure. Boom! At this moment, the heaven and earth turned pale as the celestials plummeted. A myriad of Tao were screaming as the heavens retreated. A treasure flew out, causing numerous people to kneel on the ground. Thunders cracked down in the air, but ancient Sky City's countless universal laws protected the city with the lingering fear that this invincible treasure would create a crater in this area. Immortal Emperor Life Treasure. A pale person emphatically screamed. The moment this treasure appeared, endless rolling Emperor's power and immortal intent surged. Not only ancient Sky City, but countless characters in the Grand Middle Territory felt this vast torrential power. Who is using an immortal Emperor Life Treasure? At this moment, countless eyes were looking towards ancient Sky City's direction. In the blink of an eye, the power of the Grand Tao in this world was sucked out as the essence of the heaven and earth all supported this immortal Emperor's Life Treasure. The immortal Emperor Life Treasure was just like the arrival of an immortal emperor. It was not something that an emperor's possession or an emperor's decree could compare with. It is over. At this point, the group of Qi Yun turned so pale that they were as white as sheets of paper. They would definitely become annihilated once this life treasure struck down. Even Xiaofan's expression greatly sank as he was in a daze. Immortal Emperor Life Treasure. At this moment, Wuxia, standing on top of the Tetrawar bronze chariot, narrowed his eyes. Bang! A loud explosion directly pounded on ancient Sky City. In this very second, Wuxia did not take action, and neither did Xiaofan. Suddenly, in a corner of ancient Sky City, there was a withered hand reaching out. This hand came from above, encompassing even the soaring immortal Emperor Life Treasure. Bang, bang, bang. Countless clear sounds resounded as all of ancient Sky City shook like it was the end of the world. Who knew how many people lost their minds from fear inside the city? As the hand slowly pushed down, both the immortal Emperor Life Treasure and the ancient coffin were both completely suppressed. Inside the heavenly grotto of the ancient kingdom, ancient chambers and jade pavilions collapsed one after another as the earth itself was sinking. Bang! Finally, after a deafening explosion, everyone witnessed a shocking scene. The ancient coffin and the immortal Emperor Life Treasure were pressed into the ground, below the mud, along with the collapsing buildings. In a flash, this large crater was completely buried. Everyone froze with their mouths wide open, they were unable to close them for a long time. Noisy. After burying the ancient coffin and the immortal Emperor Life Treasure, the hand disappeared as a voice slowly descended from the sky. After hearing this voice, Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojia were stunned as their minds quaked. It was because they had heard of this voice before. The old ghost. The voice of the old ghost from the small shop. Only they knew, at this time, that the old ghost was the one who took action. With just one action, he shocked everyone. With just one hand, he easily suppressed an immortal Emperor Life Treasure underground. Even though he couldn't destroy the immortal Emperor Life Treasure, but to directly trap it underground, one could only imagine how terrifying this old ghost was. At this moment, they finally understood the old ghost's disastrous power and why their young noble wanted the old ghost to owe him a favor. They then stared at their young noble, but Wuxia was still calmly standing on top of the Tetrawar bronze chariot as if everything was within his expectations. The spectators, with their mouths open, still haven't closed them for their souls have not yet returned. This was an immortal Emperor Life Treasure yet it was pressured by a person with just his bare hand. This was too illogical. After a while, the confused crowd finally came back and rubbed their eyes. After seeing the collapsed buildings of the ancient kingdom, they knew that this was not a dream. It took a long time before people began to think about the question revolving in their minds. Enlightened beings, ancient saints, and even the hidden undying old men who came into being didn't dare to make a single noise. It was as if they were afraid of disturbing the unparalleled giant sleeping in ancient Sky City. One hand dominating over an immortal emperor life treasure. One had to know that this emperor's weapon was unleashed by one of the ancient kingdom's 9 ancestors. This was an extremely terrifying blow. If it was unleashed on top of the Grand Middle Territory, it would be able to sink a massive amount of land. However, this immortal emperor life treasure attack that was capable of killing the gods and decapitating the devils was subdued into the ground by one hand, and the ancestors' fate inside the coffin was unknown as well. At this moment, all great characters, sect masters, sacred lords, mortal kings. They all stopped breathing inside ancient Sky City, not daring to make any loud noises out of fear of the unparalleled giant in the city. Just this one word, noisy, was as heavy as millions of Jin. This word alone was enough to show the attitude of this sleeping giant. At this time, countless people were only glancing at each other and didn't dare to discuss. This event might just be the most tranquil moment of ancient Sky City within the last 10,000 years. One could even hear the sound of a needle dropping within this huge city. The Azure mysterious ancient kingdom was extremely unlucky. Its immortal emperor life treasure woke up a sleeping unparalleled giant, so its treasure and ancestor were both pressed into the ground. An immortal emperor life treasure does not mean invincibility. Even an immortal emperor true treasure is not necessarily invincible. In the end, Wuxia, standing on top of the bronze chariot, lazily spoke. Wuxia, being the first to talk again, finally relieved everyone. They began to breathe again while remaining extremely cautious. No matter who it was, they were all afraid of waking the sleeping giant. At this time, Wuxia controlled the bronze chariot and slowly entered the ancient kingdom's mansion. The group of Qiyun also calmed down and quickly followed Wuxia. The mansion inside the ancient kingdom's heavenly grotto was much larger than it seemed from the outside. This was a naturally formed heavenly grotto. There were not only ancient chambers and heavenly pavilions everywhere, but there were also curving mountain ranges. There were still many ancient kingdom disciples, including royal nobles, enlightened beings, and even ancient saints, presiding inside. This was the power of a sect with 2 emperors. Compared to great sects and countries, it was hard for them to have ancient saints during the difficult Tao era, but the ancient kingdom was able to send ancient saints out to protect the field. Although there were powerful enlightened beings and ancient saints in the grotto, but at this time, they could only watch Wuxia bring the others inside. Even ancient saints at the level of Grand Saint would not easily take action. The hand from earlier that suppressed their ancestor and immortal emperor life treasure had completely shattered their morale. Even the powerful ancient saints had dread and fear in their minds as they trembled and didn't dare to make any loud noises, afraid of waking up the unparalleled giant one more time. Wuxia entered this grotto as if he was taking a stroll in his own courtyard, completely relaxed and comfortable. At this juncture, the hatred of many royal nobles of the ancient kingdom towards Wuxia permeated deep in their bones, but they didn't dare to do anything. Eventually, an old man quickly welcomed Wuxia as he bowed down while clasping his fists together and busily said, "This person must be young noble Li." This matter only began with a few people of the younger generation who didn't know any better. This was why we have this kind of conflict. Younger generation not knowing any better. From arrogance to respect, seeing the sudden change in the ancient kingdom's attitude caused Wuxia to burst out in laughter as he said, "Then the old man lying in that coffin is also a junior of your Azure mysterious ancient kingdom?" Wuxia's words immediately changed this old man's expression, but he managed to settle down his anger. Today, the situation was disadvantageous for their ancient kingdom. Their ancestors' fate was still unknown after being pressed underground. At this second, even if they couldn't endure this humiliation any longer, they still had to bite their teeth and swallow this animosity. "This time, my Azure mysterious ancient kingdom has offended." The old man was an experienced character and had witnessed countless waves and winds. In this key moment, he took a deep breath and bowed to say, "This time, my azure mysterious ancient kingdom is willing to pay for all of the damages. As long as young noble Li says the word, we will absolutely agree. The old man truly was a character capable of accomplishing great tasks with his swift decisiveness. Even though this was hard to swallow, he still bit his teeth to accept that it was their fault. To them, at this time, nothing was more important than digging out their ancestor, so the old man had no other choice but to acquiesce. Young noble, even while killing, we should still spare someone a living path. Seeing an original elder of the ancient kingdom accept their defeat, Qiyun couldn't help but gently speak. However, only half of the sentence came out. It was not his place to say more. In this situation, Li Qie had the final say. Li Qie glanced at Qiyun without saying anything. Li Qie understood that the Nine Saint Demon Gate did not want to wage war against the azure mysterious ancient kingdom. They had not yet appeased the war god temple. Without its absolute support, the Nine Saint Demon Gate truly did not have the courage to wage war against the ancient kingdom. Against my enemies, I had always behead all of them. Li Qie then stared at the ancient kingdom's old man. Li Qie's declaration shocked the old man. Their ancient kingdom had never been afraid of trouble, but under the circumstances today, they couldn't afford not to bend down unless they truly wanted to fight desperately till the end. However, it was still unknown whether their ancestor buried underground was dead or alive, and nothing was more important than taking him out. However, since the Nine Saint Demon Gate, as the victim, is willing to let this matter go, it is not my place to say otherwise. Li Qie subtly glanced at Qiyun. It could be said that Li Qie was giving Qiyun some face, as well as the Nine Saint Demon Gate. This was the outcome of Qiyun and the gate truly supporting him. Qiyun was not foolish, and he knew that Li Qie was giving him some consideration, so he busily bowed his head. Chapter 209, Wu Clan's Descendant. 1. Young noble Li, just name a price, my azure mysterious ancient kingdom will not hesitate. At this moment, a second was worth many pieces of gold. The old man wished that Li Qie would withdraw his troops, so he decisively made this ridiculous offer to quell this matter. This turmoil was a great loss to their ancient kingdom. It was to the point of spurting blood and losing teeth. However, saving their ancestor was more important. Li Qie lightly glanced at the man and said, "Your ancient kingdom thinks too highly of yourself. If I wanted to slaughter all of you, it will be my wish, and even a mountain of gold would not be able to change my mind. Today, not slaughtering all of you is simply to give some face to the Nine Saint Demon Gate." Yes, yes, even though these words were offensive, the old man could only nod in agreement. Hand Dao Child Xingtian over. Finally, Li Qie looked at him and added, "As for your compensation, talk to the Nine Saint Demon Gate." Finished speaking, he turned around and left. Li Qie was very excited for today's battle. He wanted to absolutely annihilate the ancient kingdom's heavenly grotto. However, since they didn't kill everyone today, it was difficult for him to be happy. Nonetheless, he still gave Qiyun and the Nine Saint Demon Gate some consideration. Since they did not want to wage war against the ancient kingdom, he satisfied Qiyun's wish. Respectfully escorting Li Qie out of the mansion was not only the ancient kingdom's old man, but also Qiyun. The group of Li Shuangyan also left along with Li Qie. From start to finish, Li Shuangyan did not give her opinion. She knew of her young noble's intention to massacre, but he only stopped out of consideration for the Nine Saint Demon Gate today. Not long after they left, the one to blame for this storm, Dao Child Xingtian, was tied up by 5 immortal ropes and handed over by the ancient kingdom, leaving his fate in others' hands. Outside of Dao Child Xingtian, there were also a few escaping protectors and sectional leaders of the heavenly god sect. All of them were tied up and brought to Li Qie's door. Seeing Li Qie again, Dao Child Xingtian no longer had the glory of the past. His face was deathly pale, for his fate was sealed. "Take him out and behead him tomorrow." Hang their skulls on the gate so the world will know that anyone who messes with me is courting their own death. Li Qie only spared a single glance, then he waved his sleeve before commanding. Li Qie, do you dare to truly fight me with your own skill or not? As he was being pushed out, Dao Child Xingtian was not willing and he coldly called out. The Li Qie who was initially leaving stopped and stared at Dao Child Xingtian, then he smilingly replied, Dao Child Xingtian, do you really think you are something great? A genius? How many coins are you worth? Don't show that arrogant face in front of me. You're only a loser to my maid. Do you think you are worthy of me personally killing you? Take him out and decapitate him. Finished speaking, Li Qie turned around and left. Surname Li, even if I become a ghost, I will not let you go. Dao Child Xingtian struggled to rush forward while coldly shouting, but he was stopped by the protectors of the 9 Saint Demon Gate. With just you? Even if you become a ghost, you will still only be a cockroach beneath my feet. I would even kill true ghost immortals. A little ghost like you should wake up already. Li Qie's voice rang from inside of the door. No, Dao Child Xingtian snarled with all of his grievances, but it could not change his pitiful destiny. Once the night's curtain lowered, there were many pieces of news traveling inside ancient Sky City. Countless great characters of the big powers held a secret meeting to discuss the matters. This matter, of course, was about the unparalleled giant sleeping inside ancient Sky City. This truly shocked everyone in the world. After the battle between the Black Dragon King and immortal Emperor Ta Kong, where the heavens was torn apart, signaling the entry to the difficult Dao era, heavenly sovereigns were already rare. As for the more powerful heavenly kings and virtuous paragons, they were completely in seclusion to pause their blood lifespan in order to avoid this arduous era. As for the unparalleled giants comparable to the gods, they were only legends. Today, when someone suddenly suppressed the immortal emperor's life treasure along with the ancestor of the ancient kingdom, this meant that there was an extremely terrifying existence sleeping inside the city. All kinds of legends regarding ancient Sky City began to clamor overnight, as well as strange tales. Legends has it that ancient Sky City was not built during the Desolate Era and absolutely not the Desolace Expansion Era. It was most likely built during the mythical Legendary Era. An extremely old cultivator who grew up in ancient Sky City stated. This living fossil continued on. According to the legends, the ancient Sky City and the heavenly ancient burial ground are closely related. During the Legendary Era, the heavenly ancient burial ground was an imperial burial ground for true gods after death, and the ancient Sky City was a divine city in the 9 firmaments. After the era of the true gods collapsed, the divine city fell to the earth and it became the ancient Sky City ever since. I have heard of such a legend before when I was a kid. In ancient Sky City, the living fossils who grew up in this vicinity all gathered together and secretly discussed this rumor. There is another old legend that believes the true gods are still alive. However, they are hiding in this world. Maybe, there is a sleeping true god in ancient Sky City. Thinking about the big hand, many people glanced at each other. To be able to suppress an immortal emperor's life treasure underground, it was probably the mythical gods, a once supreme true god. Ancient Sky City has withstood countless battles and gained countless visits from immortal emperors. It can remain standing till now as the oldest city in the Grand Middle Territory. This is not without reasons. I'm afraid that there really is a sleeping true god or an unparalleled giant from the legends. Many sect masters and royal lords were also secretly discussing this matter. Everyone in the city knew about this gigantic hand and the sleeping monster. However, what piqued their curiosity was the origin of this giant, whether he was a mythical true god or a paramount being from another era. There were some sects and royal clans that were discreetly searching for this giant's origin, but they didn't dare to be too boisterous out of fear of upsetting this supreme giant. That would absolutely be a sect-destroying disaster. Even though the difficult Dao era wasted 30,000 years of time for cultivators, but in the current era, the strongest beings aren't ancient saints and definitely not heavenly sovereigns. Even heavenly kings wouldn't dare claim to be invincible. An ancient saint from the last generation finally lamented. There was one undying old man who pondered for a moment before finally bemoaning, "The difficult Tao era really did suppress all of us, even heavenly sovereigns had to live in seclusion." However, this didn't mean that there weren't powerful enemies in this world. Today, it is still full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Even if a virtuous paragon came into being, would he dare claim to be invincible? Above royal nobles were enlightened beings, ancient saints, heavenly sovereigns, heavenly kings, and finally virtuous paragons. Who in this world would know how many heavenly kings and virtuous paragons were halting their blood span? In just one night, countless people secretly discussed this matter, but in the end, it was all for naught. No one actually knew about the origin of this sleeping giant. As for Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao, the ones who knew that it was the old ghost, they were very curious about his origin, but they couldn't ask about it since Li Qia didn't say much. No matter where the sleeping giant came from, he had become a lingering shadow inside everyone's hearts. Even a few immortal emperor lineages carrying immortal emperor life treasures and even true treasures didn't dare to take any action. The ancestor of the Azure mysterious ancient kingdom was the perfect example of what happens when waking up this sleeping giant. Meanwhile, during the night, another piece of news quietly spread. The Azure mysterious ancient kingdom withdrew during the night. Even though they were very secretive and kept a low profile during this retreat, people still found out. Some people saw many royal nobles, named heroes, and even enlightened beings along with ancient saints guarding an ancient coffin as they covertly left ancient Sky City. Many disciples also left the heavenly grotto in the inner city, only leaving behind a few as guards. Seeing a monster like the ancient kingdom having to secretly withdraw from the city, this truly stunned other people. This was a heritage with two emperors. They had terrifying hidden strength. But today, it was still forced to leave the city, leaving everyone aghast. Facing an unparalleled giant, even the ancient kingdom can't do anything but acquiesce. Unless they have a hibernating divine ancestor coming into being, they have no other choice. Any heritage would have to retreat in the face of such a monster. A few undying old men softly sighed. Yielding in this manner was far from shame because any sect in this situation would be forced to retreat, for they could not afford to become enemies with such an existence. Some people were secretly ecstatic seeing the ancient kingdom's restraint. Countless sects had suffered in the hands of the ancient kingdom. However, even though they were happy, they did not dare to show it. In the end, this was merely a setback. They were still a standing behemoth, and no one dared to create enmity against them. There were also many people who cared about whether the ancestor inside the coffin was dead or alive as they spied for this news. Nothing was impossible for a willing heart, and finally, there was a grand character who found out that the ancient kingdom's ancestor was still alive. This information amazed many great characters. An immortal emperor life treasure, in the end, was still an immortal emperor life treasure. It still managed to protect the ancestor inside the coffin. If it was someone else, even a virtuous paragon, from the power of that hand, they still would have been rendered into nothingness without the life treasure's protection. Chapter 210, Wu Clan's Descendant, 2. Although the ancient kingdom's ancestor was still alive, his situation was not optimistic. A secret piece of news stated that the ancient kingdom had secretly brought him into the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground to let him embark on an underworld boat as soon as possible. On the second day, another matter stirred the entire city. Dao Child Shengtian and a group of protectors, along with sectional leaders, of the heavenly god sect were decapitated. Their heads were hung outside of ancient Sky City's gate. Many people drew a deep breath after seeing these skulls hanging outside. To cultivators, matters of life and death were common. Which cultivator hadn't seen and grew up through countless bloody battles? However, this type of demonstration and declaration of war via head hanging was not common. This was a clear attack against the heavenly god sect. This little demon named Li is domineering enough. Seeing the hanging heads, even enlightened beings and ancient saints could only lamentingly sigh. They couldn't remain unconvinced any longer at the young demon who dared to hang the skull of the heavenly god sect's descendant at the gate. At this time, many people who were antagonistic towards Li Chia could only be impressed. This little demon was too bold and arrogant. He even dared to go to war against the Azure mysterious ancient kingdom, so declaring war against the heavenly god sect was not such a big deal. Looking at Dao Child Shengtian's skull that was hanging at the gate, many princes and descendants from the big powers felt chills emanating from their backs. Dao Child Shengtian was a renowned genius in the Grand Middle Territory and very few from the younger generation could rival him, yet this was his fate today. If this trend continued, then it might be them next. Even the group of young King Nantian and Jewel Pillar Saint Child were speechless for a long time. Young King Nantian, who had threatened to slay Li Chia, had a cold and submerged expression right now. As for Li Chia, the one who started this whole matter, he was inside the ancient street at this time. Today, he also only brought along Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao to the ancient street. Last time when he brought these two beauties along, countless young prodigies and geniuses did not like Li Chia, and they even wanted to provoke him. But today, these young prodigies all felt cold in their hearts when they saw Li Chia. Who still dared to provoke this little evil demon that dared to attack even the ancient kingdom? This person truly was a maniac. Anyone who messed with such a maniac would suffer a great misfortune. So today, as they strolled through the ancient street, no one dared to point their fingers at them. They went to the medicinal stall of old alchemist Su Xiu. The old alchemist was still selling his medicines on the ancient street, and Wu Binglan, as the Wu's descendant, was also in front of the store, preparing dan grass and spirit medicines for sale. Ah, 3 esteemed guests are back to see my small shop again? Please come in, please come in. Seeing a big spender like Li Chia, the old alchemist's eyes became bright and immediately channeled all of his enthusiasm to greet Li Chia. No, I am here to find your disciple. Li Chia looked at old alchemist Su Xiu and shook his head. Huh, young noble Li, you can just talk to this old man about anything instead. When his disciple was mentioned, old alchemist Su Xiu immediately became wary. At this moment, Li Chia was famous in ancient Sky City with a fierce reputation. Old alchemist Su Xiu also didn't want to mess with this little devil. At this time, his disciple, Wu Binglan, also raised her head with her pressing spirit energy-filled gaze as if it encompassed all of the spirit energy in this world. Even Li Chia was moved when he saw these eyes. Li Chia ignored the old alchemist and spoke while looking at Wu Binglan. Is your Wu clan's ancestral hall still there? The old man shivered at Li Chia's question. Although the Su Xiu clan and the Wu clan used to be enemies, they became in-laws later on. At the moment, both clans were in decline, especially the Wu clan that had completely collapsed. However, as a senior, old alchemist Su Xiu still took care of the Wu clan. The Su Xiu clan knew more about the Wu clan than outsiders, so how could he not be alarmed when Li Chia brought up the Wu clan's ancestral hall? Wu Binglan stared at Li Chia for a while before she finally nodded her head gently. After you go back, open your ancestral hall and remove your progenitor's position. Then, place this there instead. Li Chia handed the emperor's tiled seat over to Wu Binglan. Tun Ri's emperor seat. After seeing this item, old alchemist Su Xiu immediately quivered. He immediately covered his mouth and looked around to find that there was no one around. Only then did he feel relieved. Despite this, his eyes couldn't help but widen while looking at Tun Ri's emperor seat. He was feeling very shocked. As for Wu Binglan, she was even more amazed. She couldn't believe her eyes as she was staring at the emperor's seat before her. As a member of the Wu clan, she had heard about the emperor's seat before, but it had become a legend. For millions of years, no one from the Wu clan had seen this emperor's seat. This can't be. After regaining his soul, old alchemist Su Xiao gaspingly exclaimed. Wu Binglan didn't dare to believe this. She looked at Li Qie for a long time, then she quietly spoke, Isn't this yours? Li Qie had already bought the heirloom tile of their Wu clan, so at this moment when Li Qie was not only returning the tile to her, but also the emperor's seat. This was an immortal emperor's possession. No matter who it was, they would not dare to believe such a thing. I formed a good karmic relationship with your progenitor. I promised your ancestor to return a good fortune back to his descendants. Now, this emperor's tiled seat will return to your Wu clan. Li Qie gave the emperor's seat back to Wu Binglan. Wu Binglan, in this moment, was stunned right where she was standing and couldn't reply. This matter was both unimaginable and incredible. You went to the Earth Immortals' dragon den from the legends. You met the war god. Old alchemist Su Xiao jolted as his eyes, each as big as a green bean, glared. He had heard about the Wu clan's progenitor being buried in the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground. After hearing Li Qie's words, how could he not be shaken? To be able to return alive after entering a dragon den, this was such an astonishing matter. To meet an earth immortal and return unscathed, this was a miracle. Li Qie didn't answer his question. Instead, he leisurely spoke, Since I formed a good relationship with the Wu clan, you need to take good care of her. Otherwise, you better be careful of me destroying your Su Xiao clan in one go. My foster father is a good man. He was almost exiled from the Su Xiao clan for saving us. Wu Binglan spoke in a low voice on the side. As for old alchemist Su Xiao, he wryly smiled. The girl's father and I used to be sworn brothers. Before her father died, I promised to take care of them. You don't need to remind me about this matter, I will do it. Finally, Li Qie left along with Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao without saying anything. After he left, the old alchemist told Wu Binglan, We need to return, this matter cannot wait. Maybe we can even cure your strange disease. Wu Binglan helped pack up in silence. She had lost all hope before. In order to cure her, her foster father had spent all of his wealth and even used too many spirit medicines along with immortal grass from the clan. This was why he was almost kicked out. After Li Qie returned from the ancient street, Qiyun immediately looked for him and whispered in a serious manner, The war god temple's people came with the coffin. They want to meet young noble. Did Demon King Luanri come? Li Qie didn't think much of the news. He had forgotten that it was almost time for the underworld river and underworld boats to appear. Demon King Luanri went to the war god temple as assurance. Qiyun bitterly smiled once and replied. After hearing this news, Li Qie dismissively said, So many years has passed, yet the old men from the war god temple are still adhering to old ideals. With regards to opening the sect to new ideas in high spirits, the War God Temple completely loses to the Heavenly Tao Academy. If these old men continue like this, sooner or later, the Heavenly Tao Academy will completely surpass them. Qiyun was so startled by Li Qie's words, he quickly begged and said, My little ancestor, please say fewer words. What if they change their minds and we can't do this deal anymore? Although he was a supreme elder of the 9 Saint Demon Gate, he still didn't dare to criticize the War God Temple. It is only a deal. Li Qie didn't care and continued on, I can't even count how many people want me to pick an underworld boat for them, let alone just the War God Temple. Qiyun had to close his mouth. He couldn't say anything else because, if he did, who knew what other things this little ancestor would do. He couldn't help but to bitterly smile. Anyone would have a headache meeting such a little ancestor. Finally, Qiyun brought Li Qie into a secret chamber. Inside the chamber was a seated old man. With a cloak covering his entire head, he was dressed in all black so people could not see his true appearance. Young noble Li, this is Elder Jiang. After entering the chamber, Qiyun introduced Li Qia. And this man revealed an unfathomable gaze, staring at Li Qia, while Li Qia simply gave a glimpse towards this mysterious old man. I have heard of your tales. This time, we are only here for the underworld boat, not to cause commotions or complications. I hope you understand this. The old man opened with a heavy tone. Li Qia looked at him with one eye and said, I am simply doing business with you, not selling myself to your war god temple. I am free and will do whatever I want. Even if I bathe this world in blood and kill all of my enemies, this is still my matter and is none of your war god temple's concern. The only thing that you should worry about is whether I am selecting the right boat or not. Anything else, these will be my own matters. Li Qia saying such words immediately caused cold sweat to run all over Qiyun, who was standing next to him. Chapter 211, Underworld River's Secret, 1. At this time, Qiyun wanted to beg for this little ancestor to stop arguing. He wouldn't be able to handle the war god temple if they became angry. The old man, with an unfathomable gaze, looked at Li Qia for a long time before finally exclaiming in a harsh manner, You kept on causing trouble everywhere. If you cause trouble in the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground, my war god temple will not protect you. Li Qia was not interested and simply waved his sleeve as he said, Don't worry, I am not expecting your war god temple to clean up my mess. We are only doing a simple transaction. If you are annoyed with me, then go on your own road and wait for me at the ferry. At that time, I will send your ancient coffin onto the boat. Such an arrogant attitude from Li Qia really made Qiyun nervous while standing next to him. My little ancestor, this is a grand character from the war god temple. Qiyun felt very helpless. Even he had to be careful about every little thing when speaking to the war god temple's elders, but Li Qia simply didn't think that it was something worth caring about. This little ancestor completely made other people lose patience. The old man stared at Li Qia and finally spoke, We will wait at the ferry for you. Do not be late. Demon King Luan Ri and the 9 Saint Demon Gate are your assurances. The underworld boat's burial was too important to the war god temple this time. They naturally didn't want any complications. Good, we'll do it this way. Li Qia was also not too interested in being together with this group of mysterious old men. He looked at the old man sitting there and asked, Can I see your ancestor in the coffin for a little bit? No. The old man flatly refused Li Qia's request, then he shook his head and said, The ancestor has halted his blood force for a long time and will not entertain guests. Then so be it. Your war god temple is always rushing things. Anyway, when I give your ancestor 500 years of life, you just need to bring the items that I want to the cleansing incense ancient sect. In the end, Li Qia was too lazy to continue talking. He waved his hand then turned around to leave. Qiyun wryly smiled and apologized towards the old man, then he quickly sent Li Qia out. This kid is a little strange. After Li Qia left, an ancient voice appeared in the secret chamber. The old man quickly stood up and bowed to say, I am worried that this brat isn't trustworthy. In my opinion, his way of doing things is too arrogant. What if this brat picked a random boat? Isn't this detrimental to our ancestor? We'll leave it to the heavens, what else can we do? We have suffered great losses for several generations now, we might as well gamble this time. The ancient voice appeared again, also, Demon King Luan Ri wouldn't use himself and the 9 Saint Demon Gate as assurances for fun. In the end, this old man didn't say anything else and simply sighed. This might be their last option. If they could bury someone on the right underworld boat themselves, then they wouldn't be finding outsiders. Over the following days, Li Qia focused on cultivation to fortify his warrior canopy realm. He was preparing another solid foundation for new fate palaces in the future. To cultivators, the more fate palaces one had meant that they will become more powerful in the future and could even walk on the road towards the heaven's will. For the most part, the amount of fate palaces opened had a lot to do with a cultivator's innate fate level. For example, under the same circumstances, a Saint Fate cultivator would open more fate palaces than a King Fate cultivator. However, this was merely in principle. Opening fate palaces was more than just relying on one's innate fate talent, for there were other factors. One would be whether the Tao foundation was solid or not, whether the Tao heart was steadfast or otherwise, and if the person possessed great intelligence and wisdom. All of these factors contribute to the palace opening. In fact, since the start of time, countless Saint Fate cultivators at the moment when they were opening their Fate Palace caused their Fate Palaces to collapse because their Tao foundation was not fortified. There was even a chance to suffer Qi deviation. There were also many prodigies that, because of their unstable Tao heart, could not handle the long and painful suffering during the palace opening. In the end, they couldn't not give up. This matter had happened numerous times since the beginning of time. Li Qia's ambition naturally was not just 3 or 5 fate palaces. His aspiration was much higher, and thus, after entering the warrior canopy realm, he once again reinforced his foundation. At this time, a misty haze surged from Li Qia's body, as if it was the world of the immortals, as it permeated the entire room. This endless haze was sometimes a dragon and other times a phoenix. Periodically, it was as vast as the sea, and occasionally, it became as imposing as the mountains. Every now and then, the haze rushed forward. And at this time, inside Li Qia's fate palace, his true fate was crazily absorbing the world's essence. He borrowed the Kuan Peng's 6 variants to form the Tao foundation, one that wanted to devour all of the energy in this world and turn it into his own in order to cleanse his Tao foundation along with strengthening his blood. At this time, his life will unceasingly rotated as the yin-yang sea of blood up above became even more powerful. It looked as if it had created an independent world on top of Li Qia's head, one with its own sun and moon along with their endless rise and fall cycles. What was even more shocking was that under the effect of the revolving crescent sun merit law, these vortexes of blood energy also appeared on the sun and the moon as they resonated along with the ocean of blood to refine a huge amount of longevity blood that eventually returned to the true fate. Li Qia did not select the revolving crescent sun merit law without valid reasons. It truly synergized with the longevity treasure, the yin-yang sea of blood, and exerted an unparalleled effect. Boom! 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 At this point, clear explosions sounded all around Li Qia. He opened his mouth to suck in all of the haze and turned it into the most refined and purest world's essence. When all of the world's essence entered the true fate, it suddenly became blindingly bright as an endless amount of blood energy spewed out. In an instant, the Kuan Peng that haunted the true fate turned into a Tao foundation, into an endless sea of blood. All of a sudden, Li Qia's majestic and substantial Tao foundation, just like the sea of blood, gushed out an endless pillar-like blood energy that soared to the endless firmament inside the Fate Palace. It was as if it desired to illuminate the entire sky. There was a change that started with Li Qia's Fate Palace. The Master Palace had a white jade color flowing through it. At this point, countless Tao patterns in the palace spread out as if a complete grand Tao of the heaven and earth was imprinted within. This caused a change on the external appearance of the Fate Palace, rendering it to look like a divine palace. The endless paved Tao patterns were unfathomable. It was as if it was the culmination of the most profound mysteries in this world. After the change to the Master Palace, the Tree of Life, the Cauldron of Life, the Spring of Life, and the Pillar of Life inside the palace also underwent great changes. They became even more majestic and were filled with exuberant vitality. After consuming all of the haze, Li Qia slightly opened his eyes. At this time, his eyes became even more profound as if there was a divine fire burning in the depths. He was already a grand accomplishment first-level warrior canopy at this time. His foundation was fortified at the second level and he was completely prepared to enter the third level. Warrior Canopy had 3 levels. They are, from lowest to highest, in the following order: Devouring Haze, Blood Soaring the Firmament, and Resplendent Fate Palace. In reality, with the advantages of having the Revolving Crescent Sun Merit Law and the Kuan Peng's 6 variants along with the support of the Yin-Yang Sea of Blood, his cultivation would not just be at the Warrior Canopy realm, it could have broken through the 3 realms of Purified Rebirth, Heaven's Primal, and even Soul Creation to become a named hero. After all, the Revolving Crescent Sun Merit Law was the rarest and most magical longevity law since the immemorial times. It allowed for others to cultivate at extreme speeds. Even a flawed version of the law would enable others to become a royal noble in just a miraculous 5 years. Even with such an advantage, Wuxia chose not to do so. He did not rush but rather, he, step by step, trained himself devilishly. Each refinement of his body and fate was to lay a solid foundation for himself in order to widen his potential in the future. Second, this allowed for him to open even more fate palaces. And third, it was to arduously temper himself in order for his physique to change. The truth was that there were many geniuses who did not focus on laying a powerful foundation in the small realms of Heaven's Mandate and Warrior Canopy. They became named heroes and royal nobles in just a few short years. In their eyes, only by becoming named heroes or royal nobles would they be able to quickly reach the enlightened being in ancient saint realms. Only then would they also become heavenly sovereigns, heavenly kings, and even the proclaimed invincible virtuous paragons. The reality was that after grooming countless invincible generations, Wuxia understood that these small realms greatly affected cultivators for the rest of their lives. If one could have a strong foundation during these small realms and cultivated them to the extreme without flaws, then in the future, they would be able to open fate palaces beyond the utmost of imaginations. In the future, when facing one's fate adversity in life reduction, one could have an easier time surpassing them with a strong foundation within these small realms. Boom! Just when Wuxia was about to stop cultivating, suddenly, there was a heavy sound that resonated within his body. At this time, his inner physique turned even brighter. Each strand of universal law paved themselves into a supreme immortal seal in order to suppress this god-fiend of the heaven and earth. Despite this, along with thunder, there was still a black energy surging inside his body. Under the suppression of the inner physique, there seemed to be a god-fiend breaking out from the earth. It was as if Wuxia's physique was sealing an evil devil that could break out at any time. Wuxia coldly scowled and used his supreme physique law to channel his inner physique in order to curb this thing that was trying to escape. Wuxia knew that this was not a devil or anything, it was the physique tribulation. Only by surpassing this physique tribulation would his hell-suppressing godly physique reach minor completion. Once at minor completion, it would become extremely terrifying. This was one of the 12 immortal physiques from Wuxia's most powerful and perfect physique law of this world. Its absolute power would definitely be able to defeat royal nobles and even enlightened beings. Chapter 212, Underworld River's Secret. 2. Cultivators cannot escape 2 types of tribulations during their lives, life reduction and fate calamity. No one could avoid these 2 catastrophes, but a physique tribulation was not something any cultivator would want to face either. If one didn't cultivate a physique law, then they didn't have to undergo a physique tribulation in the future. Wuxia's minor physique tribulation was approaching, but Wuxia still suppressed it. If it was someone else, they would try to pass it as soon as possible because the physique tribulation grew in strength with the passage of time. However, Wuxia didn't take such a course of action because he groomed countless characters and understood certain dilemmas. Even though it was safer to undergo a physique tribulation early on, this would cause an unfinished removal of the physique fiend. With it remaining in the physique, it could directly affect one achieving a grand completion immortal physique in the future. As the tribulation moment was approaching, Wuxia kept on suppressing it for there was still some time before the perfect moment. Boom! 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 Right when Wuxia took a deep breath and withdrew his merit laws, the world suddenly shook. All of ancient Sky City was trembling as if an earthquake was approaching. With a change in his expression, Wuxia instantly calculated it in his mind, causing him to be surprised as he immediately rushed outside. At this time, there were many people running outside. Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao, who were cultivating, also came out as everyone all looked towards the far direction. At this moment, there was a visual phenomenon appearing in the far horizon above the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground. There was a heavenly river flowing down from the sky and onto the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground. The heavenly underworld river descended and turned the burial ground into hell itself. At this moment, above the burial ground were requiems that caused listeners to lament in grieving sadness. In the sky above the burial ground all the way to the source of the river, there were fluttering pieces of paper money as well as ancestors in mourning clothes, burning ceremonial paper. They carried a banner as if an immortal king had fallen, or the death of a true god just occurred. Countless ancestors were sending them off. The underworld river finally came out. Everyone lost their colors from seeing such a scene. Juniors like Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao became emotional and stunned from such a scene, for it was their first time. The appearance of the underworld river also signaled the coming of the underworld boats. Sects from across the world were here for the underworld boats, and the day they were eagerly waiting for has finally arrived. Isn't the legendary underworld river located in hell? Why is it coming down from the sky? Seeing the descending river, Chen Baojiao couldn't help but to ask Wuxia. At this time, all the young ones were looking over at Wuxia. If anyone could dispel their doubts, it would be their oldest brother. Watching the river flowing down from the sky, Wuxia gently shook his head and smilingly answered, "What you see is not necessarily true, and what you hear is not necessarily genuine as well. It is not a fact that you are seeing the river coming down from the sky, and it is not the truth just because you heard that it is down below the earth. Since immemorial dates, countless people have searched for the underworld river in order to find the source as well as to enter hell, but none of them returned alive. Hell being underground is only a legend. Hell really exists in this world?" Nan Huiran curiously asked. In fact, not only were the juniors interested, but the group of Shi Gondang and Tu Buyu were curious as well. There were too many legends in this world. Countless cultivators debated whether there were ghosts and evils as well as immortals, but it was all for naught. If this world truly had devils and ghosts, then there would be the hell from the legends, but no one had ever seen the real hell since ancient times. Wuxia didn't answer Nan Huiran's question. He simply stared at the sky towards the end of the river where countless ancestors were attending the funeral. This phenomenon was very fuzzy, but it was extremely clear in Wuxia's eyes. Who are the ancestors mourning for? In the end, Li Shuangyan gently asked out of curiosity. Seeing the solemn and indistinct scene in the sky where countless ancestors were burning ceremonial paper while carrying battle banners with such sadness, Wuxia could only gently sigh in the end as he said, "No one knows, this has always been a mystery." At this very second, everyone in ancient Sky City were watching this amazing scene in astonishment, especially the undying old men in the coffins. Underworld River finally appeared. Seeing the river floating down from the sky, countless undying old men excitedly murmured. In reality, at this very moment, countless eyes opened inside the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground. It didn't matter whether it was the feng shui treasure earth or earth immortal dragon veins, every pair of opening eyes flashed terrifying bloody rays outward. Inside the dragon dens, there were even invincible existences with eyes like oceans of blood, gazing towards the end of the underworld river as if they wanted to see the truth behind this vision. The appearance of the underworld river was enough to excite both the living and the dead inside the burial ground. By being buried at a feng shui treasure earth or dragon vein, there was a chance at rebirth, but this was simply a chance. Countless people were buried there for millions of years without an opportunity to leave the burial ground. However, with the appearance of the river, to both the dead and the dying, this was a chance. Being buried on an underworld boat would at least give them dozens of years of lifespan, and the best-case scenario would be a rebirth for another generation. Then, they could truly escape from the burial ground and re-enter the world. Even the non-sentient Earth corpses also stared at the phenomenon over the horizon. Although they were without any intelligence, they still knew that this was an opportunity for rebirth. Overnight, countless Earth corpses crawled out from their hiding places and started to head north towards the underworld river's ferry. Even without any wisdom, their instincts told them to head towards the ferry. As numerous Earth corpses went on their journey, the sky became covered with an endless amount of corpse poisons. These thick corpse poisons reached the heavens itself and would turn anyone who got infected into an Earth corpse. At the same time, countless once invincible characters opened their ancient coffins and stood up to look at the ferry in the feng shui treasure earths and dragon veins. If anyone was inside the burial ground at this moment and witnessed this scene, they would absolutely be creeped out, while the more cowardly ones would faint from the horror. In this moment inside the burial ground, no matter whether it was deep inside the valleys, high peaks, or the rivers, countless beings left their ancient coffins and headed towards the ferry. Such a situation could only be described as a corpse riot. Anyone who saw such a scene would have to get away as fast as possible. On a peak that reached the clouds, there was an unparalleled beauty standing at the top under the moonlight. Her appearance was hazy and indistinct, but it still contained a peerless charm. She opened her beautiful eyes to look over to the faraway ferry and remained silent for a long time. On a stiff precipice, a hanging wooden coffin opened at this time. A middle-aged man sat up and also looked at the ferry. Some time later, he finally gently sighed and went back inside his coffin. Some treasure lords and earth immortals decided to head towards the ferry, but even more of them chose to go back inside their coffins as they, once again, sank into the ground. Even though the rumors indicated that the underworld boats allowed for one's lifespan to be prolonged once one gets buried inside, this chance was extremely trivial. Legends indicated that there were more than 10,000 underworld boats each time the underworld river appeared. However, ever since the immemorial times, many people believed that the chance for lifespan prolongation was smaller than small. Some even guessed that only 3 boats could increase one's lifespan, the rest were boats of death. As for getting rebirthed and living for another generation, this type of boat did not always appear each time. Rumors has it that underworld boats that allows for a rebirth, since the ancient times till now, did not appear more than 3 times. To the living and the dead, when entering an underworld boat, if they made a mistake and entered a death boat, then this meant that they would become an earth corpse from then on for all of eternality. Go to the ferry. Tonight was a sleepless night for everyone in ancient Sky City. Tonight, even the dead was excited. Tonight, countless grand sects and countries had all completed their preparations and were waiting for the time to carry their coffins to enter the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground. Do we head over tomorrow? Since the underworld river had appeared, Qiyun also quickly headed over to ask Li Qie. Li Qie smilingly replied, "There is no need to be so anxious, we are not competing with the ghosts." At the moment, all of the earth corpses, treasure lords, and earth immortals are swarming there like bees with a broken hive. The corpse poison is everywhere, why the need to be exposed to this stuff? Just wait for them and we will have a much easier time after the corpse poison disperses. I heard many great powers intend to leave tomorrow, hoping to arrive early at the ferry and seize the best location for taking the underworld boats after they make their appearances. Qiyun said. Li Qie couldn't help but burst out in laughter. Then he said, "There will be more than 10,000 underworld boats coming out along with the underworld river. At that time, everything will be chaotic. No matter how good of a location you have, you won't necessarily be able to grab a lifeboat." Here, Li Qie glanced at Qiyun a bit and continued, if the war god temple wants to go there first, then let them do so. Qi-yun doesn't need to worry about me, I will go to the ferry at that point. Qi-yun then gently sighed and didn't say anything. Li Qia had his own ways and it was not something he could control. Sure enough, on the second day, Li Shuangyan brought news to Li Qia and said, the war god temple has entered the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground. The elders also followed them to carry the coffin there. The elders, along with the war god temple's elders, wanted me to ask you for when you are planning to leave. Don't worry, we will go after 2 or 3 days. Li Qia shook his head and continued, the underworld boats will require at least several more days before they fly out. If we make haste to go to the ferry right now, we would be squeezed together with so many dead people that it would be too uncomfortable. Li Shuangyan did not question Li Qia's words. At this point, many people were heading towards the burial ground, only Li Qia remained still as he kept on cultivating in order to break through his own level. Chapter 213, Thousand Emperor's Gate, 1. On the next day, countless ancient coffins were carried out from the city as the great powers started their journeys into the burial ground. The Jewel Pillar Sacred School, the Jiangzhou clan, the Heavenly Southern Kingdom. All of these great powers carried their ancient coffins and began to enter the burial ground. The coffins of these powers resulted in many rowdy conversations, especially the initially secretive Heavenly Southern Kingdom. It carried out a huge ancient coffin that was shockingly larger than any other ancient coffin. Many people, before, thought that the Heavenly Southern Kingdom's divine beast protector was dying, so they brought their beast in order to bury it on an underworld boat. Seeing this gigantic coffin only confirmed the crowd's speculations. In addition to these great powers, there were many other cultivators right behind their mighty battalions. The reason was very simple, most of the earth corpses of the burial ground had gone to the underworld river's ferry, so the corpse poison inside had been greatly reduced. Moreover, many places were now left unguarded, so this was a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity to dig out treasures. Some of them dug the mountains and the veins, wanting to find treasure metals and godly ores. Others were picking up dried bones and entered dangerous territories to see if they could find life treasures and manual scrolls. Of course, even if all the earth corpses left for the ferry, there were still many great dangers looming inside. If someone accidentally dug the grave of a treasure lord, then that would be suicidal. Once a treasure lord climbed out of its coffin, it would absolutely annihilate anyone who had a part in disrespecting his resting ground. The ferry had existed for millions of years, so there was already a path formed from the burial ground all the way to the ferry. So in just a few days, one could see cultivators walking down the ancient road all the way to the underworld river. Amidst this mighty force, there were pallbearers, some were on their feet while others were flying in the air. A few were riding their beasts while some rode their carriages. Here, many various circumstances could be found, and one could say that all the cultivators from everywhere in the world were gathered in this place. The ferry was located north of the burial ground and was very far away from the burial ground's heartland. However, the underworld river eventually flowed into the deepest parts of the burial ground. The underworld river fell from the sky to the north end of the burial ground. The moment it reached the ground, everything became a faint scene as this location turned into a vast sea shrouded by a boundless mist and fog. This was the underworld river's aura, even a virtuous paragon could not see through this endless sea of fog. Moreover, once inside this vast underworld sea, people would never be able to get out and would disappear forever. For millions of years, whenever the underworld river showed up, there were always extraordinary characters who entered and followed up the stream in order to locate the source, but no one had ever come out alive. Only one part of this vast and imperceptible river was not covered by fog. Only this part of the river was where one could see the underworld boats coming out, so this part of the river was called the underworld river's ferry by the rest of the world. This location really seemed like the place where the dead were being reborn. Since the ancient past, countless amounts of people wanting to be buried in the underworld boats were always waiting at the ferry. The moment when the boats were discernible on the river, this was when they would pick a boat and bury the ancient coffin inside. After the ancient coffin was inside, the underworld boat would drift along the river into the deepest part of the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground. In the end, countless coffins would enter that area in this manner. If one chose the correct underworld boat, then that person would obtain a new and extended lifespan and would be sent out alive from the burial ground. If they didn't choose the correct ones, then they would become earth corpses for all eternity, and their descendants would no longer be able to see them. As for the depths of the burial ground, no one knew what it was. This was the biggest mystery since the ancient times. There were people who obtained a lifespan and left the place alive, but they did not speak clearly about the location drifted to by the underworld boats. Even if they had experienced it themselves, they still couldn't speak about this matter with clarity. For a few hundred miles of the river next to the ferry, the span was freed from any mist. One could observe the water of the river flowing quietly while standing on this clear piece of land. The underworld river's water was just like the legends. This water from hell had a red-yellow color like the medicinal tisane, turbid and muddy. Although this water flowed down quietly, everyone standing next to the river was filled with horror. They felt that this water was formed from countless corpses, giving off a disturbing sensation as if there were myriads of the dead buried beneath the river. At this time at the underworld ferry, the living resembled the grand mountains while the dead were the very picture of an endless sea. This scene was very majestic. There were earth corpses, treasure lords, and even earth immortals. Outside of the dead, there were cultivators from the sects in this world. Moreover, there were countless ancient coffins displayed, eking out a sinister air. However, the living had their own sanctuary while the dead possessed their own domain. Earth corpses were not willing to be squeezed with the living and vice versa. To the living, the corpse poison was too dangerous. To the earth corpses, how could the air of the living be of any comfort to them? And so, within the 100 miles of the river at the ferry, there were 3 camps that were inadvertently formed. The majority of earth corpses were crowding together, and they were simpler than anyone else. They didn't have coffins nor a site. They squeezed together by the rivers, and many of them were even lying directly on the ground before the appearance of the boats. As for the world's cultivators, they converged into one section. Within this territory, all of the great sects, countries, sacred grounds, and ancient schools had their own small sites. They had their own camping grounds. Some sects occupied a mountain while others simply sat on the ground. Some schools brought along their mansions and divine pavilions and summoned them in the air. Compared to the unclear amounts of earth corpses and numerous cultivators, there were very few treasure lords and earth immortals. There were only a bit more than 10 treasure lords and even fewer earth immortals, they numbered at 1 or 2. Treasure lords and earth immortals would not hang around with earth corpses or cultivators. Even though they were few in number, they occupied their own space. Some brought their own ancient coffins while others with their own mansions. One treasure lord came alone without anything. At this ferry, the 3 sides did not fight, especially the treasure lords and earth immortals. No sects or immortal emperor lineages, as well as the earth corpses, dared to provoke them. One had to remember that these treasure lords and earth immortals were invincible during their generations, the most important characters of their eras. They even reigned over the 9 worlds. Of course, there were also grand sects meeting their ancestors at the ferry. Over there, isn't that the 8th generation's ancestor Xiaofan? In a medium-sized sect, an old elder of theirs noticed a treasure lord in the lotus pose on top of a jade-woven mat, so he emotionally exclaimed. This old elder rubbed his eyes together for he could not believe this sight. In the end, he confirmed for sure that this was indeed an ancestor in his sect, thus it triggered his jubilation. Ancestor Xiaofan. This old elder couldn't suppress his feelings and rushed forward while shouting. At this time, many people were watching this scene. However, this treasure lord still sat there while staring at the boundless underworld river. He didn't even glance at the old elder. The old elder naturally was very excited to see his ancestor and couldn't help but to climb up the mountain. However, this treasure lord pointed his finger, bang, and the old elder fell down from the mountain. Life and death are forever separated. Turn back. Finally, this treasure lord only said such a phrase. His eyes remained closed while staring at the vast river. These words struck the elder like lightning. He was stunned in the same spot for a long time before he became overshadowed with gloominess as he went back to his sect's camp. Countless cultivators became shocked from this event. Seeing their ancestor but unable to get closer, this was an indescribable feeling. This is Ancestor Qi Xian. After the old elder of the Jewel Heart Ancient School came back, its disciples sentimentally inquired because this ancestor of theirs was very influential. During his era, he had swept through the entire mortal emperor world. Correct. The old elder was dejected while watching the treasure lord on the mountain. He touchingly explained, "Rumors has it that, back then, when the ancestor met his origin, our disciples were not willing to lose him. Thus, they used all of their methods and schemes to bury him at the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground. I didn't expect for his venerableness to actually regain some lifespan." Having heard this, the disciples glanced at each other in surprise. The heavenly ancient corpse burial ground's reviving effect, this was not a lie. Once buried deep in the burial ground, they will no longer associate with the living. Many great temples and ancient sects saw this and couldn't help but become stirred. A cultivator just had to ask. An old cultivator gently sighed and answered, "You can put it that way. Treasure lords and earth immortals normally do not want their descendants to come close. This is also to cut off their millions of years of remembrance and lingering thoughts." Chapter 214, Thousand Emperors Gate, 2, Is there really no other way to become close with their ancestors again? A cultivator couldn't help but ask. Regarding this question, many old elders of the great powers were unable to answer. Finally, the old turtle monarch of the Flying Dragon Lake stated a method with soft words: "There is a way to meet one's ancestor. It is to perform the honoring ceremony in the legends." How does one perform this honoring ceremony? The demons right next to the old turtle monarch quickly inquired. "I don't know." The turtle monarch shook his head and continued, "I have lived for many years, but I have only heard about this method and have never seen it before. I'm afraid there is no longer anyone in this world who knows of this ceremony." At the ferry, other cultivators also recognized the few treasure lords and earth immortals appearing at this place. "Over there, isn't he the last gate master of the Thousand Emperors Gate?" An old ancient saint of the heavenly devil race from the eastern 100 cities asked in extreme astonishment after seeing an emotionless earth immortal standing next to the river. Thousand Emperors Gate. Hearing this name, many grand characters were in awe. Even immortal emperor lineages lost their colors after hearing such a name. It was as if it was a forbidden taboo. Is the Thousand Emperors Gate that frightening? A junior noticed the shock on his master's face and curiously asked. "One gate, 4 emperors in a row." The enlightened beings and ancient saints of the previous generation, with dignified expressions, explained to their disciples, Thousand Emperors Gate, 4 immortal emperors originated from this sect. Moreover, these 4 immortal emperors came one after another consecutively. No other sects were able to successfully break through and steal the heavens will from them. For 4 generations in a row, the heavens will was held by the Thousand Emperors Gate. Having heard such a tale, countless younger disciples all lost their colors. Azure mysterious ancient kingdom, 1 sect with 2 emperors. This was already enough to shake the entire Grand Middle Territory. It was an untouchable existence in contemporary time. 1 gate, 4 emperors, this was simply unthinkable. The even more horrifying part was that it was a sect with 4 immortal emperors consecutively. This was truly a miracle. A miracle never before seen, and a miracle that would never happen again. One gate, 4 emperors in a row. Such an invincible lineage like this, how come they still met their end? A junior, after hearing such a legend, couldn't help but ask his seniors. A senior lamented with a sigh before gently answering, there was an even more extraordinary character who appeared after the 4th immortal emperor of the 1,000 Emperors Gate. Her name was Empress Hong Tian, Vast Heaven. In the end, even the 1,000 Emperors Gate that was feared by the gods and devils was still destroyed by the hands of Empress Hong Tian. Legends told that the 1,000 Emperors Gate was really going to have a 5th immortal emperor. Unfortunately, the person lived in the same generation as Empress Hong Tian. Ultimately, the powerful 1,000 Emperors Gate eventually embarked on a journey towards destruction. Hearing the name Empress Hong Tian, this left an unerasable mark on all of the younger generation disciples. An empress destroying a 4 emperors lineage, how heaven-defying was this? How invincible was this? After so many powers had left for the underworld ferry, the calm Wuxia finally started his departure. Everyone, stay back in ancient Sky City. As they entered the burial ground, Wuxia told the juniors. Wuxia, this time, did not want to bring along the juniors, not even the group of 2 Buyu. Only Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao came along. In reality, the group of Nan Huiran really wanted to go to the ferry as well, but they could only let go of this thought after hearing Wuxia's command. This time is a bit special. We are not digging treasures, we are simply helping the war god temple bury a coffin. Wuxia continued, this is why everyone shouldn't go this time. In the end, this is not a treasure hunt. At the ferry, if you provoke an earth corpse, I won't be able to help in time. The juniors didn't question it since they didn't want to bother Wuxia. Wuxia eventually set off with Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao on top of the Tetrawar bronze chariot towards the ancient road, towards the underworld ferry. Li Shuangyan looked at Wuxia and felt that he had some things on his mind. Ever since the underworld river appeared, Wuxia was in isolated cultivation without coming out for 3 days. And after coming out, he immediately left to the ferry, which puzzled Li Shuangyan. No one understood Wuxia more than her. She could sense the change in his mood when no one else could, so today, she felt that Wuxia had some reservation. How are you? After the chariot departed, Li Shuangyan softly and caringly asked the quiet Wuxia. Wuxia looked at the rolling underworld river in the horizon flowing down. He didn't say anything for a long time. After this pause, Wuxia then looked at the 2 of them and declared, I intend to go on the underworld boat. That night when the underworld river appeared, the questions of Chen Baojiao and Li Shuangyan stirred his thoughts. After 3 days of isolation, even though he said he was cultivating, the truth was that he was pondering over a certain item. Go on the underworld boat. Hearing Wuxia's statement, both Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao's expressions heavily changed. Everyone knew that only the dead would get on the underworld boats. A living being getting on the underworld boat, wasn't this going to meet one's demise? Young noble, you are still young. You don't need to borrow the underworld boat to prolong your lifespan, and you don't need it to be reborn for another generation. Chen Baojiao busily persuaded Wuxia with a shocked countenance. I'm going on it not to increase my lifespan or obtain a generational rebirth. Wuxia shook his head and explained. Li Shuangyan put on a dignified expression while looking at her young noble, then she exclaimed, you going on the underworld boat is the same as going to your death. Going to the burial ground this time around, we only need to put the war god temple's ancestor on the boat, why must you do this? She felt that Wuxia's decision to go on the boat was out of necessity, but she didn't want Wuxia to go for it was suicidal. Chen Baojiao then quickly followed Li Shuangyan with her plea, young noble, why go on the boat? You still have other great opportunities, and this is not worth it. How about we cancel the transaction with the war god temple and directly go back to the cleansing incense ancient sect? Even though she was 100% confident with her young noble, but once he was on the ship, even a larger amount of confidence would turn into nothingness. To everyone, going on an underworld boat was the same as dying. Only the dead or the dying would be willing to do it. If one could still live for several more decades, they would not want to get on, for the chance of picking the right boat was minuscule. "Don't worry, I will come back alive." Li Qiye confidently smiled as a reply to his two maids' goodwill counsel. Seeing his determination, Li Shuangyan no longer advised against it. She looked at him for a while before finally asking in a soft tone, "What do you want to do on the underworld boat?" Li Qiye couldn't help but look at the deepest part of the burial ground, then he gently touched his sect-protecting treasure before finally responding, "I intend on going to a place. Only by using the underworld boat would I be able to reach such a place." At this point, he became preoccupied with his thoughts. He had been to the deepest part of the burial ground more than once, but there were still some locations at that place that didn't have easy entrances. Coincidentally, he recently figured out something with an item in his possession. That night when the underworld river fell down, Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao's words recalled some of his memories. There were still some mysteries inside the burial ground that he wished to dispel. "Be careful, make sure to come back alive." In the end, Li Shuangyan could only let out words of caution. Compared to the heaviness in Chen Baojiao and Li Shuangyan's minds, Li Qiye, on the contrary, was very relaxed. He smilingly spoke, "I still have two maids with supreme grace. With such charming and lovely ladies around, how can I be willing to die so early? Wouldn't it be a crime to myself if I didn't enjoy such good blessings first? In your dreams." Hearing this, Li Shuangyan's arrogant and icy expression turned red as she angrily glared at him. As for Chen Baojiao, she simply chuckled. Two supreme beauties, one was as arrogant as the apricot flowers in the snow while the other exuded charmingness with her misty eyes. Each had their own appeals that would make spectators lose their minds. Li Qiye did not meet many cultivators along the way on his chariot. In fact, the group of Li Qiye could be said to be the last group. It could be because all of the earth corpses headed to the ferry, or because of the appearance of the underworld river, but the corpse poison along the ancient road was extremely weak to the point of being negligible. Even weak cultivators could still walk on the ancient road without being affected by the poison. On an ordinary day, they would have turned into earth corpses. When Li Qiye was about to arrive at the ferry and when he could see it from the distance, they were stopped by someone. A person blocked the path above the ancient road and clearly aimed for the group of Li Qiye. This person didn't stop anyone else, only the Tetrawar bronze chariot. It was a young girl with peerless elegance, but she also had a sky-piercing murderous aura. Anyone who saw her would not notice her beauty, for they were horrified by the murderous intent on her body. The young girl was dressed in black while hugging her black sword. She stood above the ancient road just like an unsheathed bloody sword as killing intent filled the air, painting a sanguine scene. Anyone who saw this scene would certainly run for their lives. One or two cultivators who were lagging behind wanted to follow Li Qiye's Tetrawar bronze chariot, but after seeing the young girl blocking the road, they immediately ran away in shock. Bai Jinjin, descendant of the sword god Sacred Ground. The owner of a peerless and elegant beauty, but no one had ever cared for her looks before. Bai Jinjin suddenly blocking the way of Li Qiye garnered a lot of attention from other people. In just a moment, many cultivators at the ferry suddenly came to watch Bai Jinjin. Seeing the girl dressed in black, the geniuses from the heritages all lost their colors and didn't want to mess with this goddess of death. To many cultivators of the younger generation, Bai Jinjin was not the most powerful genius, but she was absolutely the most terrifying genius. The moment her sword was unsheathed, it must taste blood. Her frightening murderous intent was capable of casting all away. Chapter 215, Bai Jinjin's Three Swords. 1. Due to Bai Jinjin blocking the path, it suddenly brought a big crowd, especially the younger cultivators. They were excited and secretly glad to see Wuxia mess with such a death goddess. Recently, Wuxia's name became too well known. Not only did he humiliate Dao Child Xingtian, but he also slayed him. He provoked the azure mysterious ancient kingdom so, all of a sudden, his fame was thunderous with a presence comparable to any young genius. How could the great sects and countries not be annoyed by this? At this moment, Jewel Pillar Saint Child, young King Nantian, and Princess Xiaofan, all the famous geniuses in the Grand Middle Territory were all clamoring to watch in the distance. The descendant of the sword god's sacred ground found someone to compete with in sword arts. Seeing Bai Jianjun blocking the way, a person murmured. In just a second, many people were whispering because recently, Bai Jianjun had been finding people to test her sword. No matter if it was an ancient saint of the last generation or a young genius, as long as they had some achievement on the sword Dao, she would go to their doors. As for the geniuses who didn't cultivate the sword Dao, she wouldn't even give them a glance. Bai Jianjun was indeed worthy of being the descendant of the sword god. Her sword Dao was invincible and had a merciless offensive style. The majority of her opponents were always wounded or even died under her sword. Very few people could escape unscathed from her terrifying black sword. Wuxia narrowed his eyes at the Bai Jianjun who was blocking their path. He was all smiles as he said, "There is a really good proverb, a good dog does not block the way. I don't care if you are a giant character or a descendant of whatever. Roll to the side instead of blocking my path." Wuxia's rude words silenced many of the nearby spectators. This little brat was truly a little devil, he was always arrogant no matter who he was speaking to. Bai Jianjun was the sword god's descendant, but she herself was even more terrifying. A goddess of death whose hands were stained with blood. An emotionless sword along with a merciless offensive style that would make all spectators speak to her with respect for fear of provocation. However, this brat's first words immediately offended Bai Jianjun. "Be more of a gentleman. Your words are too vulgar." Chen Baojiao gently scolded Wuxia with an enchanting charm. As for Bai Jianjun, she didn't have the slightest bit of reaction. Icy as a sword and cold as steel. Like an unsheathed sword with a chilling murderous intent, she had the intention of devouring humans. She looked at Wuxia as if he was a dead man, not knowing that she resembled one herself. "Take out your sword," Bai Jianjun coldly said. Her initially pleasant-sounding voice was now as cold as a heartless ice that entered the hearts of others, causing them to shiver. Her beautiful jade-like eyes chillingly glared at Wuxia as she mercilessly spoke, "I will let you pass if you can block 3 of my swords." Wuxia glanced over towards her and replied, "If I take out my sword when you tell me to, isn't this a loss of face? Who the hell are you? Why would I want to take out my sword? Don't you consider yourself invincible? So? Today, you suddenly don't dare to fight? Is it because of your lacking abilities?" At this time, young King Nantian, who was observing on the sidelines, sneered and slowly urged. The atmosphere became strange as everyone nearby heard what he said while giving him a glance. Young King Nantian was handsome and elegant with a pressing aura. He originated from a royal family and was truly the proud son of the heavens. Even though he was not as famous as Dao Child Xingtian, he was still renowned within the Grand Middle Territory. The noteworthy part was the rumors that stated that he was a natural-born saint wheel and cultivated an emperor law, resulting in a terrifying battle prowess. With young King Nantian fanning the fire to the side, Wuxia glared at him and said, "Whether I do anything or not has nothing to do with you. Come out here, if you dare, and see if your father will make mincemeat out of you or not. Just like how I killed Nantian Hao. If other people respect him, he would respect them back 10 times over." This was the style of Wuxia. Young King Nantian dared to provoke him, so he did not give him any face and immediately fired back. Young King Nantian was already antagonistic towards Li Qiye, so after hearing those words, his face immediately turned cold. He stepped forward with a vast presence and an endless blood energy while murderously glaring at Li Qiye. Then he said, "If you wish to die, then I will help you. He is mine." Bai Jianjun's emotionless demeanor, like the frost, did not even give someone like young King Nantian any respect. She essentially didn't even glance at him. "Fine, since Goddess Bai wants to kill this brat, I will not compete with you." Young King Nantian was dreary of her frosty murderous intent and stopped in his path. However, his chilling glare still grasped onto Li Qiye. "Take out your sword." Bai Jianjun's sharp gaze instilled chills into others. Such a pretty girl, yet she, time and time again, made others fearful of her daunting murderous intent. "If you want to test your sword, there's no need for our young noble to personally make a move, I will be enough." Li Shuangyan accepted the fight with a domineering attitude. Li Shuangyan accepting the challenge caused many people to be alarmed. No one dared to look down on Li Shuangyan. She was a five-palace royal noble, a grand Dao noble. This was a heaven's proud daughter with the qualifications to command the heroes of this world. However, Bai Jianjun didn't look at Li Shuangyan. She simply answered with a cold voice, "I am not interested in your sword formation." Without a doubt, Bai Jianjun specifically came for Li Qiye. That day inside ancient Sky City, Li Qiye's devastating sword of the emotionless Dao against Jikong Jian made Bai Jianjun consider him as her next opponent. This was not anything strange. The sword god's sacred ground focused on the sword as the main path. Their progenitor, immortal Emperor Yi Ti, used the sword to prove his Dao and used murder to prove his invincibility. Bai Jianjun was the descendant of the sacred ground and had trained with the supreme murderous sword heart since a young age. Once she noticed a mighty sword cultivator, she would not be able to hold back. "You want to compete against my Trinity sword art?" Li Qiye leisurely stared at Bai Jianjun and continued on, "I have never accepted your immortal Emperor Yi Ti's Dao of the murderous sword. Your sacred ground's murderous sword Dao might be invincible, but in my eyes, it isn't any immortal art of the Dao. This brat is crazy, he even dares to make presumptuous comments about the Dao of an immortal emperor." A person quickly murmured. Another young genius sneered with disdain, "He's only an ignorant brat who doesn't know the vastness of the sky and the range of the earth. An immortal emperor's Dao, this isn't something that he can comment on. Trinity sword art." Bai Jianjun glared at Li Qiye after hearing the name. Her eyes immediately exuded sword intent as glint after glint of blades appeared. She was performing a supreme sword Dao and, in just a flash, there was a sword move of a genius that existed in her eyes. A sword of the heavenly Dao, a sure kill sword. Using her eyes to perform the Dao. Seeing Bai Jianjun's situation, everyone became astonished. She had not seen Li Qiye's complete swordplay, yet she was able to envision his sword Dao after just hearing its name. This person was truly frightening, it was as if her eyes were able to deduce all the sword Dao in this heaven and earth. Seeing such a scene within her beautiful eyes, no matter whether it was Jewel Pillar Saint Child or young King Nantian, they couldn't help but become alarmed. It was absolutely courting death to compete with Bai Jianjun on the path of the sword. Impressive. Seeing the Dao in her eyes, even the always arrogant Li Qiye had to praise her as he nodded his head approvingly. No wonder why the old monsters of the sacred ground picked you as the descendant. You were born for the Dao of the sword. Unsheath your sword. Bai Jianjun emotionlessly spoke, 3 swords will do. Her heart could not wait any longer for she wanted to witness Li Qiye's entire Trinity swords. Regarding his own Trinity sword art, Li Qiye was completely confident. This was not his first time being enlightened in the Dao, and this sword art was not something he created either. It came from the supreme Dao of the 6 Dao lotus along with the evil Taifa tree. It was such an incomprehensible sword art that even he would place it in the top 10 sword arts of this world once he becomes an immortal emperor. Li Qiye narrowed his eyes while looking at Bai Jianjun, then he calmly said, I am not very interested in a duel. I only kill my enemies. However, you and I have no grievances with each other. Therefore, I am not very interested in killing you today. It sounds like you are certain of defeating Goddess Bai. Young King Nantian, standing at the side, sneered and said, regarding the sword, no one can compete with Goddess Bai. Even though this statement was quite debatable, many people secretly agreed in their minds, for the murderous sword of Bai Jianjun was indeed terrifying. It's none of your business. Li Qiye glared at him and asserted, when I, a grand character, am speaking, do not interrupt on the sidelines. Don't bother people by gossiping all day. Li Qiye's words resulted in young King Nantian quaking with anger. His pale face glared at Li Qiye and coldly spat out, Brat, your end is near yet you are still blustering. Li Qiye ignored him, then he looked at Bai Jianjun and calmly smiled, since your sacred ground is so confident with your sword Dao. Fine, I will play with you this time. However, I have one condition, what if you lose? The sharp glare of Bai Jianjun pierced straight through Li Qiye. Her cold stare resembled cold steel, causing others to be stung with pain. Many were afraid to look straight at her eyes. She chilling proclaimed, you will lose. You have enough confidence, I like it. Li Qiye burst out in laughter and met her sharp gaze, then he spoke in an unruffled manner, how about this, if my Dao is lacking and I am killed by you, I have nothing to say. If you lose, then just submit to me. Coincidentally, I am missing a maid by my side to warm my bed. Even though you are as cold as a block of ice, but out of consideration for your natural-born sword Dao, I will reluctantly take you in as a maid to warm my bed. Li Qiye finished in his never-changing nonchalant manner. He made it sound as if it was a trivial matter, as if Bai Jianjun was a daughter from a common household and that he would take her in as a bed-warming maid on his whim. Naturally, this immediately rendered everyone speechless. Bai Jianjun was the descendant of the sword god on top of being a cultivating genius. Her cultivation alone was plenty formidable enough. However, this little demon before them opened his mouth and immediately wanted her as a maid to warm his bed. This was too insane. Chapter 216, Bai Jianjun's Three Swords. 2. A lot of people gave Li Qiye strange looks, especially the cultivators from the previous generation. Their countenances were even more bizarre. This brat was only 15 or 16 years old but already had two supreme country-toppling beauties next to him. Moreover, they were both older than him. I didn't think that this little demon actually liked mature women. A previous generation cultivator burst out in laughter. Another old cultivator movingly said, being young is such a nice thing. Arrogant and free without any restriction. What nonsense are you all talking about? Hearing some old cultivator's emotional revelations, Li Qiye was speechless. At this moment, countless eyes gazed at him with perverted implications. Li Qiye felt especially wronged. He couldn't wash away this misunderstanding even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Even though Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao had followed him for so long, he really hadn't done anything to them. A bunch of perverted old men. Seeing the odd eyes of these older cultivators, Chen Baojiao and Li Shuangyan immediately understood. Li Shuangyan maintained her cold demeanor but Chen Baojiao began to blush. As for the younger cultivators, they stared at Li Qiye with both envy and jealousy, especially the young geniuses. They considered themselves dragons amongst men and were absolutely compatible to the beautiful Chen Baojiao and Li Shuangyan. However, at this moment, both of these girls chose to follow this brat. How could they not feel apprehensive? Pfft, a toad wanting to eat the meat of a swan. Finally, a genius with an unconvinced heart declared with disdain. As for Bai Jianjun, her gaze remained cold and piercing. It was still as menacing to spectators as before. So? Are you not completely confident in yourself? Li Qiye leisurely said. Seeing her steaming murderous intent, he suddenly felt an urge to tease her. He then smilingly spoke, "Furthermore, I am the one suffering here. You are as cold as a block of ice, I'm afraid you can't even warm my bed. A girl lacking feminine charm will have a hard time finding a marriage. I am sacrificing myself here to take you in." Listening to these words made the others curse at Li Qiye for pretending to be a good person. Even Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao couldn't help but scowl. Bai Jianjun was the descendant of the sword god Ah, a contemporary renowned genius with an emotionless murderous sword. No matter whether it was her origin or cultivation, no one from the younger generation would dare to tease her like this. This brat. Arrogance and boldness are part of his nature. Even the older cultivators smiled wryly. They thought about it for a second, and they wouldn't dare to tease Bai Jianjun like this even if they were younger. The sword god Sacred Ground was a group that killed people without blinking an eye, who would dare to provoke them. As for the victim, Bai Jianjun, she did not become angry, for she was as calm as a tranquil well. Her cold, murderous expression along with her sword-glinting glare seemed as if it wanted to penetrate Li Qiye's heart. In the end, she coldly replied, "Why not?" She didn't even bat her eyelashes while answering. There was no change in her mood, as if the topic was not a major event that concerned the rest of her life. Dumbfounded, this was the reaction to Bai Jianjun's answer. In just a second, everyone glanced at each other. This didn't make any sense. No one would think that Bai Jianjun would actually agree to such a condition. As a toad, my favorite thing to do is to eat swan's meat. At this time, Li Qiye lazily looked at the person who sneered at him earlier, and leisurely continued, "A dragon or phoenix eating a swan, this is not skillful at all. But a toad eating a swan, this is true ability. Your uncle doesn't have any other skills, but my ability to leech off women is absolutely peerless in this world. So? Not convinced? Ah. Come bite me then, ah." The young genius who openly ridiculed Li Qiye earlier immediately turned livid with anger and snorted. For the rest of them, they could only stay silent. To cultivators, they all looked down on such shameless leeching, but this brat actually announced his leeching with such pride. As for Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao, who knew Li Qiye well, they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If their young noble was a leecher, then what words could be used to describe the rest of the men in this world? Nonsense, unsheath your sword. Bai Jianjun coldly spoke as her murderous presence rose like a cheetah watching her prey. "It seems like this girl is in a hurry to be my bed-warming girl." Li Qiye clapped his hand and laughed, then he said, "Sword, come." Clank. Li Shuangyan, who was hugging the 6-dao sword, did not take any action. The 6-dao sword left its sheath and fell into the hand of Li Qiye. The moment the sword was in his hand, Li Qiye immediately had the presence of a master. The flirtatious and bodacious expression from earlier towards Bai Jianjun was nowhere to be found. Grasping his sword, he stepped out of the tetrawar bronze chariot and glared at Bai Jianjun with a serious expression and vast momentum. Clang! At this time, Bai Jianjun also unsheathed her sword. Once she accepted a battle and once her black sword came out, her presence suddenly changed. A murderous light covered her entire body, causing others to shiver without feeling cold. Each wisp of murderous light was very vivid as they rotated around her body. Each wisp was completely ruthless and capable of cutting through all things in carnage. The black sword, free in the air, exuded a biting sensation as if it was not a sword, but an infernal death. Clasped in her hands, no one was able to discern the sword of Bai Jianjun any longer. It turned into a black glow filled with murderous intent and death. It was as if this sword could harvest all living beings. At this time, it appeared as if she disappeared completely. The only thing left for all to see was a vast and merciless sword intent from hell itself, full of cessation. The sword god Sacred Ground's murderous sword Dao. Seeing this type of sword intent, the previous generation shockingly exclaimed, while the younger generation, such as Jewel Pillar Saint Child, young King Nantian, and Princess Xiao Se, all lost their colors. Worthy of being immortal Emperor Yi Ti's sword during his youth, it is capable of slashing all existences. Seeing the released sword, countless people felt the chills on their spines. This was the terrifying strength of the sword god Sacred Ground. Their murderous sword Dao's aura was so frightening that their opponents would become fearful even before the start of the fight. It truly has a presence just like the old Yi Ti in his younger years. Seeing Bai Jianzhen's battle state, Li Qiye praised without any reservation. With a buzzing sound, the 6 Dao sword in Li Qiye's hand immediately illuminated and encompassed Li Qiye with a black and white ray. The black and white ray rotated around Li Qiye's body like a winding yin-yang fish. The movement of the black and white ray initiated 2 strands of supreme Dao, majestic and imposing. This Dao was able to reach the immortals and the endless underworld prisons where the pathetic screams were bellowing. 2 supreme grand Dao, one was the Dao of the 6 Dao lotus and the other belonged to the evil Taifa tree. This sword contained their most profound powers. Most of the people here knew their stuff. After seeing Li Qiye's 6 Dao sword that controlled yin and yang in black and white, they became shocked and realized that this was a great treasure. Peng, with a soft sound, Li Qiye's Fate Palace appeared above his head. The runic outlines of the Fate Palace began to move as a Kuan Peng jumped out from within. Universal laws began to pour down and turn into Supreme Emperor seals. These seals resembled the limitless ocean, and the Kuan Peng found itself to be a fish back in the water. Emperor Law, seeing the Kuan Peng, many people were astonished. Some were also envious. An older cultivator murmured, in the legends, the Kuan Peng's 6 variants was one of immortal Emperor Min Ren's strongest arts. The heavens is emotionless. Li Qiye roared and, right when his words ended, a sword appeared amidst the sky, one of the Trinity swords, Heaven. In the blink of an eye, the 6 Dao sword created the endless heavens Dao and used the heavens as the sword with boundless righteous yang energy. Countless white lights torrentially poured down and turned into many heavenly swords. Each heavenly sword was hanging high above the 9 heavens. Any of these heavenly swords were able to slice the mountains and rivers by itself. However, the power of Li Qiye's 1 sword move did not stop here. In a flash, there was an infinite, exalted ocean behind Li Qiye as the rolling waves made their mark. This colossal ocean drowned the sky and turned the heaven and earth's essence into its own. The Kuan Peng Sea transformation turned into an immense ocean that absorbed the world's energy and power of the Grand Dao. With this, the power of Li Qiye's sword doubled. The heaven was heartless and the righteous yang was impartial. The Trinity sword was a supreme Dao. 1 sword carried the tremendous power of the 6 Dao. It was capable of slicing the celestials and ending the sun along with the moon. This 1 sword jolted even enlightened beings, let alone royal nobles. Such a sure-kill sword with the utmost lack of emotions. This sword would surely taste blood and amaze all spectators. Zhang. In this instant, Bai Jianzhen made her move. Within this constraint of time and space, there was no Bai Jianzhen nor the black sword, for there was only a flashing sword brilliance. Just this sword brilliance was enough to cause everyone's hearts to jump. This sword pierced through the 6 Dao to annihilate all existences. This sword actually struck the weakest part of Li Qiye's heaven sword. In between the explosions, Bai Jianzhen used an unfathomable speed to grasp the incalculable gap within Li Qiye's sword technique. This was truly the ultimate genius of the sword Dao. Between the flashes, Li Qiye was surprised. Everything happened so fast and he used the most unthinkable quickness to change his sword move. This sword dimmed the stars as time stood still. Pluff! Bai Jianzhen's sword pierced the entire sky as blood spilled out. Li Qiye flew backwards as his chest was met with the sword. Boom! 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 Li Qiye took several steps back as blood stained his chest. This sword drilled through his chest and nearly went through it completely. One had to know that Wuxia had the hell-suppressing godly physique. Ordinary attacks essentially could not destroy his fortified flesh, but under this sword, there was still a gaping hole in his chest. Chapter 217, Sky-Shaking Truncheon. 1. Such a sudden variation greatly changed the expressions of Chen Baojiao and Li Shuangyan. They didn't think that Bai Jianzhen's sword was so terrifying. Everyone trembled from the sight of Bai Jianzhen's sword piercing through it all, penetrating Li Qia's defenses. It was not because Li Qia's sword art lacked profundity, but because Bai Jianzhen's sword was too formidable. They shivered at Bai Jianzhen being able to see through the weakness in another person's sword Dao in an instant. Such a person was born for the sword Dao. Everyone witnessed the power of Li Qia's sword. Not to mention ancient saints, even Heaven Restoration Saints and Dao Restoration Saints would not be able to find Li Qia's weakness amidst all the commotion. This heaven sword was truly peerless and profound with its righteous yang. It was easier said than done to defeat such a sword. However, Bai Jianzhen was able to do such a thing. Her understanding of the sword Dao had exceeded countless people, including cultivators of the previous generation. Humph, you don't know your own capabilities. Just try and brag now. Regaining their wits, a cultivator gleefully said with a smile. However, Li Qia didn't care for such a person. He stared at Bai Jianzhen as a smile bloomed. It seems as if I have underestimated you. You are walking on the Dao of breaking, not the Dao of the murderous sword. The blade nearly pierced through Li Qia's chest and blood stained his outfit red, but Li Qia didn't even frown. It was as if this sword had penetrated someone else's body. Bai Jianzhen, while tightly gripping her sword that was dripping blood, remained as emotionless as ever. Good, I want to see just how you will break this. Li Qia smiled and stepped forward. Boom! The earth itself trembled. The hell-suppressing godly physique came out to suppress the gods and devils as well as the heaven and earth. In an instant, Li Qia's entire body exploded with a dreadful aura. One step forward sunk the grand earth and split the mountains. Although the earth was vast, it was still unable to handle this body. Heaven is heartless. Li Qia slashed again. It was still a heavenly sword, one of the Trinity swords. Momentarily, the Kunpeng fell down to the ground. An endless thick ground appeared above Li Qia's sky. An immense earth with immeasurable weight. It fell down from the sky with the Kunpeng on top. The earth could not handle such a burden. The Kunpeng's 6 variants, Earth Transformation. This transformation was massive and unstoppable. Bang, dash, with an immenseness that this world could not handle, Li Qia's body unleashed thunderous explosions as it seemingly changed into heaven itself. At this time, Li Qia channeled his physique to the limit and its weight to the peak of the heaven and earth. This was still a heavenly sword, but there was no profound transformation. It was majestic due to its simplicity. It was only a straight slash with all of the strength focused within. The previous heavenly sword was a heartless heaven sword with impartialness. However, this current heavenly sword accepted the weight of heaven and the boundless love and adoration. Simple and natural, only one slash to divide black and white, to separate yin and yang, then to transform into the heaven and earth. There was nowhere to hide from this sword, although the world might be vast, all was beneath this sword. In a trice, Jewel Pillar Saint Child's expression greatly shifted. His gaze did not stop on Li Qia's sword, but rather, his treasure body. He had fought against Li Qia's physique's power. At this moment, his heart was in horror, for he understood that Li Qia was cultivating the hell-suppressing godly physique that he had always sought after. With this sword, everyone lost their colors, including Bai Jianzhen. She was skilled in the sword Dao throughout her life, but seeing the trajectory of this sword swinging down, she knew that this sword reached the extreme limit of simplicity. One slash without any technique or style, it was completely indiscernible and unbreakable. Zhang, ultimately, by Jianjun still shot out a soaring sword. Under this murderous sword, all living beings trembled. A sword that frightened even the immortals. If there were immortals in this world, they would still bleed under the might of this one sword. Boom! Following a huge explosion, fissures tore apart the ground. Bai Jianjun was knocked flying away by this sword. Even her sword that was capable of scaring the immortals was not able to stop the power of the substantial heavenly sword. Boom! She flew 1,000 miles away while shattering mountains. The blood she sprayed out painted her black dress, resulting in a particularly striking scene. Within the sword Tao of this world, the murderous sword is only a stroke lean towards the extreme. Li Qiye wielded his sword while standing and indifferently spoke, the Yang sword combined with the heartless heavenly Tao, the extreme sword adored with the heaven's affection. This is the grand boundless Tao. Li Qiye posed with his sword while slowly explaining with indescribable profundity. At this time, everyone was silent in contemplation. Although Li Qiye borrowed the hell-suppressing godly physique to defeat Bai Jianjun with his sword, his one heavenly sword, favored by heaven, contained the essentials of the sword Tao. After floating through millions of years, he had learned and created countless amounts of grand Tao. Today, his Trinity heavenly swords qualified him to say such words, let alone commenting on an immortal emperor's sword Tao. But in this very second, Li Qiye suddenly felt unease and thus, he shifted his body. However, it was too late. In a flash, a soundless and invisible palm struck his back. Bang! One palm that contained 3 strikes. This penetrating and shrouded palm pounded Li Qiye's back and knocked him crashing into a mountain, resulting in a deep crater. Grand Destruction Palm. Momentarily after this palm pummeled Li Qiye, a person shockingly exclaimed, the heavenly southern kingdom's Grand Destruction Palm. Everything happened so fast. Li Qiye, who had just thrusted Bai Jianjun away, was sneak attacked by someone in an instant. Young King Nantian was the person who attacked right when Li Qiye defeated Bai Jianjun. He immediately surged his blood energy and performed the heavenly southern kingdom's devastating Grand Destruction Palm and aimed to kill Li Qiye with one blow. Despicable. Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao were both angry and worried at the same time. Everything transpired in a split second and they didn't think that someone with a great status like young King Nantian would actually sneak attack Li Qiye under so many watching eyes. The victors will become kings and the losers are mere bandits. Young King Nantian sneered. Right when his words came out, he summoned a treasure and threw it straight at Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao who were on top of the Tetrawar bronze chariot. Today, I will absolutely kill you. Li Shuangyan, in her fury, raised both of her hands up above and the heavenly sky plate suddenly appeared. In a flash, a dimensional door appeared. Before Chen Baojiao and Li Shuangyan could regain their wits, young King Nanshan's treasure suddenly covered both of them and the chariot. The next second, Li Shuangyan, Chen Baojiao, the chariot, and young King Nanshan's summoned treasure all disappeared. Everyone was stunned for a moment while witnessing such a strange scene. No one comprehended their sudden disappearance. Boom! Debris flew all over as Li Qiye soared to the sky. There was still a palm print behind his back, but this palm was not fatal to Li Qiye. His godly physique was tough enough to withstand this one Grand Destruction Palm. Fragment Realm Spatial Disc. Li Qiye's eyes became cold after bursting out of the crater while staring at young King Nantian. He immediately knew the treasure that made the group of Li Shuangyan vanish. Fragment Realm Spatial Disc. The Fragment Realm Spatial Disc in the Legends. A spectating enlightened being from the previous generation shockingly exclaimed in horror after hearing this name. The Fragment Realm Spatial Disc in the Legends was created by immortal Emperor Fei Yang using true mantras. This treasure had always belonged to the Legends. This was one of the 9 grand heavenly scriptures, it is even more precious than emperor laws. The world had always believed that immortal Emperor Fei Yang obtained one of the 9 grand heavenly scriptures, and the fragment realm spatial disk was the best evidence. So you do know your stuff. Young King Nantian was secretly shocked that the one palm couldn't kill Li Qie. He sneered and dominated over Li Qie to coldly declare, "Killing my heavenly southern kingdom's disciples. Blood will be paid by blood. Today, I will decapitate you and use your head as an offering to my cousin." Young King Nanshan's purpose was not only to kill Li Qie for revenge, but also to seize his tetrawar bronze chariot, for he had heard of this ultimate treasure from the cleansing incense ancient sect. To satisfy his rapacity for the chariot, he could only wait until Li Qie was off the chariot before sneakily attacking. In order to smoothly obtain the chariot, he asked his clan for this supreme treasure, the fragment realm spatial disk. One had to know that this treasure was the defining treasure of the heavenly southern kingdom. Even though immortal Emperor Fei Yang originated from the kingdom, the truth was that he had no goodwill towards it. He left very few treasures for the kingdom, and the fragment realm spatial disk was one of them. The moment this treasure came into being, it would immediately banish its targets into a fragmented realm and would trap them inside. If Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao died inside the fragmented realm, then the tetrawar bronze chariot would become an item without an owner. At that point, it would be as easy as flipping one's palm for young King Nantian to obtain the chariot. Humph. At this time, a cold murderous hum resounded. Bai Jianjun stepped forward with a killing air, encompassing the sky. "Goddess Bai, you and I should join hands to slay this wretch." Young King Nantian immediately continued, "This wretch is ferocious and ruthless. He is the enemy of the world. I will help Goddess Bai eradicate this guy, for the sake of the world." Zhang. However, the target of Bai Jianjun's murderous intent was not Li Qie, but young King Nantian. When Bai Jianjun suddenly changed her target to him, it stupefied young King Nantian. If Bai Jianjun joined in, then his situation would not be optimistic. His pathetic dog life is mine. At this time, Li Qie glared at young King Nantian and calmly said. Today, he had the urge to kill, and Nantian must die. No matter who else came to help, the result would remain the same. Li Qie was not worried for Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao. He had confidence in his tetrawar bronze chariot. It didn't matter that the fragment realm spatial disk was refined by true mantras, for his chariot had swept through countless eras alongside him. Chapter 218, Sky-Shaking Truncheon, 2. Bai Jianjun glanced at Li Qie once without any emotions, then she went to the side without saying a word. "Make your move, I shall send you to hell to meet your cousin." Li Qie stared at young King Nantian and said. "Since you are courting death, I will help you." Young King Nantian was glad that Bai Jianjun left. He sneered as he took out his weapon. Boom! The moment young King Nanshan's weapon fell to the ground, the entire earth trembled. This was a gigantic 1,000 zhang tall bronze truncheon. At this time, Nanshan's right hand became huge and easily picked up this gigantic truncheon. At this point, the life wheel appeared behind Nantian as his blood energy towered in the sky. Suddenly, his endless blood energy gushed for miles. It was extremely plentiful, it seemed as if it was boundless, like a flood breaking a dam. It shook the earth, causing others to lose their colors. Nantian was a natural-born saint wheel. His blood energy was too great and no one in the same generation could compare to him. Even though he was a royal noble, he had the endurance of an enlightened being. His blood energy was catching up to ancient saints. This was his formidability. Sky-Shaking Truncheon. Seeing Nantian wielding such a huge bronze truncheon, a previous generation cultivator recognized it and murmured, "A once famous heavenly sovereign true treasure of the heavenly southern kingdom." Heavenly sovereign true treasure? Hearing this, the younger generation cultivators were all stunned for a while. They all felt that a heavenly sovereign weapon was not worthy for someone of young King Nanshan's status. One had to remember that even Tao child Xingtian used a virtuous paragon life treasure. Even though life treasures and true treasures were on the same level, a life treasure was far from being comparable to a true treasure. There are a few ancient saint true treasures that could even defeat heavenly sovereign life treasures. This particular true treasure has a great history. It followed a heavenly sovereign of the heavenly southern kingdom during his conquest. An older cultivator explained after seeing the weapon. There was a genius in the heavenly southern kingdom who was also a natural saint fate. He coincidentally obtained a true fate godly organ. This type of ore was the essence of heaviness, and after it was crafted into the bronze truncheon, it carried 1 million pounds of weight. Not everyone could use such a true treasure. Only those with powerful blood energy could wield it freely. This was the reason why this sky-shaking truncheon was passed down to young King Nantian. Even an enlightened being would exert all of his strength just to carry it, but it appeared to be nothing in young King Nanshan's hand. It goes to show just how exuberant his vitality was. "Eat this!" Nantian shouted with the sky-shaking truncheon in his hand. This truncheon struck down with an unparalleled speed. Although there was no technique behind it, the weight, along with the speed, created thunderous roars and crackling lightning. "Open!" Li Qiye screamed and swung his hands powerfully to meet the striking truncheon. "Ignorant fool!" Seeing Li Qiye using his bare hands to stop the truncheon, Nantian sneered. The truncheon weighed 1 million pounds. His one strike was more than enough to destroy mountains and rivers. An explosive boom reverberated. The area Li Qiye was standing on immediately sank as the earth shattered, resulting in a crack as Li Qiye's body was smashed down into the earth. This power opened everyone's eyes wide. Such a weight would strike anyone into a pulp. Even an ancient saint would not dare to use his body to block such a strike. This little brat was too arrogant. He was only seeking his own death. A spectator sneered after seeing the exchange. Even the earth turned into small pieces, so everyone here assumed that Li Qiye was dead for sure this time. Rumble. However, at the same time, debris flew everywhere. Li Qiye got up from the pit. At this time, his hair was dusty while his arm was bloodied. Without a doubt, he was wounded by the sky-shaking truncheon. Impossible. Seeing that only Li Qiye's arm was bloodied, young King Nanshan's expression greatly changed. He knew, very clearly, the strength of his earlier attack. Even an enlightened being blocking it with his flesh would be rendered into mincemeat, but Li Qiye only had a bloodied arm. Even his hand remained attached. What kind of unthinkable body was this? Seeing such a scene left many people breathless. What kind of physique must this be in order to be able to block the strength of millions and millions of pounds? This physique was too abnormal. Jewel Pillar Saint Child, who had fought Li Qiye before, couldn't stop staring. Even though he tried to suppress it, he could not hide his deep jealousy. At this moment, he understood that Li Qiye was absolutely cultivating the hell-suppressing godly physique. This was his goal, his pursuit in life. "My turn," Li Qiye resoundingly shouted. He spread out his arms that spanned to 1,000 miles and clung onto a towering mountain peak. He used all of his power to clench it and, after a snapping sound, the heaven and earth spun. The entire lofty peak was carried by Li Qiye's gigantic hands. Go! In a flash, the giant mountain was thrown by Li Qiye with the most dominating momentum. It was not a difficult matter to throw a mountain with his godly physique. "Arg!" With a shocked expression, young King Nantian shouted and powerfully swung his heavy truncheon. Boom! Mud and rocks cascaded down from the sky like a waterfall. Young King Nantian got knocked away like a fly for a very long distance. He heavily hit the ground and created a pit where the bottom was nowhere in sight. Everyone became dumbfounded. This was a little too ridiculous. Young King Nantian used a truncheon as his weapon, but Wuxia was even more tyrannical and used a mountain as his weapon. A while later, Nantian rushed out from the deep pit. He coughed up blood while his battered body was covered in blood. His physique was not as heaven-defying as Wuxia's. Even though his truncheon blocked Wuxia's attack, his body hit the ground and many bones were broken. At this point, young King Nanshan's true fate appeared and absorbed the world's energy to shower his injury. He was a royal noble, and his true fate had formed into the heavens' will primal soul. As long as his true fate existed, he would still survive even if his flesh was destroyed. AAA, his advantages were his unparalleled blood energy along with his heavy truncheon. He didn't think that he would be knocked flying away, today, by Wuxia. How could he not go crazy? He furiously roared and the life wheel, like a full moon, appeared behind him. At this time, on top of his life wheel, a longevity treasure appeared. Clear notes resonated the moment Nanshan's longevity treasure appeared. Blood energy surged down from the horizon like a descending waterfall as longevity blood flowed in the life wheel and detonated with an endless amount of energy. In an instant, this blood energy enveloped 100,000 miles of the sky. Bang bang bang. The frightening blood energy rotated continuously, giving the sensation that even the heaven and earth was spinning. At this time, the sun and moon lost their radiances, for everything became dark due to being encompassed within young King Nanshan's power. The even more dreadful part was that a vermilion bird soared out of Nanshan's longevity treasure. It swung its wings, fanning the endless blood energy. In the blink of an eye, a sea of blood drowned the sky and obscured everything. Everyone saw the sea of blood in the sky with their eyes wide open. What ridiculous blood energy was needed to be able to cover the sky like this? Heavenly Bird's life ring, and Vermilion Bird longevity law. Seeing the erupting energy from young King Nantian, even enlightened beings were shivering. Many expressions became dim, for such a brimming blood energy was quite dreadful. At this level, the finesse and flexibility of techniques in battle and the strength of life treasures seemed trivial. Only blood energy was the most powerful weapon. Immortal Emperor longevity law. 1,000,000 years life ring. Many people were astonished and envious of Nanshan's vitality from seeing his display. Young King Nantian was a natural-born saint wheel, so he already had surging blood energy. What was even more extraordinary was that he had a heavenly bird's life ring for his ancestral heirloom. This life ring was refined from a 1,000,000-year-old heavenly fiery bird. One could only imagine how grand and powerful the life ring of a 1,000,000-year-old longevity spirit was. Moreover, young King Nanshan's longevity law was also an immortal emperor merit law, the Vermilion Bird longevity law left behind by immortal Emperor Fei Yang. An immortal emperor's law combined with Nanshan's innate saint talent was simply adding wings to a tiger. The more shocking part was that the Vermilion Bird law and the Heavenly Bird life ring matched perfectly and infinitely amplified young King Nanshan's vitality. Die. Being knocked away by Wuxia was extremely humiliating, so young King Nantian roared and slammed his sky-shaking truncheon forward. This powerful strike shattered the fabric of space and created an image of substantial mountains bearing down on the sky. An endless amount of blood energy turned into the most powerful force, making it possible for young King Nanshan's attack to kill ancient saints. The power of this truncheon sucked the colors out of all the spectators. Today, people finally understood the terrorizing aspect of a saint will talent combined with a supreme longevity law and life ring. Such a person was simply the son of God. Wuxia, in turn, crazily roared as well. He picked up a mountain and fiercely smashed it forward. The battle at this time did not rely on techniques, instead, there was only absolute weight that was capable of smashing all universal laws. Bang bang bang. Both sides unleashed 3 blows at each other, the sky-shaking truncheon brutally collided with the mountain peak, causing the world to change its shade as the stars fell. Suddenly, mud and rocks fell down from the sky like a spring. Wuxia was not using a weapon, so he was at a disadvantage. Even though the mountain was huge, it was not comparable to the truncheon. Suffering strike after strike from the truncheon, the mountain finally completely collapsed and a heavy blow struck Li Qia's body. Li Qia was smashed away, plunging like a falling star through 3 mountains. Finally, his body was pummeled inside the last mountain. Seeing such a domineering scene caused everyone to become despondent. Super strength and blood energy covering the sky, it couldn't become any grander than the current scene. Regardless of status or the kind of genius, anyone would feel threatened by such a display. Chapter 219, Grand Tao Saint, 1, You don't know your own limits yet you still dare to fight me. The sky-shaking truncheon in young King Nanshan's grasp heavily fell down to the ground, causing an earthquake as the surrounding 100 miles immediately sank. One blade of grass beheading the stars, one flower petal striking the sun and moon, there can't be another scene more befitting of this phrase. A saint will talent is not any weaker than a saint fate and saint physique. An old enlightened being murmured. There was a common misperception amongst cultivators that stated a saint wheel was not comparable to a saint fate and saint physique. Within these 3 saint aptitudes, people would value saint fates and saint physiques much higher. Today, young King Nanshan's exhibition made people more aware that the potential of a saint wheel was no less than the other 2. Rumble. Just when many people thought Li Qia was dead, he climbed out from the mountain and coughed out a mouthful of blood. Even though he was entirely covered in blood, he was not seriously injured. This wound was not comparable to Bai Jianzhen's sword that pierced his chest. Motherfucker, what is this physique, it is too unbelievable. A previous generation cultivator couldn't help but swear after seeing how Li Qia managed to survive after such a blow that swept him away. Didn't someone say that this kid had a mortal physique? Can a mortal physique be this dazzling? A person couldn't help but question the rumors that Li Qia had all mortal innate talents. Could a mortal physique be this astonishing? Managing to survive after such a smash, this type of mortal physique defied logic. Young King Nanshan's expression turned ugly at this time. He realized that Li Qia cultivated a terrifying physique law. With a buzzing sound, young King Nanshan's life wheel crazily rotated. The vermilion bird flew up in the sky while flapping its wings, creating rising tides of blood with one wave higher than the previous. At this moment, young King Nantian exerted his saint wheel's extreme strength as his frightening 1,000,000-year-old longevity treasure fueled his blood energy without stopping. At this point, the vermilion bird soared upward and turned these bloody tides into an endless ocean of blood. Boom boom boom, momentarily, young King Nanshan's vitality could even devour the stars up in the 9 firmaments as his boundless blood energy covered half of the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground. At this time, each and every person at the underworld ferry was looking towards this direction, including a few treasure lords and earth immortals. Competing blood energy with me? Li Qia sneered and furiously screamed. Boom! A gigantic explosive noise resonated as the yin-yang sea of blood immediately appeared. In the blink of an eye, this endless sea of blood enveloped the heaven and earth. A bloody moon and bloody sun gradually rose up from the sea of blood. In a split second, Li Qia's life will constantly spun as the revolving crescent sun merit law pulled this endless vitality and exerted a frightening power. It did not matter that this sea of blood was endless, the law was still able to pull everything so that this endless blood energy would enter Li Qia's body. Clang clang clank. At this time, Li Qia's entire body issued out clanking noises as chain after chain of substantial universal laws locked up his body. The power of the yin-yang sea of blood was too tyrannical. If it was any other physique, it would absolutely burst into nothingness at this moment. However, Li Qia's hell-suppressing godly physique was capable of withstanding such pressure. Bang! Li Qia then stomped on the ground, and the earth below him shattered. The immediate vicinity turned into ruins as all of the mountains came crashing down. Bang bang bang. Li Qia's energy was endless for, at this time, the yin-yang sea of blood turned into a world of fresh blood as blood energy crazily poured out like a prehistoric fierce beast. In this moment, Li Qia's vitality covered the heaven and earth as his body immersed itself in the sea of blood that had a thick and undissolvable energy. This. What kind of longevity treasure is this? Could this be an immortal emperor longevity treasure? Facing Li Qia's terrorizing vitality, everyone became stupefied. Even ancient saints would not have such a logic-defying vitality like this. However, if this was an immortal emperor longevity treasure, not everyone could accept its boundless vitality and blood energy. Once one bears the burden, the insufficient body could explode, resulting in the life wheel's destruction. Boom! 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 Everything was spinning from the two enveloping gigantic seas of blood. Finally, Li Qia's eternal blood energy sent an all-encompassing sweeping momentum towards young King Nanshan's blood sea. With a shocked expression, young King Nanshan's heavenly bird longevity treasure maniacally spun. His personal saint will set off a huge quantity of longevity blood and turn them into a tremendous energy. The vermilion bird behind him risked everything to, once again, create bloody tidal waves in order to stop Li Qia's approaching ocean. However, regardless of his life-risking endeavors, young King Nantian could not deter the crushing force from Li Qia's sea of blood. Young King Nanshan's longevity treasure was indeed remarkable. His 1,000,000-year-old life ring, that was refined with an immortal emperor longevity law, was also inexplicably powerful. However, even a more powerful longevity treasure became insignificant before Li Qia's yin-yang sea of blood. The yin-yang sea of blood had a heaven-shattering origin. It was a supreme treasure seized from the deepest location of a burial ground. It was not something that young King Nanshan's heavenly bird life ring could compare to. Saint Wheel, there's not much to it. At this time, Li Qia cried out. His entire body was surrounded by a dense blood energy, and after the cry, it moved to his fist and lingered there, resulting in a bloody hand. Under his roar, he swung his fist fiercely forward. Li Qia ferociously used his body as a weapon with its endless lingering blood energy. This approaching hand was no longer a hand, but more like a divine rod. It incited lightning and thunder as strange phenomena appeared in the sky. Young King Nantian also cried out in response. All of his blood energy turned into pure strength that swung his sky-shaking truncheon onward. Clang clang clang. Both sides severely hit each other 3 times. The noise resonated from the collisions rang across ancient Sky City and deafened everyone's eardrums. Clank. After one last blow, young King Nantian was no longer able to stop Li Qia's berserk attacks. Even Li Qia's arms were bloodied from competing against the truncheon, but his third attack managed to force young King Nantian to cough up blood. Eat another one. Li Qia screamed and chopped with an invincible attitude. The hell-suppressing godly physique had infinite immensity. One arm carried the burden of millions and millions of Jin, Kati. Once strengthened by the blood energy of the yin-yang sea of blood, the terrorizing power of this one chop was incalculable. Boom! Young King Nantian could only use the truncheon to block this imminent chop. However, under this blow, he crazily spewed out blood as the heavy truncheon was knocked back into his body. Crack crack. The harsh sounds of broken bones echoed. In this split second, countless bones were broken. Bang! His body crashed into a mountain, breaking it into pieces. He became bloodied and battered as his blood decorated the earth. At this point in time, his entire chest caved in. His truncheon could not bear Li Qia's crazy attacks, it bounced back on his body and completely crushed his chest. Being bloody became his most discernible characteristic. By seeing such a scene, everyone was dumbfounded. Even the grand characters far away at the ferry had to take a deep breath to digest such a scene. This physique was truly domineering. Is he still a human? Seeing Li Qiye use his bare hands as a weapon left everyone in horror. This person was 100 times more terrifying than a raging dragon. At this point, young King Nantian no longer dared to fight. He turned around and fled towards the underworld ferry. He was scared out of his mind and immediately looked for his sect's protection, otherwise, he would surely die in this battle. Where are you escaping to? Seeing the fleeing opponent, Li Qiye coldly shouted and immediately took chase. Seeing young King Nantian defeated and having to escape, everyone was in disbelief. As for the younger generation, it was needless to say. Even the geniuses who considered themselves extraordinary and previously had animosity towards Li Qiye were pale in fear at this time. As for Jewel Pillar Saint Child, his expression turned dark. He understood that Li Qiye's physique had reached minor completion. Even if it wasn't at minor completion, it was not far off. What did it mean to have a hell-suppressing godly physique at minor completion? This was one of the 12 immortal physiques. One had to know that at grand completion immortal physique, no matter what their cultivation and rank was, they were completely capable of rolling over heavenly kings. Even virtuous paragons would have to think twice before messing with them. A hell-suppressing godly physique at minor completion, it did not matter whether Li Qiye was a named hero or royal noble, he would be able to directly defeat ancient saints and even heavenly sovereigns. Even when he was a saint physique at grand completion, he would not have the least bit of advantage versus Li Qiye's minor completion, not to mention that he was still a long way off from grand completion. If a virtuous paragon also had a grand completion hell-suppressing godly physique, then unless an immortal emperor came into being, no one would be able to stop him. To put it simply, he would be able to slay all the gods and devils that were in his path. Even if it was an immortal emperor, he would still be able to fight. Perhaps, a victory was not achievable, but he would surely manage to stay alive. Having thought up to this point, Jewel Pillar Saint Child gripped his fists with an ominous countenance. Once Li Qiye reached grand completion, he would never be able to catch up. The hell-suppressing godly physique, this kid is surely cultivating the hell-suppressing godly physique, one of the 12 immortal physiques. At this point in time, an older character from the previous generation realized something, and he murmured with a shocked expression. Hell-suppressing godly physique. Hearing this name, countless people were astonished with a disturbance in their minds. One of the 12 immortal physiques, this was something everyone dreamed about. From the immemorial times till now, how many people actually managed to cultivate an immortal physique law? This is not possible. I have never heard about the cleansing incense ancient sect having the hell-suppressing godly physique law. Chapter 220, Grand Tao Saint, 2. It was common knowledge that immortal physique laws were much more valuable compared to emperor laws. Some people even compared them to heaven's will secret laws. Momentarily, countless eyes became cloudy with thoughts. It didn't matter whether Li Qiye was actually cultivating an immortal physique or not, they must assume that he was, rather than the contrary. Considering how heaven-defying Li Qiye's physique was at the moment, the chance of him cultivating an immortal physique law was very high. Even a minor completion hell-suppressing godly physique was extremely frightening. Moreover, as one's cultivation increased, their immortal physiques would become even more frightening. For example, two virtuous paragons on the same level, if one of them had a minor completion immortal physique, they would completely crush their opponent and kill them as if it was nothing. This was the terrorizing part about an immortal physique. In just one short passing, many cultivators assumed a serious appearance with glimmers in their eyes. Immortal physique law, it is more valuable than an emperor law, and even rarer than a heaven's will secret law. Anyone would be salivating over such an item. Where are you escaping to? Young King Nantian escaped after his defeat and desperately ran towards the underworld ferry. He was scared out of his mind and didn't dare to stop at all. He mustered all of his strength and utilized his fast speed to run while Li Qiye was shouting behind him as he chased. He would not stop until young King Nantian died in his hands. Both sides crossed 10,000 miles in just a flash. Young King Nantian was flying in the air while Wuxia was chasing on foot. Nonetheless, young King Nantian could not get rid of Wuxia. The Kunpeng 6 variants had a frightening speed. No matter how many methods and schemes Nantian tried, he remained unable to escape from Wuxia's pursuit. Countless people were shocked by witnessing such a scene. The descendant of the heavenly southern kingdom and a genius of the younger generation, young King Nantian was considered to be very promising by many people. Today, he was being chased by a little demon like a dog. This was so unbelievable. After much effort, young King Nantian finally made it to the underworld ferry and saw the base of the heavenly southern kingdom. He used the fastest speed to rush forward, and the experts from the kingdom immediately dashed out to greet him. They were prepared to drive back the enemy for their young king. Suddenly, at the underworld ferry, countless people were looking at this scene. Although their eyes remained closed, even the indifferent treasure lord stared towards this direction. After chasing to the ferry in one breath and seeing the boundless underworld river, Wuxia sneered and immediately followed Nantian, who escaped to his base. Before Wuxia could reach the heavenly southern kingdom's base, dozens of their experts met him and immediately shouted before surrounding Wuxia. Scram! With his towering blood energy and thick vitality, Wuxia roared and ruthlessly swung his hands forward when met by the heavenly southern kingdom's experts. The dozens of experts were alarmed and they all summoned their powerful life treasures. However, after a loud bang, regardless of what kind of life treasures there were, they all shattered under Wuxia's 2 hands. A group of experts crazily spewed out blood and rocketed outside as the earth was nearly crushed. Junior, don't be arrogant. Seeing so many experts unable to stop Wuxia, an enlightened being of the heavenly southern kingdom finally shouted and opened his mouth to take out a pagoda. The pagoda flew up in the air and immediately became as large as a huge mountain. With his life will moving, the yin-yang sea of blood set off a tide of blood thousands of zhang hai and submerged the heaven and earth in a second. The light in his inner physique was extremely bright as the hell-suppressing godly physique erupted wave after wave of divine aura. Scram! Facing the incoming suppression of the mountain-like pagoda, Wuxia didn't even bat an eyelash as he slammed forward with both hands. Such a domineering gesture attracted many gasps from others. This was a 5 celestials enlightened being, and his pagoda was a heavenly sovereign life treasure. It acted as a prison of the world, something capable of suppressing all royal nobles. Clank! His arms landed a heavy blow on top of this pagoda, smashing it back towards the enlightened being. Frightened, the enlightened being decided to use an incantation in order to stop his pagoda. Boom! The enlightened being was not able to stop his pagoda, and he was knocked away while spraying blood. Witnessing this spectacle left many masters at the ferry to be amazed. A 5 celestials enlightened being lost from just one blow. This was too heaven-defying and powerful. How could they know that under the frenzy of the yin-yang sea of blood, Wuxia's hell-suppressing godly physique exploded with power capable to stopping gods and devils? The hell-suppressing godly physique, the knocked-away enlightened being struggled to stabilize himself and screamed in horror. Suffering a great blow after this exchange with Wuxia, this enlightened being immediately knew what Wuxia's physique was. It really is the hell-suppressing godly physique. Earlier, many people had speculated this, but after hearing it, they all took a cold breath. The heavenly southern enlightened being had personally tested it before drawing this conclusion. This was no longer a question. One of the 12 immortal physiques. If this reaches grand completion, then even a royal noble would be able to annihilate a heavenly king. At this time, countless people lost their colors. Break! Stepping into the heavenly southern kingdom's base and seeing young King Nantian, Wuxia fiercely smashed with a blow that punished the heaven and earth, with a force capable of splitting miles of mountains and rivers. Boom! The extremely dominating strike of Wuxia didn't hit young King Nantian, for it was blocked by a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was very heroic. His entire body was covered by a vast aura, and he had a powerful vitality and youthful pressing power. It felt as if he was blessed and protected by the love of millions of existences. Nantian Hudu, the national teacher of the heavenly southern kingdom. Seeing this middle-aged man blocking the powerful strike of Wuxia, many people exclaimed in astonishment. Rumored to be an 8 palaces genius, a grand Tao saint. An ancient saint nearby was shocked to see this middle-aged man. Even a grand saint would be dreadful of such a person. 8 palaces genius, grand Tao saint. Hearing these words, even people who didn't know Nantian Hudu were still alarmed. Cultivators throughout their lives had 3 chances to open fate palaces. One was the provisional palace, the next was the royal noble mysterious fate realm, and then the ancient saint realm. However, at the ancient saint realm, experts capable of opening 4 palaces and up were no longer little saint, young saint, or grand saint. Even if their cultivation was within these 3 realms, ancient saints with 5 palaces were called heaven restoration saints, 6 palaces were called Tao restoration saints, 7 palaces were called heavenly saints, and 8 palaces were called grand Tao saints. 8 fate palaces. Countless people lost their composure after hearing such a thing. It was not an exaggeration to call people with 8 fate palaces a genius within geniuses. There was a saying in the cultivation world, 9 extremes to become a sovereign, 10 completions to reach flawlessness. A 9-palace cultivator will be praised by the world, but with 10 palaces, it was reaching the pinnacle of perfection. This type of cultivator had a stainless Tao foundation for the rest of their lives. Since the start of time, cultivators had 12 fate palaces in principle. However, 9 palaces was the limit of geniuses. 9-palace cultivators could be considered a genius amongst geniuses no matter which era they were in, the kings of geniuses. Since the start of time, cultivators that were able to open 10 fate palaces were fewer than few. This type of cultivator had the opportunity to become an invincible immortal emperor. As for 11 fate palaces, this could be described as a miracle throughout the ages. The people who achieved 11 palaces, since the beginning of all time, could be counted with 5 fingers. 12 fate palaces, this was not something people even thought of. Since the beginning, the world has never heard of anyone capable of opening 12 fate palaces. Its existence had always been a legend. 8 palace cultivators were already extremely exceptional. Nantian Hudu, the national teacher of the heavenly southern kingdom, was one of the very few 8-palace geniuses in this era. Rumors has it that he had cultivated for a very short time, only 5,000 years ago. Within 1,000 years, he managed to reach ancient saint and finally opened his 8th palace to become an 8-palace genius. Someone in the Grand Middle Territory had stated that if Nantian Hudu was not living during the difficult Tao era, he would have become a heavenly king a long time ago. Because he lived during the era where the heavens was absent, he couldn't successfully open his 9th fate palace. Even though this was the case, Nantian Hudu still fortified his position as the national teacher of the heavenly southern kingdom. Junior, enough is enough. With a righteous aura, Nantian Hudu looked at Wuxia and gravely said, "You should walk away, and my heavenly southern kingdom will not pursue this matter any further." Wuxia looked at Nantian Hudu and leisurely smiled as he said, "Not pursue? Even if your kingdom wants to let me go, I still don't want to let go of your kingdom. It is very simple for me to forego this, hand over the head of the brat, Nantian." Nantian Hudu, with a fierce glare, coldly replied, "Junior, don't be arrogant. There is always a higher mountain. The heavenly southern kingdom is not something a junior like you can provoke. Be smart and leave right now. Otherwise, this will be your burial." Nantian Hudu's words were quite aggressive, but as an 8-palace genius, no one thought that he was being arrogant. He truly had the qualification to say such domineering words. Heavenly Southern Kingdom? Li Qiye smirked and calmly spoke, can it compare to the azure mysterious ancient kingdom? Don't mistake your kingdom as if it is something great. In my eyes, the heavenly Southern Kingdom is not worthy to even be ranked as something prestigious. Li Qiye's words immediately rendered everyone speechless. So cocky, a person couldn't help but say. However, they thought about how this kid even dared to attack the ancient kingdom's heavenly grotto. This outlaw of a kid didn't care for the ancient kingdom, so how could he even consider the heavenly Southern Kingdom? Chapter 221, Pishio Treasure Jar. 1. Li Qiye coming out with arrogant claptrap left everyone speechless. The heavenly Southern Kingdom was a very ancient existence, and immortal Emperor Fei Yang originated from it. One had to know that immortal Emperor Fei Yun was absolutely one of the greatest immortal emperors throughout the ages. Legend has it that the appearance of his flying banner was capable of refining the world and suppressing a myriad of worlds. This brat is truly lawless, he doesn't not care about a thing. Even an older cultivator couldn't help but murmur. Nantian Hudu, as the national teacher, was definitely not a no-name. An 8-palace ancient saint, a grand Tao saint, how heaven-defying was this? This kid does not know life from death. At this time, a cold scowl emerged. A royal aura ignited as a person chillingly spoke. Do you really think you are invincible just because of a few treasures on your body? At this moment, 6 royal experts void-stepped on the air to arrive, followed by 6 cavalries as smooth as the flowing water. They were completely in sync as if the 6 cavalries were part of the 6 royal experts. The 6 experts were the heads of the dragons while the 6 cavalries were the dragon bodies swimming in the air. The 6 Jiangzhou kings, seeing the 6 cavalries smoothly following every little action of the 6 royal experts, a person emotionally exclaimed, the 6 wise monarchs formation. Legend has it that the 6 Jiangzhou kings have the array map left behind by wise monarch Jiangzhou. Seeing these 6 royal experts, a person muttered. Many people turned pale at the sight of the 6 Jiangzhou kings. From an ancient saint's perspective, just one of them was nothing to be fearful of, but the 6 of them together was a different story. It signaled the coming of the 6 wise monarchs formation. This was the clan's defining formation that was created by an invincible wise monarch, extremely heaven-defying. Li Qiye had seen Jiangzhou host 6 wise monarchs formation before. Of course, Jiangzhou Ho's formation was not comparable to the 6 kings formation. Jiangzhou Ho's was only a minor formation at best while the formation of the 6 kings was the real 6 wise monarchs formation. Li Qiye glanced at the 6 kings and calmly exclaimed, "This is none of your business." Li Qiye's reaction left everyone without words. It seemed as if there was no one in this world that the kid wouldn't bluster against. "Brat, do you want to die?" The 6 kings became livid as their eyes immediately became serious. The 6 royal experts stepped out, and the grand formation also followed with a momentum that wanted to kill Li Qiye. It was not strange for the 6 kings to want to kill Li Qiye. More than 1,000 disciples, along with Jiangzhou Ho, were buried by Li Qiye, and their clan had always wanted vengeance. Today, they naturally would not let him go on this chance meeting. "Junior, for insulting my kingdom, it is not too late to bow your head and apologize right now. Otherwise, don't even dream about leaving this place alive." At this time, Nantian Hudu chillingly glared at Li Qiye with an oppressing aura. In his eyes, Li Qiye was already a fish caught in a net. Nantian Hudu's words left annoyance in the hearts of many cultivators and small sects, along with criticisms. Young King Nantian clearly backstabbed Li Qiye first, but he was not Li Qiye's match. Now, Li Qiye had to apologize. Even though they were agitated, they couldn't do anything. The big sects and powerful nations had always protected their own. To them, right or wrong did not matter. Death was the only option for their oppositions. Wuxia then smirked and said, "It is not difficult to make me leave. Hand me little brat Nanshan's head, then I will leave without saying a word." Young King Nantian was absolutely livid with anger as he was being treated to the side while his entire body was shaking all over. He was a genius of the Grand Middle Territory, the paragon of the younger generation. He was incomparable to anyone. Today, his life and death sounded like such an insignificant matter from the mouth of Wuxia. How could he not be vomiting blood from anger? "Teacher, why waste words with him, just capture him." Young King Nantian gravely continued, "Let him understand that there is only death for provoking our kingdom's prestige." Nantian Hudu then towered over Wuxia and proclaimed, "It is too late for you to leave now, unless you cripple your arms and legs along with your cultivation. My kingdom will then be benevolent and spare your life. Your bullshit is full of stench." Wuxia uttered a long roar with his surging blood energy. He swung his two hands downward with an incalculable power like the suppression of many sacred mountains. "Cease!" Nantian Hudu also shouted as his palace gate opened wide and moved to cover over Wuxia. Boom! Wuxia's arms disintegrated the surrounding earth as mountains collapsed, but it did not harm Nantian Hudu the tiniest bit. Moreover, the world in front of Wuxia had changed. There was no heavenly ancient corpse burial ground or the underworld river. Before him was a vast world, and his powerful blow earlier struck on top of this endless expanse. And at this time, 8 fate palaces appeared on top of Nantian Hudu's head. The Master Palace was the largest, and the other 7 fate palaces revolved around the Master. The 8 palaces were able to form their own world and kingdom, and it sucked Wuxia inside in just a flash. Wuxia's attack only struck the inside of this world and could not hurt Nantian Hudu. 8 palaces forming a kingdom. Seeing such a scene, everyone became horrified. This was the frightening part of an 8-palace ancient saint. Cultivators had 3 chances throughout their lives to open fate palaces. This meant that once they reached the ancient saint realm, they would have 4 fate palaces. This was an absolute requirement for becoming an ancient saint. But to the geniuses, 4 fate palaces was only the bare minimum. The more fate palaces one had guaranteed more power and a higher path in the future. Perhaps, it will be a path where they could shoulder the heavens' will and become an immortal emperor. 4 palaces formed a domain, 8 palaces formed a kingdom, and 12 palaces formed the heavens. People feared 8-palace ancient saints because they could slay their enemies without doing anything. The 8-palace Grand Tao saints were heaven-defying. Their kingdom formed from the 8 palaces would obtain the kingdom's power to defeat their enemies without using treasures and merit laws. 8 palaces forming a kingdom, resulting in a power capable of repelling 10,000 enemies, truly frightening. An ancient saint from the previous generation exclaimed after seeing Wuxia sucked inside the 8 palaces world. Against such a powerful opponent like this, even he himself couldn't do anything except run away. Trapped inside the kingdom, Wuxia looked around to see the magnificent scenes with mountains and rivers, an endless vitality. It was as if there were countless living beings inhabiting and worshipping this expanse. "Brat, today is your funeral." At this point, the sound of Nantian Hudu echoed from above inside this world. His voice was extremely commanding. Inside this world created by the 8 palaces, he was the supreme existence, a god with unchallengeable authority. After his voice descended, a huge fist encompassing the sky followed and aimed towards Wuxia. "Break for me!" Wuxia roared and his life wheel rotated with the undulating yin-yang sea of blood. The blood moon and sun appeared as the Kunpeng traversed the sky. The 2 arms of Wuxia swung out and were accompanied by the 2 Kunpeng's wings right behind them, just like 2 divine blades slicing this piece of world. Boom, boom. However, Wuxia's fists that contained an immeasurable power were still not able to destroy the giant fist in the sky. If Wuxia's power was able to split a sacred mountain, then this giant fist had the power of an entire world, because this was the 8 palaces world of Nantian Hoodoo. Compared to an entire world, Wuxia was only an insect. How could he compete against all the accumulated energy in this place? Rumble ee. Under the grinding pressure of the giant fist, Wuxia switched from offense to defense. His 2 hands pushed up against the sky and the oncoming giant fist, but even his hell-suppressing godly physique was not able to stop the kingdom's power. A burst of intense noises resounded as the earth below Wuxia's feet began to fragment. Crank, crank, crack. The splintering of the earth could even be heard by the cultivators outside. With Wuxia at the center, a huge section of earth below his feet started to split open. Another loud boom. The giant fist's pressure increased, and half of Wuxia's body was underground. His 2 hands were bent from the suppression as his bones throughout his entire body were rattling as if they could break into pieces at any moment. At this time, Wuxia's face was flushed red. Even with a complete explosive exertion of his power, it was still not enough to stop this giant fist that was pressing down on him. This was the power of this world. Wuxia had no way to stop it while being inside. Grand Tao Saint. How can anyone resist the power of the 8 palaces kingdom? Seeing such a scene, not to mention enlightened beings, even ancient saints turned pale like a piece of paper. Meeting a Grand Tao Saint, even a grand accomplishment Grand Saint would have to run, for they were not a match. This brat truly cultivated a supreme immortal physique. He's still not dead while under the crushing power of the kingdom. Many cultivators were envious of Wuxia, who was still managing to struggle. A supreme immortal physique, this was a drool-inducing item to countless people. A younger cultivator sneered and commented, so what if it is a supreme immortal physique? He's still dying under the power of an 8-palace ancient saint. This foolish thing tried to oppose a Grand Tao Saint with such a shallow cultivation, truly not knowing the immensity of the heaven and earth. Young King Nantian, after seeing Wuxia's painful struggle, was quite happy. He also sneered and said, supreme immortal physique? He's still only struggling against his death at the moment. Junior, hand over your supreme immortal physique and I will spare your life. Otherwise, I will slowly torture you until you hand it over. At that time, you will come to understand a fate where living is worse than death. Inside the 8 palaces kingdom, Nantian Hoodoo's voice came down like the lord of this territory who reigned over the lives of all existences within. There was no doubt that Nantian Hoodoo was tempted by Wuxia's immortal physique and was not in a rush to kill. He chose to slowly grind down on Wuxia instead. Don't be so arrogant. Wuxia's face turned red. He was still powering his own fists, and he sneered and said, the outcome is still undecided. Chapter 222, Pishio Treasure Jar. 2, Naive little thing, I will first break all of your bones. The cruel voice of Nantian Hoodoo rang. In the blink of an eye, his giant fist shined with waves and waves of light as its power increased. Bang! Wuxia had a difficult time bearing the blow this time. He spewed out a mouthful of blood. Kid, surrender. Otherwise, you will scream many times until you accept your sin. Nantian Hoodoo's voice fell down once again. You're only in 8 palaces kingdom, do you really think it will end me? At that time, Wuxia howled with laughter and no longer held anything back. In a flash, his entire body exuded a blinding brilliance. For just a moment, this bright and scorching light blindingly illuminated this entire world. Under this light, it seemed as if everything was bleached into transparency. What happened? The sudden explosive burst of light was as if it was the start of the primordial chaos, breaking out from inside the 8 palaces kingdom. Many people couldn't help but become astonished from seeing such a scene. The heavens will is mine. Wuxia let out a loud roar. Not to mention the kingdom, even the world outside suddenly dimmed down. It was as if the stars were falling, as if the supreme heavens will was pouring down an endless energy. In a split second, it seemed as if all the lights in this world gathered on Wuxia's body. Boom! A deafening detonation destroyed the world. Finally, a crack was torn from inside the 8 palaces kingdom. Wuxia flew backwards out of the kingdom. Even though there was still a smidge of blood on the corner of his lips as he had a distressed look, at this moment, his body was emitting an endless amount of light. At the present time, stars hovered around Wuxia's body. These stars were around the size of a thumb and floated around him along with an undulating sun and moon. These celestials formed into wisps of silver lights as they ceaselessly revolved. The even more frightening part was that there was a piece of blue sky with a profound and deep shade. The heavens was rooted inside as it was reigning over all the world's laws and the united myriad of Tao. Heavens secret law. Seeing Wuxia's situation, someone drew in a cold breath and exclaimed in amazement, Immortal Emperor Min Ren's daylight sky immortal secret from the legends. Having heard this, everyone turned emotional. Heavens secret law. This represented the highest accomplishment within the life of an invincible immortal emperor. Although immortal emperors might create many emperor laws during their lives, in the end, the real invincibility was within the heavens secret law. It could only be created after shouldering the heavens because, along with its power, it contained the mysteries of the heavens. Some emperor laws were created at a young age, and they were strengthened by the emperor's Tao after achieving immortal emperor to finally become real emperor laws. However, without shouldering the heavens' will, it was impossible to create a secret law. There was nothing comparable to the most powerful secret laws in this world outside of the 9 grand scriptures. But to the world, the scriptures were only part of the legends. Nantian Hudu couldn't help but become alarmed after seeing the secret law. Come, open my eyes and show me just how powerful an 8-palace ancient saint is. Even with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, Wuxia seemed like a true king of the heavens, adorning the blue sky above with the stars hovering around him. At this point, many people from the heavenly southern kingdom were greatly dismayed, especially young King Nantian. He had reddened eyes from jealousy. This brat was already cultivating a covetous immortal physique, but he actually trained a secret law as well. Isn't the legendary heavens secret law of the cleansing incense ancient sect lost? Seeing the secret law created by immortal Emperor Min Ren appearing from Wuxia, a person couldn't help but ask quietly. Heavens secret law. Nantian Hudu's expression turned cold as he sneered, with your cultivation, even the secret law cannot change your fate. Only death lies in the end. Finished his jeering, he summoned a treasure pot jar. Divine Beast Protector, come out. Nantian Hudu roared and suddenly, all of his blood energy rushed into the treasure jar. In this second, an endless fierce beast aura soared from the jar. Bang bang bang. Bursts of thunderous noises resounded. The treasure jar sank into Nantian Hudu's 8 palaces kingdom. In a flash, the power of the kingdom, along with the blood energy, entered the jar. Ngao. At this time, a loud roar of a beast appeared. This beast roar not only shocked the nearby cultivators, rendering their legs weak, but it also alarmed many of the tightly packed earth corpses in the far distance. A gigantic beast jumped out of the treasure jar, creating mayhem amongst the spectators. The body of this beast was even larger than a high mountain. Its frightening aura came from an ancient age, commanding respect from others just like a divine beast descending down to the mortal world. All of the weaker and insignificant beings felt a primal fear. Divine Beast Pishio. Everyone lost their colors when this giant beast leaped out. Pishio Treasure Jar, the Heavenly King life treasure that had always been passed down by the Heavenly Southern Kingdom. Only a Heavenly King life treasure? This is the national teacher of the kingdom, though. Having heard this, a junior questioned it. The national teacher of the kingdom should be using a virtuous paragon life treasure. Why was he using a Heavenly King life treasure like this? The origin of this jar is heavenly shocking, but unfortunately, its master died at a young age. This royal lord continued his murmuring, the heavenly southern kingdom seized it from someone else's hands. This jar was refined from the Tao bone of a heavenly beast Pishio. This treasure crafted from the Tao bone of a heavenly beast Pishio once belonged to a genius before falling into the hands of the heavenly southern kingdom. Although the heavenly beast Pishio was not the real Pishio and couldn't compare to its divine beast heritage, it contained the bloodline of a divine beast Pishio and its strength was extremely formidable. This genius reached the heavenly king realm but, in the end, he died to the hands of the kingdom, and this treasure also fell into their hands. Using his Fate Palace's kingdom to take care of the beast, and to even call it a divine beast protector. Grand Tao Saint, such an achievement like this already exceeds my entire lifetime's accomplishments. An ancient saint from the previous generation couldn't help but lament at such a sight. Nantian Hudu's divine beast protector was only for his own 8 palaces kingdom. He actually used his kingdom to strengthen this heavenly king life treasure and groom the Pishio Tao bone inside his Fate Palaces. This was beyond anyone's imagination. There is no strongest life treasure, only the most suitable life treasure. A royal lord quietly stated. Even though people said that the higher the rank of a life treasure, the more powerful it was, however, this was only in principle. For example, one could be a royal noble but could only use 30% of a virtuous paragon life treasure, or even only 10 or 20%. They would also need a huge amount of blood energy to activate a treasure of this level. This Pishio treasure jar was a great match for Nantian Hudu and his 8 palaces kingdom. He could unleash an unthinkable power that was potentially more powerful than an ordinary cultivator wielding a virtuous paragon true treasure. Junior, accept your death. Nantian Hutu roared with his blood energy while controlling the jar. It flashed a blinding light as the Pishio growled, and its giant claw immediately mauled towards Wuxia. Activate as the Pishio's claw was approaching, not to mention other people, even Wuxia's expression dimmed down. He let out a battle cry as the high blue sky suddenly gathered the energy from the world, channeling it incessantly into Wuxia's body. At this moment, Wuxia seemed to have turned into a giant. The moment this avatar appeared, the blue sky replaced the firmament as each of the huge stars could sink the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground. Wuxia, like a bottomless black hole, devoured all of the world's energy like a flood. All of the Grand Tao power also attached to his body. The worst part was that Wuxia's yin-yang sea of blood was endless like the blood energy of the gods. It poured into his body, causing his battle power to surge torrentially with a boundless vitality. At this second, Wuxia turned into the light of the sun and unleashed this power. Boom! Wuxia's avatar actually managed to block the Pishio's claw. Even though Wuxia's body thumpingly retreated, he still withstood the blow. This is impossible. This kid is clearly not even a royal noble, how could he stop a blow of this magnitude? Many people couldn't believe their own eyes. This was absurd, truly a miracle. Heaven's will secret law. Seeing such a display caused countless people to go crazy. A heaven's will secret law was truly insanity-inducing for many heritages. The peerless treasure, the yin-yang sea of blood, along with the secret law, this power was unimaginable. Beast raging against the world. At this time, Nantian Hudu finally revealed his killing blow and used his Emperor Law. In an instant, an Emperor aura encompassed the sky as Emperor runes fell down. Nantian Hudu turned into an immemorial fierce beast and had a sacred presence. In the blink of an eye, the Pishio became even larger as it exuded an emperor's breath. Beast raging against the world. A person was traumatized and emotionally exclaimed, an emperor law left behind by immortal Emperor Fei Yang. Didn't people say that immortal Emperor Fei Yang didn't leave any emperor laws behind for the heavenly southern kingdom? How come it still has an emperor law from Fei Yang? An undying old man murmured at the sight of Nantian Hudu using his killing technique. The heavenly southern kingdom had a secret that it did not want anyone to find out. Immortal Emperor Fei Yang was one of the most powerful and exceptional immortal emperors since the beginning of time. Even though he came from the heavenly southern kingdom, he actually opposed them before. From a young age, he left the kingdom and never returned afterwards. Future generations did not know the reason why. In short, even though he came from the kingdom, he did not admit himself as its disciple. He didn't even leave behind his Tao heritage for the kingdom. Because of this, an ancient nation like the heavenly southern kingdom did not name itself an ancient kingdom, but only a kingdom. Chapter 223, Physique Devil Devouring the Heavens, 1, Boom. Accompanied by a monstrous explosion, the Pishio's claw knocked Li Qiye flying away, causing him to crazily spray out blood. With a supporting Emperor Law, the Pishio seemed to be an emperor's beast and became unbelievably powerful. Howl! With a loud cry, the giant beast opened its mouth, aiming to swallow Li Qiye. Its gigantic bloody mouth was capable of swallowing the gods along with the sun and the moon. Even a heavenly sovereign would lose their colors at such a horrifying scene. Now, at this point, Li Qiye had the 6 Dao sword in his hand. The strange thing was that, in this instant, the 6 Dao sword split into 2 swords. The primordial foundation of the 6 Dao lotus and the evil Taifa tree separated into 2 different swords. The remembrance of mortal life. Li Qiye uttered a cry as the 2 swords flew into the air. In the blink of an eye, 2 giant trees grew from Li Qiye's hands. One was the 6 Dao lotus magnificently towering into the sky, the other was the evil Taifa tree, a devilish fist that pierced the horizon. One sword at the extreme yang, one sword at the extreme yin, one sword of utmost righteousness, one sword of utmost evil. With exuberant energy, the 2 swords pierced out with their different strengths. One side gave birth to gods while the other side gave birth to devils. In just an instant, there were countless existences coming into being inside the 2 swords to form a world filled with geniuses. One sword creating one era. This sword had reached an unfathomable realm. This was the mortal sword of Li Qiye's Trinity sword art. Plus, this sword also carried the divine power of the 6 Dao sword. Pluff, a sword competing against the heavens blocked the Pishio's ferocious mouth, rendering it unable to bite down. Seeing such a sword, the eyes of the skilled Bai Jianjun emitted a cold glint as her sword intense soared. She knew the sword Dao more than anyone else, and she understood the power of this sword and also Li Qiye's mastery in the Samadhi sword Dao. The sword turned into living beings and formed a world. This meant that Li Qiye had a remarkable achievement on the path of the sword. At this time, all of the great characters understood that vengeance and grievance did not matter. The only integral fact was that Li Qiye carried a heaven's will secret law and a supreme immortal physique law. Both of these were desired by anyone in this world, any heritage, any nation, including immortal emperors' lineages. Today, even if they captured Li Qiye, the declined cleansing incense ancient sect would not have the power to save him. At that time, wouldn't it be an easy task to force out the secret law and physique law? In a trice, it was not just 1 or 2 people who were tempted. The hearts of many great sect masters and sacred lords were thumping. Even a few old undying beings had frightening glimmers in their eyes. Capturing Li Qiye meant obtaining the secret law and physique law. However, this would also mean becoming enemies with the Jiangzhou clan and the heavenly southern kingdom. These great characters glanced at each other while contemplating about capturing Li Qiye. Jewel Pillar Saint Child couldn't help but to look at his school elders, and he plotted with them. He wished to instantly capture Li Qiye in order to obtain his lifelong pursuit of the hell-suppressing godly physique. On the sideline, seeing Li Qiye fighting 2 enemies by himself, young King Nantian was maddened from jealousy. As the descendant of the heavenly southern kingdom, he still didn't have a heaven's will secret law. No, their entire kingdom did not have one secret law, yet this brat in front of him had one in his possession. How could he not feel begrudged? He was slightly regretful at this moment. If the fragment realm spatial disc was still in his hands, he would have teamed up with the national teacher to capture Li Qie alive. How could both laws escape his grasp at that point? Unfortunately, his spatial disc was trapping Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao, along with the Tetrawar bronze chariot, right now. Before it could kill the two girls along with suppressing the chariot, he could not summon the spatial disc back. Junior, it is not too late to surrender to my heavenly southern kingdom. As long as you surrender, we will show mercy and not make it difficult for you. At this time, Nantian Hudu stated with a deep voice. Nantian Hudu naturally would not let the 6 Jiangsu kings get what they want after he learned their aim. Thus, he began to persuade Li Qie into surrendering in order to obtain the 2 laws. Do you all really think I am a fish on a chopping block? Li Qie then crazily roared, "Open." The moment the word came out, a thunderous sound exploded. At this time, a terrifying thing occurred. Li Qie's life wheel opened wide as all of the blood energy started to roll from the yin-yang sea of blood into Li Qie's body. But at this time, there was a golden sun and a divine moon leaping out from the sea of blood. The revolving crescent sun merit law was initially fueling vitality and longevity blood into Li Qie's inner physique, but now, there was a divine moon and golden sun from the yin-yang sea of blood connecting with the technique's crescent moon and sun. Boom! After a loud explosion, a flood of extreme sun spirit fire poured out from Li Qie's body. At the same time, the divine moon hanging over the heavens while blue sky gushed out endless streaks of moonlight. Bang bang bang, the golden sun and divine moon harmonized at the same time, causing the energy from the yin-yang sea of blood to multiply several times while pouring into Li Qie's physique. This caused Li Qie's battle prowess to frantically soar. Boom! The mortal sword also resonated with Li Qie's soaring battle power. It was initially one sword creating one world, now, it was one sword creating 2 worlds, and its power increased several times. Meanwhile, the blue sky above Li Qie's head poured down even more stars all around Li Qie's body. His body, at this point, exuded endless strands of circulating starlight that began to force open the dragon claw. Chapter 224, Physique Devil Devouring the Heavens, 2, Is this an immortal emperor longevity treasure? Many grand characters were alarmed after seeing the power of the yin-yang sea of blood. Bai Jinjin's eyes flashed with a cold gleam. Seeing Li Qie's yin-yang sea of blood, she knew that Li Qie was not using his full strength during their fight, he was holding back, just like her. She was also surprised since only an immortal emperor longevity treasure would create such a visual phenomenon. She was clear on this, for her longevity treasure was also of the immortal emperor rank. Bang bang bang. Wave after wave of explosions rang out as Li Qie was about to escape from the entrapment of the Pishio and Azure Dragon. Junior, this is you seeking your death. Nantian Hudu shouted loudly. Buzzing sounds blared as a life wheel accompanied by thunderous sounds rose from behind him. A virtuous paragon longevity treasure floated up and down inside his life wheel, and it poured down blood energy at this time. In a flash, a virtuous paragon power immediately erupted from Nantian Hudu's body. Growl! The Pishio that was biting Li Qie became even more powerful with the surging emperor energy. After some crackles, Li Qie's one sword forming 2 worlds technique gradually became unable to support itself and slowly shrank in size. Boy, let's see how much longer you can hold out for. At this time, the Azure Dragon's entire body was also bursting with azure light along with formational runes. Its dragon's aura was rolling furiously as if it was a real Azure Dragon. Explosions resonated as the array of stars hovering around Li Qie's body began to shatter from the dragon claw's thrashing. Boom! Under the pressure of both Nantian Hudu and the Six Kings, Li Qia's 3 finesse sword and Heaven's Will secret law were overwhelmed. The only things left were 3 feet of the one sword, 2 worlds, and the endless stars. The monstrous Pishio's jaw and the sharp azure dragon's claws were right next to his body. Pluff! Li Qia crazily sprayed out blood as he was struggling to withstand the suppression of the Pishio and azure dragon. At this time, there were cracks forming all over his tattered body as blood stained his clothes. The sounds of bones cracking were heard very clearly. Li Qia's bones began to break from the crushing power of the 2 beasts. It could no longer bear this burden even if the godly physique was sturdy. In the end, it was not the indestructible diamond immortal physique. At this time, even the hell-suppressing godly physique was on the verge of exploding. Junior, to be able to withstand my divine beast protector, you are clearly a prodigy amongst the younger generation. If you surrender now and submit to my heavenly southern kingdom, we will appreciate your talents and we will also groom you. Nantian Hudu gravely said. At this point, the azure dragon also opened its mouth and the voice of one of the 6 kings resounded, "Boy, I also appreciate talents. If you join under my banner right now and become my disciple, you will surely become the main disciple of the Jiangzhou clan." Their words caused everyone to secretly jeer in their minds. What was this about the appreciation of talents? It was all a bunch of nonsense that was only meant to trick Li Qia in order to capture him alive for the 2 supreme laws. Your bullshit reeks. Li Qia crazily laughed. Even when his body was stained by blood, he was still unbelievably arrogant. Not knowing your own limits. Nantian Hudu's expression turned cold. Immediately after, more rumblings resonated as the azure dragon and Pishio became even more powerful. Without a doubt, Nantian Hudu and the 6 kings wanted to crush Li Qia. If they couldn't have it, then other people shouldn't even think about it. Crank crack, at this point, cracks gradually appeared on Li Qia's head as he could bear it no longer. This junior is dead for sure now. Seeing such a scene, a person murmured to say, "Truly unfortunate for 2 supreme divine laws, ah." There was also a gifted youth showing a gloating look as he sneered, "Just an ignorant thing thinking that he is invincible. An ancient saint, of course, would crush him." Boom! At this time, Li Qia's chest cavity was torn asunder as a god-fiend's breath instantly filled the entire world. ZZ12, there was a terrifying change occurring on Li Qia's body. Long and thick green hair began to grow from Li Qia's body. Each hair had the appearance of divine pins. Boom! At this moment, demonic energy poured out from Li Qia's entire body and pierced the sky. In a flash, a black shadow rushed out of Li Qia's body. It opened its mouth, wanting to devour Li Qia with its god-fiend appearance. Activate! Seeing this scene, Nantian Hudu and the 6 kings, who initially had control of Li Qia, immediately roared. Their power increased as their giant claws aimed for Li Qia's sea of memories. They wanted to seize his knowledge. Bang! But before the claws could touch Li Qia, the black shadow that initially wanted to devour Li Qia suddenly turned around and knocked away the Pishio and Azure Dragon in an instant. Hold! At this exact second, in just a flash, Li Qia suddenly summoned a treasure. This was a stone box that was held in his arms. The moment this stone box was opened, a light shot out and the black shadow's body suddenly became frozen. The great treasure of the Middle Continent ancient kingdom appeared amidst the explosions and thunder. Li Qia's inner physique suddenly soared out from his chest and instantly locked onto the god-fiend shadow. In just a blink of an eye, the god-fiend shadow was dragged back into Li Qia's inner body by his inner physique. Boom! Li Qia's demonic glow drowned the sky as the green hair on his body grew even more. He took a step and even the sky was nefariously corrupted. The moment he turned around, his monstrous demonic lights turned into a pair of devil wings and blocked out the sun. At this time, Li Qia seemed to be an uprising god-fiend. Even the earth corpses from afar were dreading his frightening gaze and started to gain some distance away from him. "What is this?" Wuxia, all of a sudden, turning into a devil, horrified everyone. This development was too strange and unbelievable. A physique tribulation. This is a physique devil. An immortal physique devil. With a grand completion Saint physique, Jewel Pillar Saint Child was completely aghast from such a scene. Legends say that when an immortal physique tribulation descends, the physique devil would also be born. This was an evil existence countless times stronger than the user. In fact, before the physique devil came into being, Wuxia's inner physique had always been suppressing his own physique tribulation. However, the moment Nantian Hudu and the 6 Jiangzhou kings crushed his body, the inner physique could no longer suppress the physique tribulation, thus, the physique devil was born and Wuxia's tribulation finally came. Devouring the physique devil's body, under this display, Jewel Pillar Saint Child, who had always aimed for the hell-suppressing godly physique, lost his colors. Once a physique devil was born, it would devour the user until there was nothing left of his flesh before disappearing. Moreover, the physique devil was many times stronger than the real user's body. This was why an immortal physique was extremely difficult to achieve for cultivators who were training immortal physiques. Very few people were able to surpass the devouring of their physique devils, and thus, there were fewer than few grand completion immortal physique users since the beginning of time. That's impossible. Such a sight jolted Nantian Hudu and the 6 kings with distress. Wuxia taking over his physique devil was such an unbelievable development. A supreme treasure. Someone noticed Wuxia putting away the stone box and had a faint guess. Right when the physique devil turned around and struck Nantian Hudu and the 6 kings away, a once-in-million chance appeared. Wuxia took this opportunity to use the supreme treasure from the Middle Continent Ancient Kingdom to control the physique devil, as his inner physique possessed the physique devil in a flash. Without Nantian Hudu and the 6 Jiangzhou kings taking action to distract the physique devil, Wuxia wouldn't have been able to successfully take over. This is the feeling of being a devil, truly not a bad sensation. At this time, green hair covered Wuxia's entire body, and he had a pair of black wings that blocked out the sky. At this very second, his appearance truly matched that of a devil. Kill. Feeling unrest, Nantian Hudu and the 6 kings suddenly worked together. Both of their energies erupted and performed their strongest blows. Boom! The azure dragon struck from the sky while the Pixiu tore from beneath, causing blinding flashes as their strongest blows were unleashed. Open your eyes and witness the power of a supreme physique devil. At this time, Wuxia burst out in crazy laughter just like a devil. His 2 wings spread out and tore the firmament asunder. Bang! After a loud blast, the azure dragon was cut in half and the Pixiu was ripped apart. Nantian Hudu was blasted away from the impact while spurting out blood, and the 6 kings, along with the 1,000 experts, all fell down from their formation. Accept your death. At this time, Wuxia spewed out a demonic energy as his devil wing slashed down. After a pathetic scream, Nantian Hudu was immediately sliced into halves as his innards and blood rained down from the sky. Meanwhile, Wuxia's devil hands enveloped the sky as they came together and swallowed the 6 kings along with more than 1,000 experts. Blood flowed down like a river as he rubbed his hands together. No, the 6 kings bellowed miserably as they, along with the 1,000 experts of the Jiangzhou clan, were kneaded into mincemeat. This is way too mighty. At this point, the physique devil was unstoppable and created an impending fear in all of the spectators. Impossible. Jewel Pillar Saint Child's expression sank as he felt that something was amiss. Their school once had ancestors who cultivated immortal physiques, but the physique devils recorded in their annals were far from being this powerful. Of course, how could he have known that Wuxia's supreme physique law came from the physique scripture? This was a supreme treasure born from the primordial chaos, a time even before the start of the world. Its physique laws were terrifying, heaven-defying, and could be considered number one since the start of time. All physique laws in this world could be said to have originated from this scripture. Thus, its physique devil, compared to other immortal physique laws, was much more horrifying. Naturally, once completed, this type of immortal physique would also be much stronger. Your turn. The now demonic Li Qie turned towards young King Nantian and reached for him with his giant hand. Although rendered aghast, young King Nantian naturally would not sit and wait for his death. He roared and slammed forward with his sky-shaking bludgeon, but it couldn't hurt Li Qie in the least bit. No, the sky-shaking bludgeon shattered as young King Nantian was caught inside the giant fist. After a scream, he was squeezed into a rain of blood. Chapter 225, One Physique Surpassing the Great Tribulation. 1. This physique devil is too abnormal. A spectator couldn't help but murmur at such a scene. Legend has it that when a natural mortal physique cultivates an immortal physique, the physique tribulation will be much more powerful. An old undying shockingly exclaimed, "There is a legend that states that when a mortal physique tries to cultivate into an immortal physique, it will face a much stronger physique tribulation. This is because it was a violation of the heavens' will. The heavens will not allow for a mortal physique to turn immortal. This was the reason why there are so few mortals capable of achieving immortal physiques since the ancient past. Today, I will massacre both of your sections." At this time, Li Qie's demonic eyes slightly narrowed, instilling fear into all of the spectators. He truly looked like a horrifying, demonic devil at this moment. His words left the disciples in the base of the heavenly southern kingdom and the Jiangzhou clan with dismay. 6 Jiangzhou kings were dead, along with Nantian Hudu. This was a great blow to their sections. His sky-blocking hands immediately reached towards the disciples of the two camps. "Junior, you dare!" In the blink of an eye, a deep roar resounded. This roar blasted the sky, and even the stars in the sky shook. Boom! In an instant, after a huge explosion, 2 coffins flew out from the bases of the Jiangzhou clan and the heavenly southern kingdom. Hands reached out from the coffins and struck Li Qie away. Bang! Li Qie fell into the underworld river. Suddenly, his green hair grew even faster. It was as if they were devil trees, setting their roots into the underworld river. This is too devilish. He has not been washed away even after falling into the underworld river. People took a deep breath to keep their composure after seeing such a scene. Legend has it that no matter how strong a person was, they would be uncontrollably washed away once they've fallen into the underworld river. However, Li Qie took root there without moving. "So you 2 fossils are still alive in the coffins." Li Qie laughed like the devil and continued, "Climb out, otherwise, you aren't my match. This thing doesn't know life from death." A hand reached out from the Jiangzhou clan's coffin and went straight towards Li Qie. At the same time, another hand came out from the heavenly southern kingdom's coffin, wanting to strangle Li Qie to death. "This won't do, you're hiding in the coffins." Li Qie shouted, and the floating Kuanpang on top of his head opened its mouth and swallowed the endless underworld river's water into his inner body. Boom boom boom. An unbelievable event happened. Once Li Qie swallowed an indiscernible amount of underworld water, his body, all of a sudden, grew from the ground up and turned into a giant. His hands also became as thick as the mountain ranges. This is too insane. Everyone became dumbfounded. One had to know that the underworld water was harmful to any cultivator, but this boy actually swallowed such a huge amount of underworld water like this, truly insanity. "Get out here!" Li Qie uttered out a loud scream and met the impending hands, resulting in a heaven-shattering explosion. If the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground wasn't so magical, then the underworld river would have been broken under this impact. The demonic Li Qie managed to stop the 2 giant hands. Even though he still had to take several steps back, it was still a successful block. Get out here. Otherwise, I will destroy your coffins, today, and drag you out of the era bloodstone. At this time, Li Qiye glared intensely at the two ancient coffins from the Jiangzhou clan and the heavenly southern kingdom. At this time, the two ancient coffins opened. Two people stepped out at the same time and exuded an endless divine aura, causing many cultivators to kneel on the spot. A giant with a pair of demon horns, whose body was countless times bigger than an ordinary person, stepped out from the heavenly southern kingdom's coffin, while a small skinny old man stepped out from the Jiangzhou clan's coffin. These two elders were completely different aside from one similarity: they were both dying. Their blood energy had dried up and was next to nothingness. However, even though this was the case, these dying old men were still extremely frightening. It was as if the simplest of gestures were capable of tearing the 9 heavens and ripping the 6 Tao apart. Invincible Ancestor. Seeing the appearances of the two ancestors, the disciples from the Jiangzhou clan and the heavenly southern kingdom cheered. This isn't the heavenly southern kingdom's divine beast protector. Seeing the giant old man, a temple lord murmured to say, This is venerable emotion of the heavenly southern kingdom. In a flash, these once invincible characters were wielding their treasures and slashed straight down with a force capable of stealing the brilliances of the sun and moon and slicing the 6 Tao. Go! The monstrous Li Qiye crazily shouted as his wings swept by. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions went off continuously as blood filled the sky. The devil wings were not able to stop the attacks from the two invincible existences and were cut apart. Truly frightening, worthy of being called invincible existences during their generations. Seeing the two old undyings managing to cut the devil wings down, everyone became shocked. Meanwhile, the disciples from the heavenly southern kingdom and the Jiangzhou clan were celebrating. Boom! In a flash, a treasure appeared next to Li Qiye. It was the myriad heavenly cauldron. At this time, the myriad heavenly cauldron poured down spirit energy to wash Li Qiye's flesh. 13-13-12. An incredible thing happened as the energy from the myriad heavenly cauldron tempered Li Qiye's body. All of the green hair on his body started to fall down. Rumbly. At this time, Li Qiye's inner physique emerged. His body appeared to be a giant whale that swallowed the underworld water, and the water flowed endlessly throughout his body. At the same time, the myriad heavenly cauldron poured down an endless amount of refined flame and scorched the underworld water. Once it was completely evaporated, strands of underworld fire went into Li Qiye's inner body and frantically refined his physique. With a loud boom, Li Qiye's fate palace opened wide above his head as the cauldron of life, tree of life, pillar of life, and spring of life appeared. In an instant, an endless amount of essence of life descended. The unbelievable thing actually occurred as the pillar of life and tree of life suddenly took root in the underworld river and crazily swallowed the underworld water. Splash splash. It felt as if the underworld river existed just for him as the endless energy from the underworld river poured into his body. Pee-pee-paw. With explosive noises of joints crackling, Li Qiye's body suddenly sprung up from the ground, becoming increasingly bigger and taller. In the end, his head was as high as the stars, causing everyone to become dizzy. Physique connection, physique cleansing, life advancement. This is the second tempering of the body. This is too insane. The realm of this boy is still only of the purified rebirth realm. An old man was amazed with his eyes wide open. Everyone took in a deep breath to calm down. The purified rebirth realm was when cultivators refined their bodies the second time. Cultivators of this realm were barely considered powerful, but Li Qiye at this realm was able to kill royal nobles, defeat enlightened beings, and challenge ancient saints. This type of realm-surpassing battle prowess was completely unfathomable. Surpassing a realm in a flash. Venerable emotion and the wise monarch's descendant coldly scowled. Their life treasures turned into a torrential storm and aimed for Li Qiye. There were 3 levels in the purified rebirth realm, but today, Wuxia wanted to complete the 3 levels along with the physique tribulation in one breath, rendering everyone dumbfounded. Pluff pluff pluff. The 2 life treasures slashed Wuxia's body, causing blood and flesh to fly everywhere. However, the endless flames formed from the underworld water refined Wuxia's body as it crazily grew bigger and bigger. No matter how fierce the life treasures were chopping, even a chopped hand would instantly grow back out again. Wuxia simply ignored them and their attacks. Once his body grew big enough to where his head became unseeable, Wuxia opened his mouth and drank the rolling underworld river that was pouring down from the 9 heavens. Finally, Wuxia's body grew to the sufficient size. Suddenly, there was a ferocious growl emanating from Wuxia's chest. It was as if the god fiend was not willing. His inner physique became extremely bright. It seemed as if Wuxia was about to turn into a god and ascend into an immortal. Universal laws began to descend along with majestic hymns. Not good, he wants to steal the heavens' fortune. The expressions of venerable emotion and the Jiangzhou clan's descendant greatly sank as they glanced at each other, then they roared, "Kill!" In an instant, drop after drop of longevity blood gently fell into their life wheels that had just appeared. Before, they were saving their blood energy and did not exert their true strength. Blood energy was very valuable, and since they were near death, they had very little longevity blood left. There was only a few drops like this. Chapter 226, 1 Physique Surpassing the Great Tribulation, 2, 1 Blood Drop, 10,000 years. Legend has it that 1 drop of immortal emperor longevity blood could give a mortal 10,000 years of lifespan. The moment the longevity blood drops fell into the life wheels, the blood energy of the 2 old men immediately became as vast as the sea. It encompassed the entire heavenly ancient corpse burial ground with thunderous, rolling oceanic waves. At this moment, the appearances of the 2 old men changed. In just a blink of an eye, they were highly spirited as if they were 1,000 years younger, as they had a sweeping and domineering momentum. Everyone, including enlightened beings, shivered, for they could not withstand such a surge of invincible blood energy, and thus, they all knelt on the spot. Bang! The 2 old men waved their hands with a strength capable of bearing the myriad of Tao and shouldering the grand world. Their waves initiated a bloody rain, for Wuxia's giant towering body was bombarded. Hole after hole, wounds began to appear on his flesh. There were even parts that were completely penetrated. However, Wuxia did not worry about it. In his gigantic eyes, no matter how heaven-defying the 2 old men were, they could not deliver a fatal blow to him. The most lethal thing, at the moment, was his current situation. Boom boom. In the blink of an eye, at the deepest part of the 9 heavens, the source of the underworld river suddenly released endless amounts of violet lightning. The flashes of lightning became limitless like the ocean, and they all struck Wuxia's body. Zxshhh, bang, bang. In a trice, Wuxia's entire body was flooded with violet lightning as they pulsed all over his body. They were gigantic and continuously punished Wuxia's body, resulting in a fragrance of cooked meat. The terrorizing violet lightning had roasted Wuxia's body. Run! At this time, Venerable Emotion and the descendant of the Jiangzhou clan had recognized the danger. They shouted and immediately retreated. Too late, I was waiting for this moment. Wuxia's voice boomed down from the sky. In the blink of an eye, Wuxia clapped his hands together. Boom! In just a second, the endless thunderous arcs turned into an enormous electric field. Both Venerable Emotion and the Jiangzhou descendant were both trapped inside this immense electrical trap. Kill! At this point, they realized the horror and summoned all of their treasures. Each of these treasures was of incomparable strength and could easily slay ancient saints and heavenly sovereigns, but they couldn't break through. What is this? At this moment, everyone was aghast. They had never seen such a thing before. Controlling the devil physique and swallowing the endless underworld river to bring about the violet lightning, this was truly a miracle from the legends. No one had ever attempted such a suicidal approach, but today, it was accomplished by a junior. Even the last gate master of the Thousand Emperors Gate opened his eyes that had bloody glimmers. He quickly closed them with a very shocked expression, then he murmured, "Physique devil stealing the heavens, lightning descending from the underworld palace like the legends. Activate." With frantic screams, Venerable Emotion and the Jiangzhou descendant immediately exploded with a loud boom. All of their fresh blood in their bodies, even if it was just one drop, was squeezed into their true fate. At this minute, they chose to give up on their bodies and they used all of their blood energy to escape from the electrical trap with their true fates. "I was waiting for your true fate." Li Qiye's voice was rumbling like the thunder. In a flash, his chest cavity flashed as a huge wound cracked and an immense shadow rushed out, exuding a tremendous amount of demonic energy. "The physique devil has escaped." Seeing the demonic shadow covering the sky, countless people were horrified. Crank, the physique devil had escaped, and it initially wanted to devour Li Qiye's flesh but, in an instant, Li Qiye clapped his hands together as the endless violet lightning streamed downward, all of them stabbed towards the physique devil. The physique devil screamed and immediately tried to escape. Without a doubt, it was fearful of this type of violet lightning. In just a second, the physique devil was being chased by the endless violet lightning into the electrical trap. After entering the electrical trap, the physique devil crazily roared and immediately pierced through the true fates of Venerable Emotion and the Jiangzhou descendant. No, their true fates were instantly taken over by the physique devil, and their blood energy, along with universal laws, were devoured in an instant. After a loud boom, the physique devil's body carried a bloody shade and immediately became more powerful. "You are mine." Li Qiye's thunderous voice rang down as his hands descended along with endless streaks of violet lightning that instantaneously surrounded the physique devil. Drowned in the violet lightning, the physique devil angrily screamed in complete hysteria and struggled to escape no matter what. However, it failed from breaking through the boundless violet lightning. All of the spectators stood still for the scene unraveling before their eyes was beyond their imagination, it even destroyed their sense of rationality. This was an impossible matter, but it was really happening. What is that thing?" Everyone's mouths were wide open as one guy murmured. The turtle monarch from the flying dragon lake had been present for some unknown time. It took him a moment to regain his clarity. He then shivered with a shocked expression before murmuring, this might have been written down before. Physique devil stealing the heavens, underworld river attracting the gods, lightning descending from the underworld palace. Many people simply did not understand what the old turtle monarch was talking about, but they were still horrified by the spectacle. "Junior, I can't allow you to live any longer." In a flash, an ancient hoarse voice rang as an ancient coffin appeared. The azure mysterious ancient kingdom appeared out of nowhere on top of a mountain while carrying an ancient coffin. At this time, the ancient coffin opened and an old man stood up straight, exuding a presence as if he was the only ruler in this universe. 8th ancestor Qing Xian, not the 9th ancestor. Someone shouted after seeing this old man. Boom! At this time, a life wheel emerged from behind the old man's back that carried a surging and endless blood energy as it immediately attacked with an emperor weapon. Boom! The emperor weapon, with its unlimited emperor power, attacked and disintegrated the sky as the myriad of Tao turned into nothingness. It seemed as if everything between the heaven and earth was beaten back to its primordial origin. Even the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground exerted numerous divine laws, yet more than half of them were annihilated. Imperial Violet Hammer, the life treasure of immortal Emperor Sandao. This immortal emperor life treasure was unleashed by an existence that could be considered unbeatable. Even ancient saints were directly lying on the ground as everyone else was in complete and utter horror. At this moment, the entire Grand Middle Territory suffered a major turmoil as countless people felt the immense, majestic emperor power sweeping through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. In just a second, all of their gazes looked towards the direction of the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground. Go! At the same time, Wuxia spread out his arms, and the physique devil, overwhelmed by the violet lightning, was suddenly released. Bang! In a flash, the imperial violet hammer struck the physique devil. With a miserable scream, the physique devil was slain by the imperial violet hammer, and the violet lightning surrounding it also turned into a violet, clear liquid, floating in the sky. The imperial violet hammer instantly killed the physique devil, and then, with the same unparalleled momentum, it cleaved towards Wuxia. Everything go, now! At this moment, Wuxia channeled all of the boundless violet lightning on his body into his 2 hands. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying amalgamation of lightning formed between his hands. He then reached out to stop the imperial violet hammer like a mad dragon. Insanity! Using his bare hands to stop an emperor weapon. All became aghast at such a sight. Using one's bare hands to meet an emperor weapon, even a virtuous paragon wouldn't dare to do this, let alone a junior. This was absolutely suicidal. Bang! The power of the imperial violet hammer was capable of drawing the sea from its penetration. Under this invincible blow, the violet lightning, as vast as the sea, was still shattered and dried up. Another huge explosion occurred as Wuxia's entire body was knocked away by the imperial violet hammer. The body as tall as the horizon had a crack, but there was not blood flowing out, for there was underworld water spraying about instead. At this time, Wuxia was a giant whose body was filled with underworld water. The water then flashed out green lights with the same size as his green hairs from before. In just a moment, they sewed up his wound the size of a valley. Kill! Even the old man couldn't believe that one emperor weapon attack was not enough to kill a junior. He recalled the imperial violet hammer and once again unleashed another murderous attack with a boom. The second attack of the emperor weapon frightened all beings as they prostrated on the earth. I refuse to exist together with your azure mysterious ancient kingdom. Wuxia's expression sank as the imperial violet hammer struck down yet again. He, very slightly, opened the stone box again. A mysterious light soared to the sky and hit the imperial violet hammer. Thump! The imperial violet hammer was knocked away by this mysterious light and flew away all of a sudden. This scene shocked everyone because the hammer was an actual immortal emperor life treasure. Bang! Even though it was knocked away by this mysterious light, in an instant, it kept its invincible momentum to, once again, slash towards Wuxia with no intention of stopping until he was dead. Wuxia's countenance darkened. He no longer hesitated and directly threw the stone box outside to strike. Inside was the defining treasure of the middle continent. You fool! At the same time, a cold cry suddenly rang out as an unblemished white hand appeared. The stone box fell into this hand. With a slight shake, it exuded an infinite amount of mysterious light, illuminating the entire world. At this second, it was as if the world of immortals was opening as never-ending immortal lights spewed out. Bang! At this moment, the imperial violet hammer was knocked away to the horizon and out of the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground. No, amidst the flames and lightning of battle, the white hand slightly angled the mysterious light from the box and immediately annihilated 8th ancestor Qing Xian, turning him into ashes. Chapter 227, Middle Continent Princess. 1. Unbeknownst to everyone, a woman had been standing in the air. She had a peerless elegance that would be considered rare in all the ages. She stood there like a moon goddess. With an extremely ancient style of attire, it immediately let people know that she was not born in the contemporary times. This woman, with her eyes shut while holding the ancient box, did not look at anyone. However, this did not diminish her beauty in the least. Earth Immortal, seeing this woman, shock was inevitable for all spectators. Even a few other Earth Immortals at this place changed their expressions. The last gate master of the Thousand Emperors Gate also lost his colors as he murmured to say, "It is her. Middle Continent Princess." A treasure lord that had dealt with Wuxia before, an extremely mysterious woman. While looking at her, no one ever thought that an Earth Immortal would lend Wuxia a hand. Despite their setback in ancient Sky City, the ancient kingdom did not give up their plans to bury their ancestor on an underworld boat, they simply became more low-key. However, when their ancestor noticed Wuxia's immortal physique reaching some success, with their hatred rekindled, they immediately tried to kill Wuxia. They absolutely couldn't allow for this kid to leave this place alive, but they didn't know that it would end with their own demise. We are the disciples of the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom. If you dare to touch us, the Ancient Kingdom will absolutely not let you get away with it. At this moment, the experts from the Ancient Kingdom were deathly pale regardless of whether they were named heroes, royal nobles, enlightened beings, or ancient saints. This was a great disaster to them. You all think too highly of your ancient kingdom. Wuxia leisurely smiled and added, to her, your ancient kingdom is nothing. When she was alive, she would still dare to destroy your ancient kingdom. At this point, Middle Continent Princess opened her fair hand and turned it towards the direction of the ancient kingdom's disciples. The ancient kingdom's experts became distressed in horror and turned around to flee. However, under this fair hand, no one was able to escape. No, the unwilling disciples of the ancient kingdom screamed and were finally crushed into a rain of blood. Awesome, awesome. Wuxia clapped his hands while smiling, but Middle Continent Princess didn't care for him. As for the rest of the people present, they naturally felt horrified because this woman was way too powerful and daunting. Unfortunately, no one knew her true background. What they all did not understand was why such an Earth Immortal would be related to this boy, Wuxia. No matter if they were treasure lords or Earth Immortals, they would not be happy to mingle with their descendants. However, this Earth Immortal before them actually helped Wuxia. This was utterly unbelievable. Compared to the experts of the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom, the disciples of the Jiangzhou clan and Heavenly Southern Kingdom were much more lucky, for they had escaped earlier and avoided this calamitous fate. You should give me back my treasure. At this moment, Wuxia smiled at Middle Continent Princess in a nonchalant and carefree manner as he slowly spoke. Middle Continent Princess was still coldly glaring at Wuxia. Even though her eyes were closed, it was easy to tell that it was not a friendly gaze. In the end, she threw the stone box back to him. Many people wanted to know what the treasure inside the stone box was. This was an item that knocked the Imperial Violet Hammer away. Of course, the more regrettable matter was that they lacked the power to stop the defeated Imperial Violet Hammer from flying away. If they were capable, then they would prevent it from flying back to the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom, and an immortal Emperor life treasure would have been theirs. Wuxia held the stone box and gently touched it before finally glancing at Middle Continent Princess as he quietly said, I owe you a debt. Now you are speaking like a human. Middle Continent Princess exclaimed coldly. Wuxia didn't say anything else, he simply gave a gentle sigh. There were many things that he did not want to think about because not everything could be perfect in this world. There will always be some things that are lamentable. No matter if the events that year were intentional or not, regardless of whether it was a misunderstanding that year, even if he actually did not owe her, he still felt a dimming sadness in his heart. He did not want to tread on this path of memories, but there were many things that he would have to eventually face one day. Outsiders were puzzled by their speech. In fact, besides Wuxia and Middle Continent Princess, the secret in this matter was totally unknown to all. Bang! At this time, the void was penetrated with the neighing of horses. 4 bronze horses rushed out of the fragmented realm as they broke through the void. A thunderous explosion rang as the Tetrawar bronze chariot crushed space itself and suddenly appeared in front of Li Qie with Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao standing on top. Even though they were sucked into the fragmented realm, they were unscathed due to the protection from the chariot. There was a bronze horse with a treasure disc in its mouth in front of Li Qie. This was the fragmented realm spatial disc of young King Nantian, a supreme treasure of the heavenly southern kingdom. Old buddies, truly amazing. I knew that you guys would not let me down. Li Qie took the fragmented realm spatial disc with great joy as he continued, I actually needed this thing. This will save me a trip from the heavenly southern kingdom. The bronze horses neighed to Li Qie, showing their intimacy. Such a scene was greeted by eye-reddening jealously from countless people. The fragmented realm spatial disc, according to the legends, it was crafted from the true mantras taken from the space scripture, one of the 9 grand scriptures, by immortal Emperor Fei Yang. This item was no less valuable than an immortal emperor life treasure. Young noble. Seeing Li Qie exulted Chen Baojiao and Li Shuangyan. The ladies jumped down from the chariot, then Li Shuangyan immediately expressed her concern, Are you all right, young noble? Chapter 228, Middle Continent Princess, 2, How can anything wrong happen to me? Li Qie shrugged with a smile, then he continued, dealing with them was as easy as a breakfast meal. Seeing Li Qie safe and sound relieved both the ladies. They assumed the worst as they were trapped by the fragmented realm spatial disc without any means to escape. They didn't expect the Tetrawar bronze chariot to be so powerful. It actually broke out from the fragmented realm while subduing the disc. Tetrawar bronze chariot. At this time, Middle Continent Princess coldly stared at Li Qie's group with her chilling focus on Li Qie. Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao, after calming down, couldn't help but become shocked once again when they saw Middle Continent Princess standing in the air. They met the princess back on the transaction day, but they didn't expect to have a reunion today. He didn't tell you guys? Middle Continent Princess closed her eyes, then she turned towards Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao to say, He is the most deceptive liar in the world. Be careful, or else one day, you will be sold off by him while still not knowing who he even is. Having heard the princess' words, Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao couldn't help but stare at Li Qie, then back at the princess. Li Qie looked a bit embarrassed and mirthlessly smiled without saying a word. Li Qie's attitude truly confused Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao. Why did the princess call Li Qie a liar? That day when they did the transaction for the Middle Continent's great treasure, both sides were completely willing. Even though they felt that something was strange about this matter, they wouldn't ask Li Qie if he didn't want to talk about it. The battle had ended. Under Li Qie's scheming, young King Nantian was not the only casualty. Even the old undying of the Jiangzhou clan, whom could be described as invincible, along with the old man from the heavenly southern kingdom died. In the end, the ancient kingdom's 8th ancestor that had swept through the world was also annihilated just the same. Such a result truly horrified everyone, and it created a creepy silence throughout the entire underworld fairy. At this time, regardless of the sect or heritage, sect master or royal lord, or even the old undying buried for many generations, there was only fear in their minds. From their perspectives, even though this little demon had a shallow cultivation, he was even more frightening than ancient saints. He, alone, carried 2 supreme invincible laws. However, his heavens will secret law and invincible immortal physique law were not the most frightening things, it was his schemes. With regards to cultivation, even though he cultivated both of the laws, he essentially could not compare to the ancient kingdom's 8th ancestor. Such an invincible existence like the 8th ancestor could crush him with one hand like an insect. It could even be said that the group of the 6 Jiangzhou kings and Nantian Hudu could kill him easily. However, today, he slew all of them, even the undying existences like Venerable Mo Shen and the wise monarch's descendant. He borrowed the physique devil of the tribulation as well as the hell lightning in order to massacre all of them. Even the 8th ancestor was still within his calculations. In the end, all of these invincible existences that had swept through an era were only poor victims that contributed to his tribulation. They were nothing but tools for him to surpass this ordeal. Having thought to this point caused many people to shiver with fear in their hearts. This little demon was too scary. He was clearly only 15 or 16 years old, but he was as wily as an old fox. He was always suppressing his physique tribulation. Just to wait for that moment. Jewel Pillar St. Child's eyes became as cold as ice as he murmured. His heart couldn't help but feel a chilling sensation. He's claimed to be an ancestor of the War God Temple, but would an ancestor force all of you to be here at this place right now? The whole thing about burying the ancestor was just nonsense. With your War God Temple's way of doing things, if I am not mistaken, the person in this coffin must either be the divine protector of your temple, or the old man from the hidden immortal hall. The moment his words came out, all eyes suddenly fell on him. If people described glares to be as sharp as swords, then the glares of these old men would be even more terrifying than divine swords. It seems that I was right, there is more than just one ancestor of your temple here. Your temple truly has many good items for life prolongment. Many old men that should be rolling in their graves are still able to hold on to their time. Li Qia leisurely smiled as he stated. If Qi Yun was here, he would be broken from fear due to Li Qia's words. The War God Temple's ancestors were all invincible existences, and there was more than one. They had lived through countless moons, and there were some ancestors that had lived in an extremely ancient era who were still alive under the ground to this very day. Who wouldn't be respectful to characters of this caliber? However, Li Qia did not put them in his sight. The younger generation will surpass us in time. At this moment, a voice finally rang out from the coffin. It was an ancient and archaic voice. It sounded as if it came from the past all the way to the present. This ancient voice continued on, with such ability, there is nowhere in this world where you cannot go. Luan Ri truly knows how to judge people. His trust in you was not without reason. So it is the old man from the hidden immortal hall. Hearing this voice, Li Qia immediately knew who it was. Besides the people present, there were no contemporary outsiders who knew more about the War God Temple than him. Li Qia leisurely added, "You are truly alive. Even old man Mu could not pass the heartlessness of time, yet you are able to. I have to admit that your will is as hard as steel." At this point, the gazes of the elders on the ground became frightening. The ones sitting here to guard this coffin were the reclusive ancestors from the War God Temple. Some of them didn't even mind leaving their era bloodstones just to come here in order to send away this coffin. Since Li Qia immediately revealed their secret, if it was necessary, they would not hesitate to kill him. In the end, the hidden immortal hall was extremely important to the War God Temple. This was also one of the reasons why they could stand strong for millions of years. Don't even think about killing me to hide the secret. Li Qia was still calm as he spoke. I know that in order to bring the coffin here, there are some near-dead people climbing out from their graves. However, be smart and do not provoke me. Otherwise, I will think about turning your War God Temple over, even if the old man from the hidden immortal hall is still alive. At this time, a black-robed old man stood up. To him, Li Qia already knew too much. Don't be impulsive. The ancient voice from the coffin appeared again. After having heard the command, the standing old man, at this time, silently sat back down without saying a word from start to finish. This is more like it. Li Qia let out a smile and continued on, regarding this old man that is capable of holding on since the era of old man Mu till now, he has eaten much more salt than you all have eaten meals. The old men from the War God Temple became speechless. This little demon was so unbridled, he was so rampantly arrogant to the point of driving them into insanity. One has to know that war god Mu was one of their most powerful ancestors. Yet this little demon is actually calling him an old man. Legend has it that the Tetrawar bronze chariot was a supreme throne. I once heard a legend that stated that during the Desolace expansion era, when the Tetrawar bronze chariot arrived, even the gods retreated while the immortal emperors came to offer their greetings. The ancient voice from the wooden coffin resounded. Wuxia coldly interrupted him and dryly said, "Don't try to test me. Even if the war god temple's power is great, there are some taboos better left unexplored in this world." The voice in the coffin also stopped after hearing Wuxia's words. He was wondering and perhaps even checking his memories. Little did they know that the day when Tian II unified the heaven and earth would be the date of demise for their Middle Continent ancient kingdom. The old man knew that the origin of the Middle Continent ancient kingdom was in dismay because legend has it that the Middle Continent ancient kingdom's background was no weaker than that of their war god temple. The ancient kingdom was an unparalleled giant during that era in the mortal emperor world. The scene suddenly became quiet with everyone staying silent for a long time. After leaving the war god temple's camp, Wuxia went to the 9 Saint Demon Gates base. Qi Yun had already settled Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao in. Both of them took a sigh of relief after seeing Wuxia's return, especially Li Shuangyan. She knew her young noble too well and was worried that his haughty attitude would provoke the war god temple. It seemed like her worries were unnecessary. Wuxia sat in the camp, bored, while waiting for the underworld boats. Meanwhile, it was the first time Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao went to the underworld ferry, and it was also their first time witnessing such a sight. They were curiously looking at the great powers from all over the world, for there were truly too many of them at this place carrying coffins. At the same time, Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao were also moved to see the treasure lords and earth immortals at the side. Even though the two didn't know their backgrounds, they were listening to Qi Yun a little bit earlier. All of them had heaven-frightening origins. Who would have thought that they would appear again at this place millions of years after their deaths? Is the Thousand Emperor Gate truly that amazing? Chen Baojiao especially took note of the last gate master from the Thousand Emperor Gate, and she couldn't help but ask Wuxia. It was indeed amazing. Wuxia looked at the last gate master from afar, and it reminded him of some old memories. He then added, "For generations of immortal emperors through 4 continuous generations. It could be said to be one of the great marvels since the beginning of time." Elder Qi said that the Thousand Emperor Gate had the space scripture, one of the 9 grand scripture. Is this the truth? Li Shuangyan couldn't suppress her curiosity. She was only told by Qi Yun from earlier, and Qi Yun only heard it from some of the discussions from the great powers. Li Shuangyan paid special attention to this when Qi Yun brought this up because she clearly knew that her physique law came from the physique scripture, one of the 9 scriptures as well. Such a secret could only be known by them and forever buried in their minds. The space scripture and physique scripture were part of the 9 grand scriptures. This was an object born before the heaven and earth, peerless for all of eternity. Even the heavens will secret laws, the highest achievement of immortal emperors, could not compare to them. Having cultivated the supreme void imperfection immortal physique, Li Shuangyan naturally took interest in the legendary space scripture. Wuxia came back from his recollection and gently nodded. To be exact, they only obtained a small part of the space scripture. It would have been wondrous if they actually obtained the full space scripture. With their unbeatable power of that year, maybe they could have even created an entire world. In that case, this world would not be the 9 worlds, but rather, the 10 worlds. But Elder Qi also said that the invincible Thousand Emperor Gate was ended by Empress Hong Tian. Just how powerful was Empress Hong Tian? Chen Baojiao couldn't help but ask. Li Shuangyan then replied, "I have heard of legends relating to Empress Hong Tian. Later on, people placed her on the same level as immortal Emperor Jiao Heng. Immortal Emperor Xiaofan was the first immortal emperor of the human race, and he was undefeated in his entire life. Even though he was not the very first immortal emperor, his brilliance dazzled all the ages. Since the beginning of time, there were many immortal emperors, but only he was undefeated. This was especially impressive due to his young age before shouldering the heaven's will. Perhaps mere words did not do his achievement justice. Placed on the same level as immortal Emperor Jiaoheng, Chen Baojiao was quite astonished. In the hearts of many humans, immortal Emperor Jiaoheng was the #1 emperor. What kind of frightening existence was Empress Hong Tian to be placed on the same level as him? Since the immemorial times, there were far more than just one female immortal emperor, but there was no other who could enjoy such a great reputation. Empress Hong Tian, hearing this name, Li Qiye couldn't control himself from being stunned. There was once such a girl on the long and winding path of time. There was once an era when a dark crow carried this girl to far and far away places. There was once a dark crow under the brilliance of a supreme empress that secretly guided her to higher and higher aims. Unfortunately, because of a certain matter, the two of them went on separate paths in the end. Ultimately, they were as far from each other like the edges of the heavens. Chapter 230, Empress Hong Tian, 2. Li Qiye couldn't help but become lost in a daze while thinking of Empress Hong Tian. As the dark crow traversing through infinite moons, he personally trained many immortal emperors, and immortal Emperor Min Ren was not considered the most brilliant. Empress Hong Tian was definitely not the most naturally gifted, but she was one of the greatest immortal emperors. When they swept through the heaven and earth to reach the apex, she cried with tears of joy. During the torturous moments of suffering, she wept in sorrow. No matter if it was during their conquest or time spent for the Grand Tao, there was always a secretive shadow accompanying her in both happy and sad times. There was a time when all of this laughter of happiness, along with cries of anguish, was embedded in their memories. Unfortunately, they eventually went their separate ways and even nearly turned into enemies. Everything turned into nothingness in a flash, becoming scattered ashes and dispersed smoke. The most painful thing in this world was not watching your loved ones die, but to break into a life or death feud with each other. Thinking about the past, the bygones, and the moments forgotten by time, Li Qiye was lost in a daze for a long time without being able to regain his composure. Empress Hong Tian. Millions of years had passed. No matter whether it was that year or the present, he did not blame her. There were some things that were against his wishes, but he had to make a decision. No matter if it was the most difficult era or the most miserable year, he, from beginning to end, always had a bottom line. He always persevered no matter what happened. Empress Hong Tian. A distant memory of their fight was still clear in his mind. Even when it was millions of years later, Li Qiye still couldn't help but become sullen in the end. Young noble, what is wrong? Chen Baojiao and Li Shuangyan wondered about the strangeness in their young noble's demeanor. Li Qiye then regained his mind. He let out a smile and shook his head to say, "It is nothing." Afterwards, he became silent. The two girls looked at each other. They felt that their young noble's mind was preoccupied with heavy thoughts, and it didn't look like he was worrying about the matter of the underworld boat. The underworld boat still did not appear after 2 or 3 days. There were very few sects that arrived during this time. The sects that were going to make it were already present, while those absent would most likely not make it in time. However, in the last 2 or 3 days, more than 10 treasure lords along with 3 earth immortals arrived. They were all extremely frightening existences that were invincible during their own eras. In the end, these treasure lords and earth immortals could not resist the temptation of the underworld boat, even though they hesitated for a long time before coming. Leaving their feng shui treasure earths and dragon veins meant that they were using their lifespan that had been accumulated from countless years. They had no backup plan, the two options were to either successfully increase their longevity and leave the burial ground, or to become Earth corpses forever in the future. Treasure Lords and Earth Immortals were different from Earth corpses, for they had their own intelligence and awareness. Even though a few of them were buried after their deaths, at this moment, they could still be considered living beings. All of the Earth corpses were squeezed into their own group, far away from the living. They were true corpses without awareness and intelligence. Their only instinct was to board the underworld boat. The Treasure Lords and Earth Immortal occupied their own area without any interactions with the others. They all carried solemn expressions, for this was their last battle. If successful, they could gain a few hundred years or even a few thousand years of lifespan to leave the burial ground and escape from its chains. However, if they were to be unsuccessful, becoming an Earth corpse for all eternity was a worse fate than death. Legend has it that the dead can still enter the reincarnation cycle, but Earth corpses will never have that chance. At the ferry, the atmosphere was very tense as everyone quietly waited while gazing at the underworld river's silently flowing stream. Finally, on the 5th day, the underworld boats finally came out. Inside the vast underworld river, the first underworld boat flew out from the layers of fog. An underworld boat. When the first boat came out, the entire ferry became rowdy because no one could sit still at this time. They all stood up, both the dead and the living. At the same time, the eyes in the coffins opened. Outside of actual dead people, all of the undying beings covered in Era bloodstones opened their eyes one after another to look at the approaching underworld boats. The boat that flew from the layers of fog was completely silent and entirely black, including its sails and hull. It gave off the feeling of a ghost ship as it quietly floated out from the fog. 1 boat, 2 boats, 3 boats, 4 boats. After the first one flew out, there were more and more underworld boats flying out from the layers of fog. Here we go. The moment the first boat flew out, Wuxia stood up right away with his gaze fixed on the underworld boats. At this moment, his eyes were like flames, lighting up each underworld boat without missing a single detail. In a flash, the war god temple's camp made their move and all of the elders immediately lifted the ancient coffin and appeared right behind Wuxia. Their speed was lightning fast and didn't make the slightest of sounds. When the first ship flew out, everyone at the ferry all stood up, including the Earth corpses. At this time, even the spectators who only came for the entertainment were also tense, let alone the great powers who wanted to bury their coffins on the boats. Inside the fog, boat after boat flew out in complete silence, creating a ghastly scenery. Rumble. The Earth corpses were the first group to take action. Countless Earth corpses, like dumplings jumping into a steaming pot, all rushed towards the underworld river. Keep in mind that the underworld water was very harmful to most cultivators, especially those with ordinary physiques. It would destroy the life essence of mortal bodies, but it had very minimal effects on the Earth corpses. Boom boom. At this moment, all the Earth corpses rushed into the underworld water, wanting to get on the underworld boats. The scramble began immediately with Earth corpses activating their life treasures in order to kill those who aimed for their boats regardless of whether it was the dead or the living. Earth corpses did not have plans nor schemes, everything came down to their instinct, its sole purpose was getting on the underworld boats. Chapter 231, Contention for the Underworld Boats. 1. At this moment, both the dead and the living were competing for the underworld boats. As the battle became more heated, more and more people died pitifully in the underworld river, even Earth Immortals and Treasure Lords were no exceptions. Many experts, including Treasure Lords, fell into the underworld river. This river was very ghastly, not everyone could do what Wuxia did with his green hair taking root in the underworld river. Some experts no longer came out once they fell into the river, they simply floated downstream until they disappeared in the layers of fog. The Earth corpses had a great advantage in this regard. It was as if they were especially blessed by the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground. They could climb up from the underworld river much more easily than other cultivators and treasure lords. At the end of the day, they were the dead and thus, they had a much higher affinity with the river. One peerless treasure lord channeled the entire universe in his palm. He wanted to use this invincible momentum to pull an underworld boat towards his direction. However, the moment the boat became separated from the underworld river, it became the size of a palm. In addition, it was only a rotten wooded plank. There was no resemblance of a boat at all. Moreover, when this piece of rotten wood left the water, it immediately turned into dust and floated along the breeze down into the underworld river. Such a scene surprised everyone, including the undying old men, treasure lords, and even the unbeatable earth immortals. They all had one question on their minds: just what on earth are the underworld boats? There were more than 10,000 underworld boats floating on the vast underworld river. In the end, Earth corpses were the most successful in boarding these boats. At this place, they had the numbers advantage along with powerful strength. And not to mention, they did not fear the underworld water. As the dead, they had an advantage that cultivators and treasure lords could not compare to. The great powers within their coffins suffered the heaviest losses. However, not all undyings inside the coffins were actually dead. In fact, many of these undyings buried in dust still had one remaining breath, and they were extremely heaven-defying. Once they were near a boat, they would exert one last blow. To put it simply, they would kill gods if gods blocked their way and slay devils if devils deterred their path. There were also a few great powers who were invincible during an era who actually brought their dead ancestors here. They wanted to bury them on the underworld boats, hoping that their ancestors would have a chance to come back to life and regain their supreme prestige. This type of the dead found it even harder to board an underworld boat. It required numerous experts from the sect to make a path in order to bury the coffin on a boat. Unless this great power was extremely formidable, it would be even harder to bring the dead onto a boat compared to reaching the heavens. This was why, within this grand battle, countless experts from these powers fell and ultimately died in the underworld river. After waves and waves of killing cries amongst endless merit laws in the sky and ringing universal laws, one treasure after another rode the wind. A bunch of legendary characters crawled out of their coffins, causing many spectators by the ferry to be lost in this spectacle. 7 Celestial Heavenly Monarch, War God of the Stone Golem Race, Demon Emperor of Long River, Evil Saint Flood Dragon, Sacred Lord Myriad Poison. Seeing a bunch of undyings coming out of their coffins made many people lose their minds. The old turtle monarch from the Flying Dragon Lake possessed extensive knowledge and, after seeing so many legendary undyings who had been dead for a long time coming out, he lost his colors as if he was bleached white. These characters were all unbeatable during their own eras. Today, all of these undying old men climbed out of their coffins contrary to the rumors of their deaths. Since the immemorial times in the 9 worlds and 8 desolaces, no one actually knew how many undyings were holding on to their life using the blood-halting property of the era bloodstones. For these invincible old men, the main reason why they chose to prolong their life was to protect their descendants and sections. Of course, there were some who buried themselves in the bloodstones for the hope of staying alive as well. Li Qiye's gaze was fixed on the underworld boats the moment they flew out from the fog. At this time, his eyes became as bright as divine torches. He didn't let go of a single intricacy from the boats. In this world, outside of hell itself, no one understood the underworld boats better than him. One could even say that because he had lived from the desolate era until now, as the dark crow floating through time, he had lost count of how many times he had observed the underworld boats. It would not be an exaggeration to state that he had come to see the underworld boats every generation when they made their appearance. He even went as far as to use a heaven-shattering treasure to seize quite a few underworld boats and sealed them for his own investigations. His mind concealed a great secret of knowing how to detect lifeboats and death boats. This was his biggest accomplishment after collecting many underworld boats throughout the years. Which underworld boat is right? In contrast to Li Qiye's calmness, an elder of the War God Temple couldn't maintain his composure. After seeing different people climbing on the boats as they floated downstream through the layers of fog, he couldn't help but frantically urge Wuxia for an answer. "Don't bother me, do you want to go on a death boat?" Wuxia angrily replied as he gazed towards the underworld boats. His reply annoyed the War God Temple's elders, but they could only acquiesce with silence. This burial trip was too crucial for them and only success was acceptable. "You, pick that one over there." Suddenly, Wuxia shouted at Middle Continent Princess and pointed towards an underworld boat that had just arrived at the ferry. At this time, there were more than 1,000 underworld boats and all of them were basically identical. The one Wuxia pointed at had no discernible characteristic compared to other boats from the spectators' perspectives. Middle Continent Princess stayed silent and simply stared at Wuxia. Meanwhile, Wuxia immediately raised his voice again, "Hurry up, it will be too late if someone else takes it." At this time, even the ancestors of the War God Temple were moved with their own thoughts. There were so many floating boats yet Wuxia picked this particular one, there must be a reason why. However, their forefather had warned them against underhanded actions. Even though they were tempted, robbing this boat was outside of their audacity. However, Middle Continent Princess still emotionlessly stood there while staring at Wuxia with a cold demeanor. "Time is running out, hurry and go." Wuxia roared at Middle Continent Princess. At this moment, it seemed as if he had turned into a different person with a divine dignified expression not to be questioned by anyone. However, Middle Continent Princess still wouldn't budge. Wuxia couldn't help but become flustered as he angrily shouted, "Would I lie to you in this life? Hurry up and get the hell up there." At this time, there were so many people who wanted to board this ship, how could Wuxia not become insane from the rush? In the blink of an eye, Middle Continent Princess shifted her body and stepped towards the underworld boat. With a loud detonation, everyone who tried to seize this ship all exploded. No matter whether they were the Undyings invincible in their own eras, the treasure lords who were reigning over their own generations, or the fearless earth corpses, in the blink of an eye, everything that approached this ship all burst into nothingness without a trace remaining. Her heaven-defying power caused everyone to take a deep breath, including the ancestors from the War God Temple. They all shuddered at the strength of this woman. "Just who on earth is she?" A demon monarch murmured as he gazed at Middle Continent Princess's compelling might. At this time, another person took action. He was the last gate master of the Thousand Emperor Gate. With a quick maneuver and just a flash, he aimed for the same underworld boat as Middle Continent Princess. Compared to the other Earth Immortals and Treasure Lords, the last gate master was very lucid. He had always been staring at this underworld boat. After seeing Middle Continent Princess attempt to board this ship, he became determined to also seize it. Zang, in a split second, Middle Continent Princess opened her eyes as two bloody rays shot out. With an unbelievable speed, the two bloody rays turned into two supreme divine spears that God-killingly pierced the sky and the six Tao. The sharp gleams of the two divine spears chilled everyone's hearts. These are truly monstrous divine spears. The approaching divine spears shocked even the last gate master of the Thousand Emperor Gate. He immediately dodged and returned to his initial place. Poof! The divine spears struck the air and created a black hole. The fabric of time and space was shattered by the divine spears and became a void. If struck by these spears, even the old invincible Undyings would turn into nothingness without a chance to even become ashes. Such a mighty display rendered everyone speechless. This person was too monstrous and could even annihilate time and space. She was simply an existence at an abnormal level. After returning to his spot in a flash, the last gate master no longer took action for that underworld boat. Without a doubt, he was very dreadful of Middle Continent Princess. At this point, even the War God Temple's elders were amazed. Even though the Thousand Emperor Gate fell at the hands of Empress Hong Tian, its power was beyond the imagination of mankind. The last gate master of the Thousand Emperor Gate was absolutely an unparalleled paragon. However, he was still so cautious against the princess like this. After the princess boarded the ship, she did not immediately enter and simply stood at the bow. Standing there, she opened her beautiful eyes, with flashing glimmers, to look at Wuxia at the far distance. Looking at the princess from afar, Wuxia gently sighed and finally mustered his voice, "The heaven and earth is eternal. One day we'll meet again." After watching Wuxia for a while, Middle Continent Princess eventually went inside the boat as it floated downstream. Meanwhile, Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao were puzzled and thought that their young noble and this Middle Continent Princess seemed to be former acquaintances. Chapter 232, Contention for the Underworld Boats. 2. Wuxia remained silent while focusing his gaze on each boat as they came out. Just a moment later, the last gate master of the Thousand Emperors Gate finally made his move. He quickly stepped on top of an underworld boat. The moment he took action, everyone could clearly hear the crisp and clear sounds of bones breaking. Everyone who competed with him for the boat was grinded into mincemeat. Such a domineering scene caused everyone's hearts to shiver. Truly worthy of coming from the Thousand Emperors Gate. Even the ancestor of the war god temple murmured in astonishment. As the boats floated out, there were more and more people who aimed for them. However, there were too many earth corpses. Even when more than 10,000 boats came out, each one was still highly contested. The truth was that it was a huge gamble to climb up on an underworld boat. More than 10,000 boats flew out in every generation, but they were essentially death boats. The legendary lifeboats numbered at no more than 3. Moreover, each of them prolonged one's life for a different amount of time. A few gave dozens of years while others gave several hundred or even several thousand years. There was even a legendary one that flew out from hell and granted an entire lifetime. That one. Finally, Wuxia selected a boat for the war god temple's forefather and immediately shouted towards the person inside the ancient coffin. After Wuxia's words came out, with a whoosh, the wooden coffin rushed out and soared towards that underworld boat. This underworld boat was also contested by hundreds of people, with the majority being earth corpses. Zhang, the person inside the wooden coffin, did not climb out. Instead, he only slashed a sword light outward. This sword light illuminated the 9 spheres with a "fush" sound. The brilliance of this single sweep of the sword annihilated all undyings, treasure lords, and earth corpses as the wooden coffin flew towards the boat. Stars in the sky soared. A grand character recognized the origin of this one sword after seeing the sword light. This sacred lord, with a shocked expression, exclaimed, "It's the war god temple." Upon hearing the words, "War God Temple," everyone felt a shiver inside. The War God Temple. This could be said to be one of the oldest existences in the mortal emperor world, for its inception was during the Desolate Era. It still stood strong and had secret ties with many immortal emperors. It was both mysterious and powerful and had an unshakable foundation in this world. Around this time, numerous people looked at the group of men dressed in black who were standing behind Wuxia. They finally understood that Wuxia was working for the war god temple and helping their matter of burial. At the same time, many intelligent men were interested in the low-profile attitude of the war god temple. Just who was the person being buried from the war god temple? As the boats gently floated downstream, Wuxia finally told Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao, "This is my time to board. Both of you, along with the 9 Saint Demon Gate, should go back with these old men. No one will dare to cause trouble with them around. If I don't come back in half a month, go back to the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect with Xiaofan's group. You don't need to worry about me." What? There were 10,000 words and questions in the minds of Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao, waiting to be spoken. They naturally didn't want their young noble to board the underworld boat, but there was no way to persuade him. "You want to go on the underworld boat?" At this time, even the ancestors of the war god temple had their mouths wide open. Was this brat going insane? Only people near their death, with no other choice, would board the underworld boats. Everyone was aware that going on the underworld boat was akin to dying. He's alive and well like this, yet he's running to his death. Many people became dumbfounded seeing the last boat drifting into the foggy layers down the river. A few people found this to be unfathomable as they murmured, "This kid must be haunted by a suicidal longevity spirit." Only people who are tired of living would board the underworld boat. At this moment, no one understood the reason. It was understandable for the dead to board the ship, but a young person? Truly suicidal. Jewel Pillar Saint Child, with bright flashes in his eyes, was very excited. Wuxia simply sought his own death by boarding the ship. If Wuxia didn't come back, then that would be one less powerful enemy for him. What was regrettable was that this brat carried the supreme immortal physique to die. Bai Jianjun, the descendant of the sword god's sacred ground, was still cold and emotionless as always. She stared at the last ship floating down the river and couldn't help but contemplate. This matter was really strange. Meanwhile, Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao dejectedly sighed. They silently prayed for their young noble and hoped that he could return safely. They believed that he would be able to work a miracle and come back alive. In fact, they were just as lost as the others. No one knew where the end of the underworld river was. Once one boarded an underworld boat, only the people on the lifeboats would come back alive, the rest will never return. People began to evacuate after the end of the underworld boats because the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground will soon recover its energy. If they did not leave now, then maybe they would die inside the burial ground. Of course, many experts at their time of withdrawal started treasure hunting one last time before the burial ground recovered its strength. Naturally, many of them still died at this time, for the burial ground was still a dangerous location even when all the earth corpses had not returned. A great power was unlucky, for they looted treasures on a treasure lord's territory. One could only imagine the outcome. A treasure lord climbed up from the ground and annihilated everyone, causing heavy losses to this great power. As for Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao, they went along with the 9 Saint Demon Gate and the War God Temple's elders to leave the burial ground, to return to ancient Sky City to wait for Wuxia. The underworld boats floated silently, and they were completely soundless inside as well. One did not know where they were floating. Even if they opened the door, they couldn't see the scenery outside. It was a vast nothingness with no visuals. Even the other boats were nowhere in sight. It was as if there was only one boat gliding above this endless river and all the other ones had disappeared. Inside the underworld boat, there was nothing else besides a bed. Wuxia sat on it with a calm demeanor as if it was his own home. Wuxia then took out an item from his fate palace. This was a stone tablet that was not too large, however, it was extremely heavy. The tablet had many holes and complicated runic lines were carved on top. These were completely undecipherable by others. This stone tablet was taken by Wuxia from the treasure armory of the Cleansing Incense ancient sect. Its elders did not know the usage nor effects of this stone tablet. The truth was that no one knew what it did, where it came from, or who took it. Everything was unknown ever since the historical annals of the sect were created. The moment he obtained it, Wuxia immediately knew that this stone tablet's origin was frightening. Afterwards, he had always been researching this stone tablet. One had to know that he had lived for an endless amount of time and had even trained immortal emperors. He had trod on the 12 burial grounds and 6 great immortal former Earths, the places that humans didn't dare to intrude. What had he not seen in this world? However, he had never seen this stone tablet before. Chapter 233, Myriad Star Water. 1. Wuxia contemplated and observed these runic lines engraved on the stone tablet for a long time. These patterns were extremely rare, but he had seen them before at a certain place, the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground. As the Dark Crow, he had entered the deepest area of the burial ground not just once since the start of time. One could even say that he was the authority in this regard, but he could not connect this stone tablet together with the burial ground's deepest area. That night, when the underworld river came out, Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao's conversation sparked a few lights in Li Qiye's mind. At that time, he had a bold conjecture: this stone tablet was related to a legendary place, a place that even he had not been to before. One could even say that no one had ever been there since the beginning of time. The appearance of the underworld river signals the rise of rebirth. Countless people have heard this phrase in the mortal emperor world and had long been familiar with it. This referred to the fact that the chance for rebirth was possible with the arrival of the underworld boats. However, very few people knew that this was not the complete phrase. In fact, the completed version was, underworld appears, rebirth begins, heaven's path revealed, divine stone initiated. Entered heavenly coffin, achieving myriad old. Awaken corpse earth, heaven bringing eternality. But at this moment, Li Qiye was certain that the underworld boat changed its direction. However, Li Qiye was unable to tell where it was going. It seems like this gamble was a success. Li Qiye murmured with happiness after clearly feeling the change in direction of the boat. It drifted even longer towards the new destination as the runic outlines on both the stone tablet and the boat became increasingly brighter. In the end, it was as if a dazzling splendor shot out from the patterns and intertwined together into a heaven and earth's written clause. Li Qiye meticulously gazed at this worldly clause, but he could not understand its true content right away. Keep in mind that with countless years of experience, Li Qiye was more adept at interpreting universal law clauses than anyone else. No matter whether it was the ancient Ming's chapters in the legends or languages from the mythical legendary era, he had seen them all. He had seen things that the world had never even heard of. However, the worldly written clause in front of him was completely different from anything he had seen before. This was outside of his comprehension, and this mere sheet of paper alone was more foreign than even the legendary languages seen in his past. Even though he could not understand this sequence in front of his eyes, he engraved it into his mind permanently. After a long drift, the boat eventually and slowly came to a stop. This excited Li Qiye, for he knew he had finally arrived. At this point, his eyes narrowed, creating a dignified expression. No one knew the final destination of the underworld boat, and no one knew what they would face once they left its interior. After taking a deep breath, Li Qiye carried the stone tablet and drove the tetrawar bronze chariot slowly out of the underworld boat. The moment he witnessed the scene before him, even as someone who had experienced countless hardships, someone who was once hailed as an immortal emperor's Tao master, and someone who was a mythical legend, he still couldn't help but become shocked. At this time, there were no mountains nor rivers before him, or even any resemblance of a world at that. There was only an empty and endless void, deprived of any life forms. Let alone a blade of grass, there was not even a trace of any essence of life. In front of him was a path leading straight up to the heavens. It seemed as if it was built by brilliant pebbles that were emitting a gentle yet eternal light. The path was seemingly endless as it reached towards an unknown destination. He turned around and noticed that the boat was no longer drifting on the underworld river, but rather, a resplendent river of stars, winding and coiling from a boundless unknown source. This is just like my expectations. Li Qiye murmured in astonishment at the scene unfolding before his eyes. He was very excited, for he could be the first one to arrive at this place since the beginning of time. The appearance of the underworld signals the rise of rebirth. The path to heaven debuts the way to the divine stone. Enter the heavenly coffin to obtain eternality, awaken the corpse earth to achieve the everlasting blessing of the heavens. Underworld appears, rebirth begins, heaven's path revealed, divine stone initiated. Entered heavenly coffin, achieving myriad old. Awaken corpse earth, heaven bringing eternality. This was the complete legendary phrase. Over the years, many people, including immortal emperors, predicted that only by climbing on top of the heaven's path would one be able to see the divine stone. However, the truth was far from this. The divine stone was not inside the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground, and it was not at the end of the heaven's path. What was called the divine stone had always been hidden in the mortal world. The stone tablet in Wuxia's hand could very well be the divine stone. Only with this tablet would one be able to ride the underworld boat to reach the heaven's path. For eons, many people tried to find the heaven's path, including immortal emperors and even Wuxia. At this moment, it seemed like the heaven's path was not necessarily inside the burial ground, and the same applied to the divine stone. Wuxia took a deep breath, then he slowly drove his chariot upward along the heaven's path. The moment he exited the boat, it turned into a piece of rotten wood and dispersed with the wind. This meant that Wuxia was on a path of no return without an underworld boat. Chapter 234, Myriad Star Water, 2. As Wuxia was driving the chariot along the heaven's path, his eyes maintained a careful focus, for no one knew what would be at the end of this path. It could be the heavenly coffin or something else entirely. Underworld appears, rebirth begins, heaven's path revealed, divine stone initiated. Entered heavenly coffin, achieving myriad old. Awakened corpse earth, heaven bringing eternality. Wuxia kept on thinking about these words. The reality was that the heavenly coffin might not necessarily be at the end of the heaven's path. Wuxia rode his chariot for a very long distance and an unknown amount of time before finally reaching the end of the heaven's path. It was a mountain deprived of a notable stature, and it was not comparable to the monstrous mountain with the hanging wooden coffin found in the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground. However, this particular not-so-mighty mountain was befriended with the sun and the moon, with hovering stars and galaxies encircling it. It was as if this mountain was the center of the sky, or the beginning of the heaven and earth. Wuxia went up the mountain and found that there were no other things besides a pool of water. In the middle of the mountain was a large pond that had slow-flowing water. A spurting spring existed at the middle of the pond. It did not spray high, as it was only around 3 feet up. Wuxia was shaken the moment he saw the water in the pond. Its water was not much different from common water, but with a more meticulous observation, one would find that this water was not ordinary. This tranquil water had a faint shimmer, but with a careful glance, this faint shimmer was not from light. Instead, they were stars along with suns and moons. The Grand Tao accompanied each of these shimmers. To simply put it, this was its own heaven and earth. Inside the glossy lights, these heavenly bodies were hundreds of times smaller than a speck of dust. This was the reason why they looked like faint shimmers from a quick glance. Myriad star water. Even Wuxia was astonished at the sight of this pond. After living for such a long time, what type of treasures had he not seen? Even the treasure considered number one in the world by mankind had been bestowed with his gaze. Wuxia had only seen the myriad star water once, and it was a long time ago. It was just a single drop of myriad star water back then, but it brought about a war throughout the entire 9 worlds. At that moment, immortal emperors and immortal physiques at grand completion tried to seize this one drop of myriad star water, and it brought about an immortal emperor-level war. Wuxia took a deep breath as his gaze fell upon the spring in the pond. The spring was only 3 feet high. It was as if it was raising a piece of treasure metal. This treasure metal was filled with primordial chaos, as if it was born during the inception of the heaven and earth. Its voice was very, very indistinct, yet it sounded as if an immortal king was preaching the scriptures with the hymns of true gods. They exuded a majestic brass sound of majestic drums, allowing listeners to be enlightened with perfect wisdom. The even more frightening thing was that there were 9 runes upon this piece of treasure metal. They intertwined into one existence, a supreme true mantra. This one true mantra alone formed its own world and was turned into an unparalleled heavenly testament. However, this was only the first form of the heavenly testament. it was not yet at grand completion. Li Qia's eyes shot out a blinding brilliance to analyze the golden runes within the metal, resulting in his body shaking. In a flash, he clearly read the golden runes within this piece of metal. Pristine worldly metal. With a shocked expression, Li Qia took in a cold breath and couldn't help himself from murmuring. Li Qia had seen so many treasures throughout the ages. Regarding Grand Dao treasure metals with innate runic words to create life treasures, a 9 Grand Dao golden rune metal was the most valuable. However, a Grand Dao treasure metal with 9 Grand Dao golden runes was not the most invaluable. There was a saying amongst cultivators, treasure metals with 9 runes were not as great as treasure metals with 3 runes and 1 true mantra. If 1 Grand Dao treasure metal contained 9 Grand Dao golden runes, but if these golden runes were just fragmented pieces, it could only be considered a treasure metal reaching its own limit regarding golden runes. However, if this Grand Dao treasure metal contained 3 Grand Dao golden runes that were able to turn into 1 true mantra, in the eyes of many people, its value would be much greater than a 9 runic Grand Dao treasure metal. The reason was very simple. When these Grand Dao golden runes are able to form into a true mantra, its power would double. The power of 3 runic true mantra would be no less than a 9 runic Grand Dao treasure metal. Therefore, some people referred to these golden runes that were capable of forming true mantras as mantra treasure metal or true metal, and they even placed it above immortal metal. He couldn't wait for this pristine worldly metal to turn into a heavenly scripture or heavenly treasure. In the end, he couldn't wait for such a long time. As long as he could seize this pristine worldly metal, create a supreme life treasure from it in the future, and, at the same time, shoulder the heavens will to become an immortal emperor, this life treasure would be unbeatable in this world. Even immortal emperor true treasures would not be able to compete with it. This pristine worldly metal was just a legend that existed only during the primordial chaos of the heaven and earth. However, Li Qia didn't think that he would actually see one today. Boom, boom, boom. During his time of astonishment, thunderous noises appeared, causing Li Qia to immediately turn around. Looking at the scene of the empty void ahead of him, even Li Qia became dumbfounded as his eyes became wide open. Ants, one after another, were carrying a coffin from the mountain forward into the void. Ancient ants moving the coffin. Li Qia murmured as if he was in a trance. Not long before this, he had seen these ants carrying a wooden coffin towards the deepest area of the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground. And that time was not the first time he had seen this phenomenon before either. He just didn't expect to see these ants again at this time and place. Li Qia was certain that these ancient ants were the same ones that he had met not long ago. Such a situation even caused Li Qia, who had seen many strange things, to be stuck in a daze. Li Qia felt an urge to chase after and open the wooden coffin, but he managed to calm himself because he had heard of a different legend, a legend with a bad ending. The moment the ancient ants and the coffin disappeared into the void, Li Qia finally regained his wits and looked at the pond ahead. After taking a deep breath, he took out an item and aimed it towards the water in the pond, then he shouted, "Go!" However, the water in the pond did not move in the slightest. One had to know that the jade bottle in Li Qia's hand was a universe pouch. Not to mention a pond of water, it could even hold an entire river. But at this time, there was not the slightest hint of movement. Regardless of how he tried to suck in the myriad star water with his jade bottle, it was all for naught. At this moment, Li Qia realized that this water was not something that could be carried by his jade bottle. One had to know that every small drop of this water carried a star, sun, or moon. How could an ordinary universe pouch be able to hold such a thing? At this time, he thought about an item, so he took it out, the myriad heavenly cauldron. After taking it out, he didn't do anything else. The myriad heavenly cauldron flew out from his hand and, with a boom, it fiercely swallowed a big mouthful of myriad star water. However, the myriad heavenly cauldron did not drink a huge amount of myriad star water to store for Li Qia, it recklessly tried to digest the water. In the blink of an eye, it emitted a faint brilliance and many tiny stars appeared. It was actually undergoing a transformation. However, when it digested almost half of it, the cauldron was like a drunkard as it shifted back and forth before finally falling flat to the ground with a plop. Damn, this is too messed up, you're devouring such a treasure for only yourself. Wuxia was speechless and had no choice but to recall the myriad heavenly cauldron. This guy was not trustworthy at all. It ate a large amount of the water and essentially left nothing for Wuxia. Since it was impossible to rely on the cauldron, Wuxia thought about a different item. He took out one immortal writ and folded it into a small cup, then he used it to scoop the myriad star water. Truly worthy of being called an immortal writ, it is definitely matchless since the ancient age. Wuxia was ecstatic that the immortal writ was able to accept the myriad star water. Wuxia, once again, folded another immortal writ, wanting to store even more water. However, this time, the folded paper cup was not able to load the water, not even the tiniest bit. It seems like this water has its own consciousness. Even the immortal writ could only load the water once, and only a small cup at that, before it was no longer effective. This caused Wuxia to understand that this water had its own sentience. Was it you that sucked up all the myriad star water? Wuxia was a bit shocked as he murmured, I'm really meeting so many strange things today. After calming down and staring at the stone egg before him, he said with some astonishment, I assumed that the opening of the divine stone would give me eternal life. This shattered stone gives me a stone egg instead. This is too strange, I am not a hen. Even a few elders of the war god temple did not leave. They chose to stay behind in ancient Sky City to wait for news regarding Wuxia, for they wanted to see if he could come back alive. If he was able to, then their confidence in this trade would be much greater. 20 days has passed already. Inside the mansion, Chen Baojiao sat next to the window with her chin propped up by her hands while staring at the sky. Chen Baojiao could be considered a crazed cultivator even though she was a supreme beauty. She crazily trained harder and put out more effort than anyone. No matter the occasion, she wouldn't waste time sitting idly by without cultivating. But in the last 20 days, Chen Baojiao was quite restless and had no desire to cultivate or to eat. Day by day, she waited for her young noble to come back. However, as the days passed by, she became increasingly worried about the absence of their young noble. He will come back. He is even more powerful than our imaginations. Li Shuangyan sat to the side with her cold and aloof demeanor. However, at this minute, there was a lingering sorrow unhideable in the middle of her beautiful brows. Even though Li Shuangyan was saying such things, her heart was still at a loss. In the end, this was the underworld boat they were talking about, and 20 days had passed as well. Wuxia told them that, if he did not return in half a month, they have to leave and bring the juniors back to the cleansing incense ancient sect. However, 20 days had passed and they were not willing to leave. They were still hoping for their young noble to return. Today, ancient Sky City was sunny with a cloudless sky. This was a good day. XSHH, at this moment, in the wide cloudless sky, there was a sudden sharp noise piercing above as a star passed over ancient Sky City. Meteor, many people looked up and said, no, it is not a meteor, it is a person. A person was shooting across the sky with an extreme speed, just like a burning meteor, as his entire body was bursting in flames. It is Wuxia. Even though the speed was very swift, there was still a royal noble with sharp eyesight and was able to discern the person burning with raging fire in a flash. Having heard this, many cultivators present were shocked. A great character lost his voice in exclamation, impossible, I clearly saw him ride an underworld boat, flowing away. It really is Wuxia. At this time, more than just one person recognized that the burning man was truly Wuxia. Momentarily, many great characters were amazed that Li Qiye came back alive. This kid is truly too scary. No matter whether they were royal lords or sect masters from the previous generations, or even some secluded undyings, all of them were greatly alarmed. Being able to come back alive after riding the underworld boat, this is extremely devilish. In just a second, countless people glanced at each other and felt that this matter was impossible. Boom! With a loud knock, the heavenly grotto of the Nine-Saint Demon Gate was pierced through, frightening everyone inside. What happened? The group of Qiyun jolted because, after the attack from the Heavenly God sect last time, the Nine-Saint Demon Gate became more vigilant. Countless disciples rushed to the scene of occurrence. His myriad heavenly cauldron was quite amazing, with a heaven-frightening origin, and could be considered the #1 cauldron in the world. However, it became drunk after just one big gulp of myriad star water. Yet this stone egg swallowed an entire pond without any reaction. He started to wonder if this egg had any life essence at all. If it truly had some life in it and swallowed a pond without any reaction, then it was too terrifying. He didn't even dare to imagine it. If this was the case, then what kind of existence was this? Li Qiye would dare to say that there were no existences in this world that he had not seen before. However, if there was a creature in this world that could swallow a pond of myriad star water without any reaction, then Li Qiye really had not seen it. Even an immortal emperor would not be able to do so, for they essentially could not refine the water without some time. What is this thing? Li Shuangyan noticed that Li Qiye was not joking, so she meticulously looked again, but the result was still the same. Li Qiye shook his head and answered, "It would be nice if I knew, so that I won't have to think about how to break it. In fact, I still don't know what creature it is." After returning, Li Qiye had always thought about this stone egg, but it remained a mystery. He was sure that this egg hid a great secret. It did not have any relationship with the burial ground, but with hell instead. However, this was the only thing he could come up with. Underworld appears, rebirth begins, heaven's path revealed, divine stone initiated. Entered heavenly coffin, achieving myriad old. Awakened corpse earth, heaven bringing eternality. Li Qiye kept on recalling this phrase and wanted to connect the stone egg with it, but he still didn't have a clue at this moment. On the second day since his return, Li Shuangyan told Li Qiye, "An ancestor of the War God Temple wants to see you." "See me?" Li Qiye batted his brows a bit before saying, "Let him come. Does he actually want me to go and see him? It is him asking me for a favor, not the other way around." Li Shuangyan became a bit speechless. Not to mention her, if the world heard this, they would be quite stunned. A War God Temple's ancestor was an invincible character. Even a virtuous paragon would not dare to act recklessly when facing this ancestor, but their young noble was an arrogant mess. In the end, the War God Temple's ancestor actually came. The truth was that the War God Temple didn't have just one ancestor. This ancestor stayed behind while the rest all went back to the temple. He came in and sat down. This time, he did not wear black and was dressed in a hemp robe instead. He suppressed his blood energy so that he was just like an ordinary old man. In fact, when one was at an invincible level like him, blood energy could be freely controlled. This old man's name is Mu Chen. Even though this ancestor was not arrogant, he was still a bit reserved. In fact, with his status and power, he was qualified to have a threatening arrogance. Mu Chen. If others heard this name, they would piss their pants from horror. Don't even mention existences like the Heavenly God sect. Even an ancestor of the Azure mysterious ancient kingdom would lose his colors. Li Qiye's eyelids simply lifted a little bit while looking at him. He was just a bit surprised. "You being alive is outside of my expectations. That year when the old war god Mu was buried, I heard that you were one of the pallbearers. Old man Mu had always thought highly of you." Li Qiye's words shook Mu Chen. Even the disciples of the War God Temple did not know of such a tale, let alone an outsider. This was an extremely ancient matter. Besides the living ancestors, no one else knew about this matter. It was only through the usage of an era bloodstone to last till now. Mu Chen spoke. If it wasn't for bringing their forefather to this place, he would not pay such a monstrous price such as leaving the era bloodstone. At this point, Mu Chen looked at Li Qiye and said, even though forefather Mu lived for another generation, he couldn't make it to the present. Li Qiye waved his hand and said, don't try to test me. The old man from the hidden immortal hall didn't dare to inquire, do you really want to take this gamble? Mu Chen immediately turned silent. The truth was, to both him and the War God Temple, Li Qiye was too devilish. He felt that Li Qiye wasn't only something as simple as the prime disciple of the cleansing incense ancient sect. However, their forefather had talked about this, so he no longer dared to try searching for Li Qiye's background after Li Qiye's warning. War God Mu had lived for 2 generations, plus he buried himself in the era bloodstone for a long time. This was already heaven-defying. The old heaven had soon not tolerated him. It was already a miracle to live that long. It is already good that the old man from your hidden immortal hall is now buried on the underworld boat, so don't be too greedy. Li Qiye glanced at Mu Chen once, then he continued on, your War God Temple is great in all aspects, but its conservative air is too heavy. This has a lot to do with having too many old men alive. Li Qiye's words caused Mu Chen to contemplate silently. Their War God Temple had been standing strong since the desolate era until now, and it was due to 2 reasons. The first was because there were many great geniuses that appeared, the second was because they always had ancestors who were willing to be buried in the dark in order to protect the temple. The younger generation created the future while the old generation protected the heritage. Because of this, the War God Temple continued to exist until this day. Well, we will not waste time. If you have something to say, go ahead. Out of respect for your War God Temple's great contribution to the human race, I will let you know certain things as long as the situation permits. Li Qiye slowly said. Li Qiye's words, once again, shook Mu Chen's heart. These words were not simple. He became serious and looked at Li Qiye to say, I want to ask young noble Li, the end of the underworld boat, what is that place? Could young noble Li describe the circumstances and details regarding the drifting boats? The matter about Li Qiye buzzed everywhere throughout the secret channels. However, Li Qiye didn't care for these matters. After staying at Ancient Sky City for a few days, he immediately prepared to depart from the city back to the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. The elders of the 9 Saint Demon Gate sent him off while the War God Temple was not present. Qiyun told Li Qiye that the remaining War God Temple's group had already left 1 day before Li Qiye. Li Qiye coming back alive increased the 9 Saint Demon Gate's trust that this transaction would be successful. One had to remember that they paid a great price for this deal between Li Qiye and the temple. If it was successful, then the 9 Saint Demon Gate would not only earn the temple's support, but also its protection. Through the warping of the Tao Gate, the group of Li Qiye quickly returned to the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect in a short time and was greeted in person by Gu Taizhou and the other elders along with the protectors. All of them were quite ecstatic to see everyone come back safely. Of course, they also wanted to know the result of this trip. However, Li Qiye was not in the mood to discuss it, so he left everything to Tu Buyu and said, Junior Tu, you report everything to the elders. Tu Buyu accepted this trivial matter and didn't want to bother Li Qiye. However, Li Qiye only noticed that the elders and protectors were present. His circumstantial master, who happened to be the sect master, Su Yonghuang, was not. He asked with some surprise, where is the sect master? The sect master is in secluded cultivation. Sect master said that her physique tribulation was approaching, so she is carefully preparing for it. Gu Taizhou quickly explained to Li Qie. Under the strong support of Li Qie, Su Yonghuang's position at the sect became well established. In fact, it was a joyous event for the sect to accept this sect master from the outside as well. One had to remember that Su Yonghuang was a natural-born saint physique. Such a talent had unparalleled potential. Any natural-born saint physique would be competed for by all the great powers. In fact, with the status and power of the current cleansing incense ancient sect, it essentially did not have the ability to recruit such a talent. Today, the sect was even more appreciative after accepting such a talent. Natural-born saint physique, truly amazing. Li Qie also complimented as he nodded approvingly. Even though Su Yonghuang did not cultivate the solar physique like immortal Emperor Min Ren, the extreme yang physique was not any weaker than the solar physique. Li Qie and Gu Taizhou chatted for a bit before Li Qie retreated back to his place. Gu Taizhou and the others knew that Li Qie had his own matters, so they didn't bother him. They spoke to Tu Buyu, instead, to inquire about the situation. The first thing Li Qie did was to take out the pristine worldly metal. This was the #1 metal throughout the ages. He must refine such an item into a treasure. If this pristine worldly metal became a life weapon, then it would absolutely be the #1 weapon in the world in the future. This metal floated inside Li Qie's second fate palace. At this moment it was still surrounded by the primordial chaos along with the hymns of the Grand Tao that were like the preachings of immortal kings and true gods. One could faintly see an immortal scripture being excavated, causing Li Qie to become praisingly astonished. Such a metal was indeed supremely peerless. At this time, Li Qie channeled his law and activated the cauldron of life inside his palace. In the blink of an eye, the cauldron's fire blazingly struck down and began to refine the pristine worldly metal. Cultivators had many different techniques to refine their treasures. However, most cultivators chose to use the cauldron of life's flame in order to refine their treasures, especially those made from Grand Tao treasure metals. However, the moment Li Qie wanted to refine it with his flame of life, the pristine worldly metal suddenly flashed a glint of brilliance and immediately suppressed the flame of life. Not even a trace of flame remained. Li Qie was a bit taken aback. Such a good treasure, truly supreme, it had its own awareness. At this time, Li Qie channeled his merit law along with his divine sense in order to communicate with this metal. However, the metal ignored him as if it was in existence at the apex and didn't care for Li Qie's divine sense. No matter how much Li Qie tried to communicate, the metal didn't react at all. Li Qie was angry to the point of vomiting blood from such a scene. Even though this metal was peerless in this world, if there was no way to refine it, then it was still useless in the end. He couldn't use this #1 metal in the world as a brick and throw it at his enemies. As Li Qie was enraged with exasperation, the stone egg stored inside Li Qie's fate palace began to move. Boom! The stone egg ferociously slammed the pristine worldly metal and caused it to gradually lose its brilliance. The metal seemed to be chastened after being ferociously smashed by the stone egg. Back when Li Qie tried to communicate with it, it had a superior arrogance and didn't care for him. However, after being smashed by the stone egg, it withdrew its conceitedness. Chapter 238, Refining the Pristine Worldly Metal, 2, with a pop sound, the pristine worldly metal suddenly knocked little Silly's Tao bone flying away. It had always been stored inside Li Qie's second fate palace before being knocked away by the metal. One has to know that little Silly had a heaven-frightening origin, but at this moment, it could not compete against this metal, so its position was robbed away in an instant. Oh my God, so overbearing. Li Qie didn't have anything to say and had no choice but to put away little Silly's Tao bone. One fate palace could only grow one treasure, there was no way around this. However, Li Qie was not too surprised at such a scene. In the end, it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was the #1 metal in the world. Right when the pristine worldly metal replaced little silly in the true fate position, it actually automatically called for the water of life from the spring of life. With another, the pillar of life also exerted its essence and mystical runes. In just a moment, the pristine worldly metal was bathing in the water of life, essence of life, and mystical runes of life in complete enjoyment. As time passed by, it began to change after being strengthened and bathed by all these different powers. A spirit energy was gradually formed as this metal engraved the mystical runes of Wuxia on its body. As the Grand Tao intertwined, its own 9 runic true mantra, along with these mystical runes, was seemingly becoming a chapter of immortal scripture. Wuxia was moved by witnessing such a scene. This was auto-refinement. One has to know that life treasures and true treasures needed cultivators to refine. In order to increase their powers, cultivators would not only use the world's essence, life essence, and blood energy, but they would also use supreme merit laws for this refinement process and to engrave these laws onto the treasures. However, this piece of pristine worldly metal was able to start the refinement process by itself without Wuxia's interference. Wuxia was speechlessly happy regarding this matter. As day after day passed by, the pristine worldly metal sucked up a large amount of Wuxia's life force and started to slowly change. It was no longer just a piece of metal, but had been turned into a refined weapon. As even more time passed by, it slowly turned into a bow. Since it refined itself into a natural life treasure, Wuxia couldn't help but praise it. It will absolutely be unfathomable once it formed. It will be the best weapon in the world in the future once he shouldered the heaven's will and became an immortal emperor. Wuxia couldn't contain his excitement thinking about how the utmost pinnacle of weapons will come from his hands in the future. He had lived through the ages witnessing immortal emperor true weapons and true gods' arsenals. Even the more mythical and ancient mysterious treasures were seen by him. Since the ages, many weapons were praised as the world's ultimate weapon under the heavens, such as Immortal Emperor Gu Chun's bronze sword, Immortal Emperor Fei Yang's banner, Immortal Emperor Buzhan's spear, or even Tian Du's flag. Su Yuha could only lament as she was only a yearning sentiment. She wasn't even a ghost nor human, she was only a yearning sentiment without any trace of life. In the end, I can't play it as well as little brat Min Run. Wuxia finished playing and smilingly spoke. Su Yuha was melancholic as she replied, "The immortal emperor only felt pity for me. Your excellency is different, you are supreme for all generations, so your song is different from the immortal emperor's song." Wuxia gently shook his head and said, "Why must you do this? It has been too long, there is no need for you to suffer like this." Su Yuha, a yearning sentiment, became silent and didn't say anything. "Never mind," Wuxia gently continued on, "how about this, I will go to the eastern 100 cities and take your remains. Just let everything dissipate. 1,000,000 years of being neither ghost nor human. Even if little brat Min Ren was here, he wouldn't want to see you like this. Thank you for fulfilling my wish." Su Yuha prostrated and said, "If I could be buried under the peach tree, I will no longer have any yearning sentiment. That year, I buried you under the yearning lunar peak. Your fateful connection with Min Ren was also because of me." Wuxia said with some helplessness, "Now, I will bury you under the peach tree, and this could be considered the end of your fateful connection. This is a lamentable connection, so it should just end in peace. Yuha will not be able to repay your excellency's benevolence." Su Yuha very gratefully replied. Wuxia gently waved his sleeve and sighed before speaking, "This started because of me, so it should end by my hands. You should rest after being buried under the peach tree to avoid eternal lamentation." Little brat Min Ren, he didn't say anything else at this point. He didn't have much to say about immortal Emperor Min Ren. He had trained many invincible existences. One could say that little brat Min Ren had always supported him no matter what. Immortal Emperor Min Ren had never questioned him and absolutely stuck with him to the end. Chapter 239, Heaven Protector Goddess. 1. The only thing Li Qie regretted was little brat Min Ren being in love with someone he shouldn't have fallen for. There were too many women in this world. In that era, he could have matched Min Ren with any peerless beauty even when Min Ren had yet to shoulder the heaven's will. Unfortunately, this little brat only loved that woman. What was even more damnable was that pure woman was blind to the point of stupidity and loved that hypocrite, virtuous monarch Jiangzhou. If immortal Emperor Min Ren didn't beseech him that year, he would have already brought his invincible generals to massacre the Jiangzhou clan. The truth was that among the geniuses trained by Li Qie, despite immortal Emperor Min Ren not being the most exceptional, he had the highest evaluation from Li Qie, even to this present day. One could even say that in order to train immortal Emperor Min Ren, he had to steal the fortune from heaven and earth itself. Immortal Emperor Min Ren had always shown the utmost respect to Li Kai for being his teacher. The only barrier between the two was that woman. Li Qie wanted immortal Emperor Min Ren to forget about the unsavable pure woman, but it was also impossible to change immortal Emperor Min Ren's mind. His heart was hellbent on loving this woman, and he never married anyone else in his life because of her. Also, because of this woman, General Su, who had always been in love with immortal Emperor Min Ren and held utmost loyalty towards him, left for the heaven's edge. This matter had almost caused the master and disciple to become enemies. One could say that immortal Emperor Min Ren respected Li Qie throughout his entire life, but because of this event, a great feud had arisen between them. And since Li Qie didn't want to care for Min Ren's mess, by the end of it all, he chose to enter his hibernation early. Immortal Emperor Min Ren sacrificed too much for a foolish woman. If it wasn't for her, how could virtuous monarch Jiangzhou have had the qualifications to compete against immortal Emperor Min Ren for the heavens will that year? Li Qie, as the Dark Crow, should have killed that hypocrite much earlier, but unfortunately, immortal Emperor Min Ren did not want to hurt that woman. And so, under immortal Emperor Min Ren's request, Li Qie showed mercy and did not slaughter every last one of them. In that era, the divine generals under him could have turned over the sky. How could a meager Jiangzhou clan dare to oppose them? He could have killed their entire clan at any moment. Alas, immortal Emperor Min Ren had already set his mind on this matter. Such a shame for the Wise Heart Jewel Box. The Wise Heart Jewel Box was a supreme protection treasure that he gave to Min Ren when he started his cultivation road. Unfortunately, immortal Emperor Min Ren, as if possessed, gave this treasure to that simple woman for her protection. What was even worse was that the hypocritical virtuous monarch Jiangzhou used convincing words to trick the innocent woman into giving him the Wise Heart Jewel Box. This matter had once enraged Li Qie, and he even ordered his generals to trample over the Jiangzhou clan. However, immortal Emperor Min Ren managed to interfere. This was why the Wise Heart Jewel Box became the clan-protecting treasure of the Jiangzhou clan. Damn, one day, I, your father, will massacre the entire Jiangzhou clan. Such a waste of my Wise Heart Jewel Box. At this moment, Li Qie was very upset. If he had not been sentimentally considerate regarding immortal Emperor Min Ren's love, then he would have sent people to destroy the Jiangzhou clan in later generations. As for Su Yuha listening to Li Qie's cursing, her mood became melancholic. She was the one who had stayed at the cleansing incense ancient sect for the longest, and she knew one or two things about the matters that year. It was not a secret that immortal Emperor Min Ren was smitten with that woman during that era. Let us forget about the past. In the end, Li Qie didn't want to dwell on it any longer. He spoke to Su Yuha, since the end is coming, prepare your heart for it. In a short period of time, I will take your remains to the eastern 100 cities and bury you under the peach tree. Su Yuha bowed and gently sighed before suddenly disappearing. Li Qie couldn't help but wryly smile. After millions of years, he still had to sort out the mess left behind by little brat Min Ren. Li Qie left the ghost pavilion and called for Gu Taizhou to say, carefully prepare these materials, I will start a Dan refinement cauldron. The main force of the cleansing incense ancient sect is not good, so we should give the middle-level disciples some fate pills. I plan to leave for some time to the Eastern 100 Cities, so I will leave the training of disciples in the future to all of you. Going to the Eastern 100 Cities? Gu Taizhou was a bit taken aback. The Eastern 100 Cities was very far away from the Grand Middle Territory, but in the end, he didn't ask for why Li Qie was going. He trusted Li Qie, so he wouldn't inquire about such matters. After planning a trip to the Eastern 100 Cities, Li Qie carefully prepared for his departure. On the contrary, Li Shuangyan was not going to embark on this journey. I want to open my 6th Fate Palace. Li Shuangyan told Li Qie her thoughts. At the moment, Li Shuangyan was not only a Grand Dao noble with 5 Fate Palaces. In fact, her cultivation had reached grand achievement and she could step into the enlightened being realm at any time. However, Li Shuangyan had an even greater ambition. She wanted to open her 6th palace. Keep in mind that 6 Fate Palaces was the limit for the royal noble realm. In this generation, anyone that was able to open 6 Fate Palaces at the royal noble realm was not far off from being the #1 genius in the world. Royal nobles with 6 Fate Palaces were called supreme nobles. Just this name alone should be indicative of how heaven-defying they were for having 6 palaces in the royal noble realm. This is a good idea. Li Qie was very approving towards Li Shuangyan's ambition. He nodded his head and said, "You don't need to rush your physique tribulation at this moment. Your aptitude is very good. If you can open your 6th palace, then surpassing the minor physique tribulation will not be an issue in the future. You could even surpass it with complete perfection." As a supreme noble with 6 palaces along with a minor completion void imperfection physique, Li Shuangyan's potential could surpass all the other geniuses in this world. This was her intention from the very start, so after gaining Li Qie's approval, she became even more confident. Chen Baojiao also wanted to go along with Li Qie on this trip to take care of him, but in the end, Li Qie ordered her not to do so. You and Li Shuangyan should cultivate together. Your effort will always be rewarded. Regarding innate talents, you are a bit worse than Li Shuangyan. However, your willpower is void of any possible complaints. Your tyrannical valley immortal spring physique is also not weaker than the void imperfection physique. Your goal does not have to be like Li Shuangyan's goal to open 6 palaces. If you can open 4 palaces in the royal noble realm, it will be enough to be considered flawless. You also sprinted to the royal noble realm again. As long as you have confidence in yourself, you will also absolutely be able to open the 4th palace. Chen Baojiao's innate talents really were not as great as Li Shuangyan. However, Chen Baojiao had a persevering spirit regarding her cultivation. She was absolutely the most hardworking. After hearing Li Qie's advice, Chen Baojiao decided to stay behind with Li Shuangyan and attempt to break through to royal noble. When Li Qie was ready to leave for the Eastern 100 Cities, Gu Taizhou came in a panic. He was not here to bring Li Qie medicinal materials but a piece of news instead. Someone from the Heaven Protector City came. Gu Taizhou spoke with some anxiety as he met Li Qie. It was not his fault for being anxious. The Heaven Protector City, no matter whether in the past or the present, was an awe-inspiring name. It didn't matter whether it was the mortal emperor world or the outside worlds, the only responses upon hearing this name were shock and awe. The Black Dragon King's fame was like a spell filled with endless charisma. He lived and dominated for 3 generations without resorting to external power. Even immortal emperors respected him. The Black Dragon King never became an immortal emperor or competed for the heaven's will, yet he still rampaged and reigned over the 9 worlds. Even an invincible immortal emperor would not dare to challenge the Black Dragon King without some consideration. The Heaven Protector City was founded by the Black Dragon King at the Northern Grand Sea. Under the reign of the king, this city was a prestigious power that once had expeditions all over the earth. Humans, demons, even heavenly devils, stone golems, and charming spirits, whom were considered the favored children of the heavens, all lost their brilliances during the Black Dragon King's era. There was a sect named Soaring Immortal that considered itself unbeatable. However, during the Black Dragon King's era, even the Soaring Immortal sect had to take a step back. From true gods to devil sovereigns, they all lost their colors from hearing his name. It could be said that during his era, for 3 generations, the Black Dragon King along with the Heaven Protector City was a giant palm that covered the entire world, nothing else was comparable. 30,000 years ago, he fought against immortal Emperor Ta Kong and tore the heavens will apart. From then on, the Black Dragon King had disappeared from sight. Even though this era was no longer his, any heritage or great power, including immortal emperor lineages, still trembled from the words Heaven Protector City. At the present day, the people from the Heaven Protector City suddenly visited the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect, so it was natural for Gu Taizhou to become worried. The Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect of today compared to the Heaven Protector City was like an ant to an elephant. Finally, just as they should. Li Qie simply smiled calmly and told Gu Taizhou, Elder Gu, there is no need to panic. Even if the sky falls down, someone will shoulder it. Gu Taizhou was still an experienced character. Li Qie's words, to his ears, were like a calming medicine. He took a deep breath and finally regained his composure to say, the people from the Heaven Protector City want to meet you specifically. Who came and how many people are there in total? There were too many memories when he was the Dark Crow as he sat above the 9 heavens with the Heaven Protector City. Gu Taizhou continued on, only one person, the descendant of the Heaven Protector City, Heaven Protector Goddess, Zi Queening. In fact, he was also confused. The Northern Grand Sea was too far away from the Grand Middle Territory. Logically speaking, Li Qie shouldn't know the Heaven Protector City's descendant, Zi Queening, but today, Zi Queening specifically wanted to meet Li Qie. This greatly perplexed him. Descendant of the Heaven Protector City. Li Qie narrowed his eyes after hearing this before resuming, if she has arrived, then let her come see me. Gu Taizhou was out of words after hearing this. This was the Heaven Protector City an existence that once ruled over the 9 worlds for 3 generations. Even though the Heaven Protector Goddess, as the descendant of the city, was part of the younger generation, she had an exceedingly high status in the mortal emperor world. Even mortal kings of ancient kingdoms and supreme saints from the great sects had to personally welcome her at the moment of arrival, let alone the younger generation. At this moment, Li Qie's behavior was the exact opposite of the status quo as he wanted her to come see him in person. This attitude was a bit too much. This was a descendant of a supreme heritage, even the Azure mysterious ancient kingdom would be dreadful of it. This is the descendant of the Heaven Protector City Gu Taizhou couldn't help but to remind Li Qie. This was not giving her any face at all. Li Qie looked at Gu Taizhou and still calmly spoke, I know she is the descendant of the Heaven Protector City. Chapter 240, Heaven Protector Goddess, 2, the helpless Gu Taizhou had no choice but to follow Li Qie's wish. Although Li Qie did not personally go to greet Heaven Protector Goddess Zi Queening, Gu Taizhou, on the other hand, didn't dare to have the slightest sign of tardiness. All of the elders and protectors welcomed her in person while using the highest level of ceremonial reception. After Zi Queening sat down, Gu Taizhou passed on Li Qie's message. He naturally twisted the words with finesse in order to keep Zi Queening content. After he finished speaking, his hands were filled with cold sweat out of fear that Zi Queening might suddenly wave her sleeve in anger and leave. But to his surprise, Zi Queening showed no signs of dissatisfaction. She simply pondered for a bit and agreed to go meet Li Qie. At the lonely peak, Zi Queening finally met Li Qie while he gauged her with a glance. The girl's aura was vast and calm like a mountain yet roaring powerful like thunder. She was like a goddess with an ethereal, mighty ocean roaring behind her with its torrential waves. Meanwhile, Zi Queening also observed Wuxia. He was absolutely ordinary with nothing noteworthy. However, there was an indescribable calmness like the water in a well. It was as if even when the heaven and earth was meeting its demise, he would still be able to maintain his composure. The focus of his eyes was an unfathomable depth, a pair of eyes that were seemingly able to surpass time itself and see through all generations. At this time, Gu Taizhou also silently retreated and didn't dare to disturb them. "You are Wuxia?" Heaven Protector Goddess Zi Queening's voice was very pleasant to the ears, just like the gentle ocean waves cleansing a lustrous jade fragment. She handed a piece of paper with engraved magical runes over to Wuxia and asked, "Do you recognize these magical runes?" Wuxia looked at these magical runes and did not answer her question. He instead stared at Zi Queening and inquired in the most serious of tones, "Is the Black Dragon King still here in this world? Tell me the truth." At this time, Wuxia's voice was filled with majestic authority. He was like an unquestionable, solemn true god. Her eyes turned serious after hearing these words. She had met countless illustrious characters, but Wuxia's austere expression, at this moment, had an authority that left others with no chance for denial. Zi Queening glanced at him in silence for a while before finally answering, "The patriarch has not appeared after the fight with immortal Emperor Ta Kong 30,000 years ago." This was not a big secret at all. Everyone in the world knew that the Black Dragon King had not shown up again after the fight that year. In fact, even immortal Emperor Ta Kong never appeared again as well. Wuxia sighed softly after getting the confirmation from Zi Queening even when he had this premonition beforehand in his heart. However, after getting such a definite answer, his heart was still not at peace. He was clear on one thing: immortal Emperor Ta Kong wouldn't have been able to kill Little Black. Is High Elder Lu still around? After a long period of silence, Wuxia recomposed himself with a deep breath and asked. Zi Queening was taken aback because very few outsiders knew this name, yet this seemingly ordinary young man said it without any gravity. If it was someone from their Heaven Protector city, they would absolutely not use this title in such a frivolous manner. Sacred Ancestor underwent his death cultivation seclusion a long time ago and did not come out in the end. Its sharp brilliance carried a heaven-frightening murderous intent that caused even the heart of Zi Queening to turn cold from horror. However, with a gentle tap from Wuxia's right hand, this frightening murderous intent suddenly calmed down. However, the pretty crimson shade on the tip of the spear was still shiver-inducing. Zi Queening sensed a bloody presence and could even smell the stench of blood as she looked at this shade. A vicious weapon. This was the first impression this short spear gave to her. She couldn't think that the black dragon spear that was always by her side since childhood had turned into a short spear. She found it hard to believe this sorcery right before her eyes. "Do you know the black dragon spear's other name?" With his eyes completely still, Wuxia looked at this short spear in his hand as if he was spellbound by it. "What is it?" Zi Queening was not following Wuxia's question. This matter was too unfathomable to her, for she did not know that it could turn into a short spear. "Immortal's blood spear." Wuxia slowly enunciated each word. His voice was filled with coldness when he spoke this name. Immortal's blood spear. Having heard this name, the first thing that came to mind for Zi Queening was the extremely pretty crimson color on the spear's tip. Wuxia slowly continued on. Because it had tasted the blood of true immortals, this is why it is called the immortal's blood spear. True immortal. Zi Queening's pretty eyes condensed into amazement as she heard such a phrase. She then looked at Wuxia and asked, "There are really true immortals in this world?" Wuxia did not answer her question. Instead, he carefully spoke, "This is a vicious weapon, and I hope that you will one day be able to grasp it. Otherwise, you are not worthy of it." Finished speaking, he returned the immortal's blood spear back to Zi Queening. Zi Queening accepted the immortal's blood spear as her expression became solemn and dignified. The moment the spear was in her hand, she felt an unprecedented destiny right before her that had not been there before. Don't ruin the prestige of the immortal's blood spear. Wuxia spoke to Zi Queening with a serious tone. It is not only a weapon. It has massacred true gods and pierced through the neck of an immortal emperor. What? Zi Queening was in a stupor with a shocked expression. This phrase to her was too overwhelming. True gods were such powerful existences, yet the immortal's blood spear was able to massacre them. An immortal emperor was someone who shouldered the heaven's will and obtained the meaning of true invincibility. Piercing the neck of an immortal emperor was an unthinkable matter, it was simply the most ridiculous statement in this world. Yet Wuxia's expression was telling her that these were not blustering and crazy words, rather, it was a fact. In just a moment, Zi Queening was in a daze. The black dragon spear was left behind by their patriarch and finally fell into her hands. She knew that this spear was unbeatable and had dominated the 9 worlds. However, she had never thought that this spear actually massacred true gods and pierced an immortal emperor's neck. However, today, it seemed that this unthinkable matter was the truth. Chapter 241, Immortal's Blood Spear. 1. Zi Queening was extremely shaken. Just what kind of weapon was the Immortal's blood spear? She had previously assumed that it was a weapon refined by their ancestor, the Black Dragon King. However, this did not seem to be the case after listening to Wuxia's story. Even a supreme genius who had seen torrential storms like Zi Queening needed time to calm down. The matter today was completely beyond her expectations. And it wasn't just that, this had great implications for the Heaven Protector city as well. Wuxia leisurely spoke while looking at Zi Queening, who was holding onto the immortal's blood spear. Since you wield the black dragon spear and came from the little sea village, I do not need to say much about your responsibility. Just who are you, really? At this moment, she didn't believe that Wuxia was only the prime disciple of the cleansing incense ancient sect. This does not matter. What matters is, your mission. Wuxia leisurely continued, I have something back in the little sea village. You should know what to do since it is your mission. Go meet the elders of the village and bring that item here for me. Zi Queening tried her best to see through Wuxia and didn't know the right words to say at this moment. Her mission was something unknown to the disciples and even the upper echelons of the Heaven Protector city. The black dragon spear was the symbol of her identity, but she didn't expect for it to turn into the immortal's blood spear. I want to report this to the elders. In the end, Zi Queening solemnly declared. Wuxia lightly nodded his head in agreement to say, you should do so, otherwise, you wouldn't be able to take that item. However, do not let the people from the Heaven Protector city know about my matter, including any of the remaining high elders. Zi Queening took a deep breath and inquired, since you want this item, why not come with me to the Heaven Protector city? She knew that her mission had to do with a particular item, but she did not know what it was. You want me to go to the Heaven Protector city? Wuxia smiled a bit before speaking. It is not a difficult matter for me to visit the Heaven Protector city. However, I'm afraid my trip will turn the rivers into blood and create mountains of bones in your city. Your patriarch, the Black Dragon King, surely does not wish for me to personally massacre countless Heaven Protector disciples. Such bold words. Zi Queening's countenance turned austere as cold glimmers flashed in her eyes, just like an angry goddess as her aura danced in the sky. Looking across the entire mortal emperor world, or even the 9 worlds, how many people dared to bluster about massacring their Heaven Protector city? Even an immortal emperor lineage would have to retreat in front of their might in dread. Wuxia looked at Zi Queening and smiled, you don't need to be emotional or angry, I merely spoke the truth. With your current cultivation and power, it is enough to tower over the rest of the same generation in the mortal emperor world. You could even challenge existences from the last generation. However, in my eyes, killing you is very simple. With a single thought of mine, the immortal's blood spear will slay you. The immortal's blood spear is an unparalleled, vicious weapon in this world. It wouldn't pale in comparison against even immortal emperor true weapons. Why did I give you such a treasure? It is because I do not need it. Just like how I do not care about the might of your heaven protector city. I do not wish for rivers over there to turn into blood because your patriarch, the Black Dragon King, was an excellent character. I do not wish for his disciples to die in my hands. Li Qia's words were as gentle as the blowing breeze and floating clouds, but they caused Zi Queening to shiver. Without a doubt, the Black Dragon Spear, the immortal's blood spear, was an invincible weapon, but Li Qia clearly did not place it in his mind. If it was someone else, would they be willing to give such a peerless weapon back to her after having it in their possession? Go back there and return my item to me. In the end, Li Qia left these words to Zi Queening. Zi Queening took a deep breath to compose herself and put away the immortal's blood spear. Then she eventually said to Li Qia, I will complete my mission, but I'm not sure when I can give you the item that you want. I can wait, but do not test my patience. I do not wish to personally visit the Heaven Protector City. I especially do not want to see a scene where a rain of blood descends when I visit the city. Li Qia leisurely answered. Zi Queening snorted and was clearly dissatisfied with Li Qia's words. If it was someone else provoking the Heaven Protector City like this, she would have taught them a good lesson. Heed my words, be careful of Gu Zun. Li Qia gave his caution right when Zi Queening was exiting through the door. Zi Queening immediately turned around and coldly glared at Li Qia before speaking with a harsh tone, Is this you trying to drive a wedge between us? Gu Zun was an ancestor of the Heaven Protector City as well as the most powerful existence in the contemporary times. He was once unbeatable in the mortal emperor world and had previously swept through the 9 worlds. And it didn't stop there, he was also a supreme genius that was qualified to become an immortal emperor. Even though their ancestor, Gu Zun, rarely appeared, he still had the most power at the Heaven Protector City. Some people even considered him the prime existence of the mortal emperor world in the current era. Zi Queening was a disciple and descendant of the Heaven Protector City. It was truly absurd for Li Qia to tell her to be wary of her ancestor. Li Qia had no reaction towards Zi Queening's attitude. He simply smiled a bit and continued, Whether you believe it or not, my impression of Gu Zun compared to the Heaven Protector City's view on Gu Zun. Never mind, it is meaningless to tell you these things. Zi Queening only glared at Li Qia and finally left in a hurry without saying a single word. Li Qia simply sighed after Zi Queening's departure. The items he left behind at the Heaven Protector City did not number at just 1. He had an incomparable treasury at the city. The world would become crazy if they knew about the existence of such a wonderful treasury. If Lu Changsun was still alive, then it would not be a difficult matter for him to open the treasury. Unfortunately, Lu Changsun, as the oldest disciple of the Black Dragon King, was no longer alive, and Gu Zun was now the one in control of the Heaven Protector City. Unless he washed the Heaven Protector City with blood, it would not be easy for him to bring his supreme treasury away. Since the Black Dragon King paid such a high price, Li Qia, as his master, did not wish to personally destroy his continuously growing foundation in the future. Meanwhile, Gu Tiesho's entire body was in a cold sweat. The descendant of the Heaven Protector City personally arrived. This was such a grand matter. The current cleansing incense ancient sect essentially couldn't fall into the sight of a giant like the Heaven Protector City. However, their goddess personally came today, so it gave him a lot of pressure. He was truly afraid of angering an existence like the Heaven Protector City. The Heavenly God sect was nothing compared to the Heaven Protector City. Thus, only after sending Zi Queening off did Gu Taizhou, who had been in fear this whole time, finally take a sigh of relief. Will there be any trouble from the Heaven Protector City? After sending her away, Gu Taizhou came to see Li Qia and tested the waters. He didn't know what they talked about nor why she came to see him. I'm the only one who will find people to cause trouble. If others seek me out to cause trouble, then they are tired of living. Li Qie nonchalantly replied. Gu Taizhou could only stay silent and wryly smile at Li Qie's arrogant words. This was the Heaven Protector City, damn. But alas, he was already used to Li Qie's arrogance. Li Qie looked at Gu Taizhou and shook his head a bit to say, our cleansing incense ancient sect's real power is too weak. We didn't have a lot of resources before. Gu Taizhou replied with some helplessness. As someone who had protected the sect for so long, how could he not wish to see the sect grow stronger? Unfortunately, his heart was willing but his capabilities were insufficient. Keep working hard, we are starting to gain some resources now. Li Qie could only speak such words of encouragement. One cannot become fat from just one bite. There was still a long way for the cleansing incense ancient sect to go, and the most important thing was to train the young talents. I will bring the spirit medicines and Dan grass here for you in 2 days. Gu Taizhou had tried his best for the cleansing incense ancient sect. Li Qie nodded his head and replied, we should start to recruit more disciples. Let Luo Fenghua take care of training the new disciples. This brat is rather gifted regarding this matter. Gu Taizhou nodded and agreed with Li Qie's course of action. In fact, compared to before, there had been big improvements in the sect in the last 2 to 3 years. Many newer disciples were not bad, especially the group of disciples from the cleansing Jade Peak, they were particularly excellent. At the same time, the group of disciples brought back by Su Yonghuang also increased the sect's power quite a bit. However, there was still a long way to go and they required good governance before they could compare to existences like the Heavenly God sect and the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom. Gu Taizhou brought the medicinal materials desired by Li Qie 3 days later. It was enough to fill an entire hall. One could say that the sect's entire inventory was all in this one place. Having heard that Li Qie wanted to refine some pills, Elder Sun, as the best alchemy master of the sect, was the first to come running. One had to know that Elder Sun greatly valued Li Qie's talents regarding Dan creation, and he even wanted him to become an alchemist master of the sect. In fact, Li Qie also wanted to teach Dan refinement methods to Elder Sun and the others, so he not only allowed for Elder Sun to come observe, but also the other alchemy masters that had a high aptitude as well. Take all the medicinal materials for the first and second transformations and prepare them well. We will place them in soon. Li Qie directly commanded after seeing the arrival of Elder Sun's group. Putting in the materials so soon? Elder Sun glanced at the mountain of herbs and said, there are so many materials here. This would take 2 or 3 years to refine all of these into first and second transformation fate pills. I have a plan. Li Qie commandingly spoke. Seeing Li Qie filled with confidence, Elder Sun did not dare to linger and commanded the disciples to follow Li Qie's command. He wanted to see what miracle Li Qie will pull off. Chapter 242, Immortal's Blood Spear, 2. For alchemy masters, the hardest thing to create was the fate pill, not longevity medicines nor physique pastes. This was due to the very stringent requirement for fate pills regarding an alchemist master's power along with their ability to control flames. Then there were the Dan refinement techniques along with flame controlling techniques as well as the Dan synthesizing art. Any mistakes throughout any of these steps would result in a swift failure during the creation of a fate pill. At the same time, one cauldron with a batch of medicinal materials could only be refined into one fate pill. Also, out of the 3, fate pills were the most demanded by cultivators. Keep in mind that not all cultivators needed longevity medicines or physique pastes, but all of them required appropriate fate pills. This was the reason why fate pills were so much more valuable compared to the other 2. Fate pills had 9 transformations, and there were several deciding factors. For example, if the leading soul grass ingredient along with the main materials were only of the third transformation, then the created fate pill would also only be at the third transformation and would absolutely not become the fourth transformation. Another factor was the skill of the alchemy master. If they were lacking, then even if the ingredients were of the third transformation, the resulting fate pill could only be at the second transformation. With a mistake in the process, it could even result in a cauldron explosion. Not only would the materials be destroyed, but the heavenly cauldron would also be damaged. Because of this, it required extreme caution when alchemy masters refined their fate pills. They would not do it unless they were absolutely confident, because it was not an easy task to develop a good heavenly cauldron. Begin. After the group of Elder Sun prepared everything, Wuxia shouted out and summoned his myriad heavenly cauldron. It fell to the ground and turned into a gigantic frog. It opened its monstrous mouth that was capable of holding a countless amount of medicinal ingredients. Boom! At this time, the cauldron spewed out its blazing flame and the impossible occurred. The cauldron seemed to be a giant tree, piercing the sky, and its flames suddenly dispersed apart like the blossoming flowers in full bloom. 1, 2, 3, counting the medicinal contraptions created by the cauldron flame left Elder Sun and the rest of the alchemy masters of the sect in complete astonishment. During the Dan refinement process, the cauldron's flame was heavily relied upon. The cauldron's alchemical treasury itself did not matter as much, for it was only there for support. The most important thing was the flame of the cauldron. During this process, it was simple for one cauldron to form one medicinal contraption. 2 contraptions were also possible. 3 became more difficult, but it was the sign of a true master to be able to refine pills using 3 contraptions at the same time. The exceptional alchemy masters were able to form many contraptions at the same time. Even though the medicinal contraptions that were basked in the cauldron flames had a lot to do with the cauldron's rank itself, this was not all there was to it. The real skill was determined in how proficient the alchemist was able to control these contraptions, not just creating them. But at this moment, Wuxia's myriad heavenly cauldron was like a gigantic tree blooming with flowers. Flame contraptions appeared one after another like the coming of spring, creating a spectacular scene. Impossible. This is impossible. At this time, all the alchemy masters of the sect were dumbfounded at such a display with their eyes wide open. No one would believe that the scene unraveling before their eyes was the truth even if they were told. It was impossible for a cauldron to form 100 flame contraptions, unless this was the heavenly cauldron left behind by the alchemy god. However, let's take a step back with the assumption that one cauldron was able to create 100 flame contraptions. Controlling these contraptions was not up to the rank of the cauldron, it was due to the flawless mastery of the alchemy master. The flame contraptions before them were all the same size and they all glowed with the same hue. Even their sparks and movements, along with the transformations, were all the same. This meant that not only was the cauldron was powerful, but Wuxia's flame mastery was even more impressive. 1003. One of Elder Sun's disciples calculated a bit and became frozen with horror. He had to bite his tongue before the pain told him that this was not a dream. Elder Sun was also frozen as he murmured, "Even me with my heavenly cauldron can only create 100 flame contraptions, but the contraptions themselves will be unstable. Commencing Dan refinement with them would be out of the question." The aghast Elder Sun thought that even if he risked his life to form 100 flame contraptions, they would be unstable with different sizes and flame sparks. Their unstableness would make it impossible to refine pills. However, Wuxia's first move was to create 1003 flame contraptions with ease. They even had the same shade and size. This was indicative of his peerless alchemical technique and supreme skill. Even if Elder Sun had the myriad heavenly cauldron, he would not be able to form 1003 flame contraptions so quickly. Meanwhile, the other alchemy masters were frightened from this absolute miracle unraveling before their eyes. "This will do for now." Wuxia nodded his head and said after looking at the floating flame contraptions. In theory, the myriad heavenly cauldron should be able to form 10,000 flame contraptions. With the alchemy Tao created by him and the alchemy god, Li Qiye had complete confidence that he would be able to form 10,000 flame contraptions in the future. Li Qiye's phrase, "This will do for now," left all the alchemy masters of the sect in a daze. If creating 1,000 flame contraptions was only a temporary acceptance, then they as alchemy masters should all just go hang themselves. Ready? The moment Li Qiye asked, the group of Elder Sun finally calmed down and immediately prepared the medicinal materials. Place them in. Li Qiye controlled the myriad heavenly cauldron as his eyes turned profound while gazing at more than 1,000 flame contraptions. In the blink of an eye, Elder Sun's team immediately threw all the first transformation medicinal ingredients into the cauldron. They were experienced with Dan refinement, thus their actions were very swift. Boom! Boom! Bang! Right after the addition of the ingredients, crackling noises resounded like the roasting of soybeans. Before they realized it, the fate pills of each of the flame contraptions were refined in a flash. This was such an impossible matter because pill refinement was a meticulous process. It started from the addition of ingredients to the flames. However, in the hands of Li Qiye, there was no process. It was as if these fiercest of flames were enough to refine the pills in an instant. "Where is the medicinal gourd?" Li Qiye shouted while Elder Sun and the others were completely stunned. Elder Sun was the first one to calm down and immediately took out the medicinal gourd. Li Qiye then thunderously roared, "Open!" Suddenly, all the flame contraptions exploded like drops of water and the cauldron flames were like the receding tidal waves as they completely withdrew from the fate pills. At this moment, the medicinal gourd swallowed all the completed fate pills like a whale, resulting in a shocking scene to all. They had never seen such a method of closing the cauldron to finish the process, nor have they seen one cauldron producing so many pills with such a fast speed before. Elder Sun and all the alchemy masters of the sect were completely at a loss. Was this still pill refinement? This was even easier than roasting soybeans. I need at least 4 to 6 hours to refine just one first transformation pill, and I could only create 5 to 6 contraptions at best. This is just magical. Elder Sun was at a complete loss for words. Regarding the materials of the fate pill refinement, no matter whether it was the leading soul grass or side ingredients such as the scarlet flame core, jade blood bamboo stalk, or red sago palm, etc. The greater the age of these ingredients, the greater the amount of their transformation would be. Of course, the limit was set at 9 transformations. Fate pills created from 9 transformation medicinal ingredients were called 9th transformation fate pills. The higher the transformation amount, the harder it was to refine these fate pills. Plus, the time it required took even longer. For example, Elder Sun would need 4 to 6 hours to refine a first transformation fate pill and 1 to 2 days to refine a second transformation fate pill. In other words, alchemy masters like Elder Sun could only refine 5 or 6 fate pills in 6 hours at maximum production. In addition, they were the lowest-ranking first transformation fate pills. Now, Li Qiye managed to roast 1,000 soybeans, no, 1,000 fate pills in one breath. This was an impossible and unbelievable matter. The group of Elder Sun, at this time, rubbed their eyes to dispel the notion that this was merely a dream. One alchemy master refining more than 1,000 fate pills would require a year, but Li Qiye did it in just a moment. This will be a legend, truly a miracle. This is just him roasting soybeans, right? An alchemy master said in a stupefied tone. If someone told him, before this second, that Dan refinement could be as easy as roasting beans, he would have absolutely laughed at this arrogant idiot. But at this moment, Li Qiye's stunning refinement was indeed easier than roasting beans. How could they not become silly from such a scene? Did you all see my technique clearly? At this moment, Li Qiye caught the medicinal gourd that contained all the fate pills and asked the group of Elder Sunday. They tried to regain their composure again as they glanced at each other with their mouths still open. In the end, elder son forced an awkward laughter as his old face became red while answering, it was too fast, we couldn't clearly see the technique. How could they see Li Qi's Dan refinement technique? They were all scared silly and basically didn't see Li Qi's technique at all. Then look again carefully, there will not be another opportunity. Li Qie said in an indifferent manner. The alchemy masters present all shivered at this time after hearing this. However, they were moved with excitement as well, especially elder son, whose aged face became red with expectation. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.